Chapter 10:23. In the blazing flame academy, loud sounds of bells and drums reverberated throughout the vast academy. It had already reverberated for a full 15 minutes, with 8 different tones ringing at the same time without stopping. The mountain peak outside the blazing cloud's secret territory was especially lively. Students in fiery red uniforms gathered there, looking forward to seeing who the person who had bravely passed the golden trial was. Today might be the busiest day in the Cloud Fire secret land. Lu Feng floated in the air above the mountain peak. A green whirlwind blew at his robes. His long hair draped down, covering his half-zhonglong face. The other half of his face was exceptionally delicate and pretty. It was the Wind God Hall Elder that they had met when they came from Yunno. Oh, will Son of God be able to pass the 7th test? The last time he was here, he was only at the demon level. This time, he is close to the beginner god level. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Beside him, Yang Yi crossed his arms and looked at the Cloud Fire secret land. However, he couldn't see anything. I don't know. Lu Feng shook his head. They still didn't know that Yun Nuoxing had regained her identity. Only the higher-ups in the 9 deities hall knew about Yun Nuoxing's identity. Hence, they still addressed him as Son of God. The bell and drum have been ringing for almost half an hour. Why hasn't it stopped? It can't be that he can't even pass this test. Son of God passed it very quickly the last time. Yang Yi scratched his head. The ringing of the bell and drum had attracted more than half of the students in the Yanli College. 1. Suddenly, a huge flaming tornado rushed into the sky and mixed with the clouds. The sky was dyed red. Faintly, there seemed to be an earth-shattering roar. However, it wasn't clear. Everyone only noticed that the huge flaming pillar was extremely terrifying. The dense fire element had spread to the mountain peak and was still spreading rapidly to other places. The density of the fire element in the heaven and earth increased rapidly, causing the other elements to flee in fear. Son of God 1. The Lord of Flames was defeated and seemed to have suffered serious injuries. When Lu Feng heard the voice inside, he squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. They had all been to the Cloud Fire secret land and fought with the Flame Overlord. It wasn't very strong, but it was an abnormally difficult fellow to deal with. With the natural advantage of the lava sea, it could exhaust a heavenly god to death. Yang Yi nodded before frowning. So the bell and drum are broken? Why hasn't it stopped yet? Lu Feng said. Well, I guess the power of the divine child hasn't dissipated yet. It's still echoing in front of the 8 drums. But it's not a big problem. Look, the little guys are all sitting down to cultivate. He pointed to the mountain peak below. Yang Yi turned his gaze and saw a group of students sitting cross-legged in cultivation, listening to the sound of the bell and drum. They seemed to have gained some special insight. These flaming drums contained the will of the fire element. Just by listening to the reverberations they would be able to benefit immensely. At this moment, the 8 drums were ringing for a long time without dissipating. This was an extremely rare condition. If they didn't cultivate now, then when? It was also for this reason that when Yun Nuoxing came out from the 5 chains, she saw a group of people sitting cross-legged on the ground with fire elements surging around them. She couldn't help but be stunned and scratch her head. What's going on? Godchild. Lu Feng and Yang Yi hurriedly came down and cupped their hands. The former smiled and said, Congratulations, Godchild, for passing the 7th level. Oh, thank you. It's just that I accidentally passed the 8th and 9th level. The 9th level is still a bit messy. Can you guys go and fix it? Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and laughed dryly. Lu Feng and Yang Yi widened their eyes. The 8th level required the strength of an enlightened god, while the 9th level required the strength of a netherworld king. They hadn't passed the first 2 levels. Although they were also enlightened gods, the 8th level was extremely difficult. If they couldn't comprehend a trace of creativity from the flames, or rather, creativity, they couldn't pass. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. The 8th level required them to comprehend the creativity of the element. This wasn't difficult for him. He could even create the world, let alone this level. As for the 9th level, the Netherworld King elite guarding the level was a little powerful. Under the situation where he couldn't use his divine weapon, he had to contend with him for a long time before killing him. However, these didn't need to be said in detail. He waved his hand and said, "Well, that's it. Half of the trial of fire has been completed. The purpose of coming to the Flamely Academy has also been achieved. It's time to leave. There's not much time left." Lu Feng and Yang Yi trembled and then came back to their senses. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. Sighing, they cupped their hands at Yun Nuoxing and said, "Then we wish Godchild a safe journey." As for what he was busy with and what he was rushing about for, it wasn't something they should ask. When they arrived this morning, his travel-worn appearance had scared them. He really rushed over, stayed here for 2 hours, and left again. Yes, he really left in the blink of an eye. In the end, they only saw him waving his hand, and then he was gone. Phew, another matter has been settled. High up in the sky, Yun Nuoxing stretched on the back of the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix continued to move towards the next destination. He turned around and looked at everyone. This was already a habit. Every time he returned to the Fire Phoenix, he would look at them to see if there was anything wrong. Fortunately, nothing out of the ordinary happened. The origin pillars of the Ganyuan region are still missing 4. Let's work harder. Patting his cheeks with both hands, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and grinned. He tilted his head and looked at the Flamely Academy that was no longer in sight. His eyes flickered slightly, and he slightly remembered the group of people he knew in the Far Light Academy. He wondered how they were doing now. Well, whether it's Lin Xing, Ding Mingyu, or Luo Yi and the others, none of them are simple people. They should be doing well now. Yun Nuoxing smiled silently. The divine world was huge. Although the divine lands had the word small in its name, its area was equivalent to the origin region, or even bigger. This was not small at all. Even a god would have to spend a lot of time to travel through the entire origin region. It was not easy to meet up with them. Let's leave it to fate. Achoo! Lin Xing sneezed loudly without any warning, causing everyone around him to be shocked and cast a strange look at him. Lin Xing's handsome face had a blank look on it. Puzzled, he tugged at the blue hairband tied around his temples and muttered, "Who's talking about me?" "Who knows?" Ding Mingyu shrugged, her hair swaying in the wind. Mei Mao narrowed her eyes and pinched his waist. "I'm afraid it's one of your little lovers who's thinking about you?" Lin Xing trembled. Seeing her half smile, he could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. What little lover? Everyone spread their hands and threw him a look that said, "Good luck." Then, they turned their gazes. What appeared in front of them was a huge circular energy barrier. They did not know how big it was. Standing in front of it, they felt like they could see another piece of land lying in front of them. Its height and width were astronomical figures. The black barrier flowed with an ominous light. The dark light was like flowing ink, emitting an energy that made everyone's heart palpitate. The dark elemental barrier. Here, there's the smell of that power. Jun Lui raised her eyebrows slightly. She could smell the chaotic and terrifying aura from a distance. The power that disturbed the rules made her heart throb for no reason. It was many times stronger than the power of the void beasts in the 5 elements realm. This was the true power of the dark elemental. At this time, they were at the border between the western region of the Divine Prefecture and the northern wilderness. 10,000 miles behind them, there was a city called Linhai City. It was said to be close to the sea, but there was no place that could be called an ocean nearby. There was only a black barrier 10,000 miles away. Looking at the dark elemental barrier from 10,000 miles away, it looked like a black sun was slowly rising from the horizon. The ominous black barrier eroded the pure white sunlight and dyed it black. When the sunlight fell on the ground nearby, it could be seen for a long time. It's not easy to come to the divine prefecture. Are we just passing by? Elder Yanfeng, can't we go out and play? Shueling Feng leaned on the edge of the airship and could not help but sigh. Yanfeng rolled his eyes. If we want to play, we'll leave you behind? Forget it. Everyone smiled bitterly. It was the first time for most of them to come to the divine prefecture, which was known as the center of the god realm. Lin Xing smiled silently and could not help but tilt his head. At the far end of the land, there were huge black metal pillars erected. They looked like pillars that supported the heavens and the earth, covering the entire land. This thing had appeared for some time, but not everyone around them could see it. Only Ding Mingyu, Jun Luoi, and Chuan Mu could see it. The only thing they had in common was that they seemed to have seen this pillar of creation before. The soul seed in their minds was still there. Originally, they wanted to ask Yun Nuoshing about the pillar of creation that had suddenly appeared. However, when they thought about how busy that busy person was in the realm of the gods, they didn't want to disturb him. Since he didn't say anything, it probably wouldn't be a problem. The airship gradually approached the dark elemental barrier. Everyone was less than 100 feet away from it. The ominous black aura was very close to them. The crazy aura blew past them like a gust of wind, sending chills down their spines. They looked at the barrier that seemed to be right in front of them with fear. It was like a black hole. The surrounding light was getting dimmer and dimmer. Even though the sun was hanging above their heads, the sunlight could not illuminate this place. It was as if they were constantly moving towards a black hole. They could only feel the darkness gradually swallowing their world. If we stay in this place for too long, we will definitely get sick. No one knew who said this, but everyone agreed. They did not want to come to this place just by looking at it. If they did not need to pass through this place to go to the small divine lands, they really would not want to come. In front of the dark elemental barrier was a river that was 100 feet wide. It circled around the barrier. No one knew where its source was. After circling around the entire small divine lands, it would converge into the eastern sea. Yanfeng had been here a few times, and he couldn't help but sigh. He had fought in the small divine prefecture before, but he wasn't the most outstanding one, and there weren't any big waves either. He had fought in the small divine prefecture for thousands of years, and when he felt tired, he came out of the small divine prefecture. Those thousands of years felt like a lifetime, and when he returned to the Nine Deities' palace, he actually couldn't get used to the peaceful pace of the small divine prefecture, and in the end, he inexplicably came to the Far Light Academy to become an elder. Sigh, we are still young. Yanfeng sighed. He turned around and saw the complicated emotions in the crowd. He could not help but narrow his eyes and remind them in a deep voice, "You are all the most outstanding students of the Far Light Academy. This time, you are going to the small divine lands, representing yourselves and the Far Light Academy. It is definitely not a fun place. You will only experience a more tense atmosphere than the God realm. At the same time, you will also encounter more dangerous situations. Always remember, strength is king. Do not let your enemies survive in there, because everyone can grow at an unimaginable speed in there. Leaving your enemies alive will only leave behind a huge hidden danger. Once you cross this place, you will bid farewell to the relatively peaceful life in the God realm. Are you mentally prepared?" After Yanfeng finished speaking, he took a deep breath. There was a cruel competition in the God world, and everyone was a competitor. However, this place was relatively peaceful, and the cruelty was like a sandwich biscuit. However, in the small divine lands, there was no such thing as gentleness, only more intense competition. A difference of 1 month was enough to make everyone feel that the world had turned upside down. Lin Xing and the others swallowed their saliva, looked at each other, and nodded solemnly. "We are ready." Yanfeng also nodded. "Very good. You have the Far Light Academy's token, so you will receive the support of the 9 Shrine. If you encounter any difficulties that you cannot overcome, go and find them. This is nothing to be embarrassed about. The Far Light Academy belongs to the Nine Shrine, so we will not be stingy with helping any student. If you encounter difficulties and cannot bring yourself to ask for help, you will have to pay the most painful price. Everyone nodded. Only then did Yen Feng wave his hand and take out the holy objects one by one. He said, "There are 50 of you on this trip, so 4 holy objects will be enough. After the door opens, these holy objects will be given to you. I heard that the primordial holy objects have some special uses, but I am not too sure. You can study them in the small divine land." Finished speaking, Yen Feng waved his hand and the 4 holy objects touched the dark elemental barrier that was less than 5 zhang away. Everyone opened their eyes nervously and stared at this scene. Ding! When the holy objects touched the dark elemental barrier, a crisp sound like a crystal being flicked lightly rang out. The 4 holy objects all lit up, and 4 rays of light shot out from the holy objects and entered the dark elemental barrier. The latter seemed to be released and suddenly began to riot. However, just as it showed signs of rioting, an even stronger force tightly restrained it. Only 1 or 2 strands of dark elemental energy floated out and slowly condensed into a human figure in the air. Black hair, black eyes, a mysterious black armor, a handsome face that was indifferent and resolute. Pang Linxing and the others had seen this face before, but the one they had seen was gentler and more gentle. He looked more like a girl than a girl. Oh, and it was a crossdresser. Mr. Yun. Jun Luo Yi exclaimed softly. The person in front of them seemed to be that person, but also not that person. At least, it did not look like that person now. Yen Feng was also a little surprised. He had been here a few times, but he had never seen such a strange scene. A shadow actually appeared. The dark elemental barrier that encompassed the small divine land was set up by Quarter Moon. He had left a trace of his soul energy here. When the barrier was about to collapse, he would appear and inform him. However, at this time, there did not seem to be any threat approaching. The shadow of the crescent moon appeared. His black eyes first swept across the crowd before turning away without any ripples. He seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look at the sky. He stretched out his hand and pointed upwards. He seemed to have seen many things with that one glance. The scene of stars being destroyed flashed across his eyes. No one knew what he had seen. They gulped and wisely shut their mouth. They knew that the person in front of them was not the person they knew. Oh no, insufficient energy output. Pillar of creation. He opened his mouth and murmured something. It was the language of the Taishang era. No one could understand this language, but somehow they understood it. They were all stunned. After a moment, they pressed their heads in realization. That was the communication of the mind of the soul, directly transmitting the message that he wanted to say. Even if they couldn't understand it, they could understand what it meant. The others did not think much of it. However, those who knew about the Pillar of Creation, such as Yen Feng and Lin Xing, felt their hearts skip a beat. The Pillar of Creation, they knew that it was a pillar that was closely related to the realm of the god. Could it be that there was a problem? However, that was all Quarter Moon's shadow said. He then lowered his head and looked at everyone. His eyes flashed with an unfathomable light. He said coldly, "The fated ones, go to the central area." As soon as the voice fell, the shadow of the crescent moon quietly disappeared. What appeared next was an azure space gate that was 20 feet tall. It was unknown what was behind it, but based on what it said, the central area should be the center of the small divine lands. Lin Xing and the others were a little stunned. The fated ones, was it referring to them? Was it because of Yun Nuoxing? Oh, go in when you're ready. Yen Feng was the first to come back to his senses. He waved his hand and broke everyone's dazed state. He turned to the side and pointed at the spatial gate. That's all I have to say. It's better to go there personally than to say more. That wonderful world has already opened its doors to you. Lin Xing and the others trembled as they came back to their senses. They looked at each other and nodded. With a wave of their hands, they took the 4 sacred objects. Then, they cupped their hands at Yen Feng and said in unison, "Elder, we'll be off then. Go, go." Yen Feng smiled and waved his hand. Lin Xing and the others nodded and jumped off the flying ship first. They plunged into the spatial gate. Behind them, the group quickly followed. After the students had all jumped off the flying ship and the spatial gate slowly closed, Yen Feng sighed softly and waved his hand. He left with the flying ship. Far away in the Ganyuan region, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt his heart palpitate for no reason. He opened his eyes and jumped up. Lan Xian, who was hugging him, was shocked. She quickly looked around and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. She looked at him in a daze. "Brother Nuoxing?" "Ah." Yun Nuoxing came back to his senses and saw Lan Xian looking at him innocently. He couldn't help but smile apologetically. "I didn't know you were coming out. Did you bump into anything?" Lan Xian shook her head. "What's wrong?" Yun Nuoxing frowned and shook his head blankly. "I don't know. I suddenly felt my heart palpitate. I heard a voice. It was my own voice. It said something about insufficient energy. The sudden palpitating made him feel that something big was about to happen. He didn't know how many years it had been since he had felt this way. He didn't feel this way even when he was about to die." Chapter 10:24. Yun Nuoxing could not figure out which part of him this voice came from. Back then, he had left a part of his will in the Pantheon realm as a warning. However, he had forgotten where he had left it and why he had left it there. The fact that he had left his will as a warning instead of sealing it meant that the place he had left it there might not be as dangerous as he had imagined. Either that, or it was a relatively important place, and he had left it there as a matter of convenience. It was as convenient as having breakfast. No one would have such a good memory to remember what they had in the morning 70 trillion years ago. The will that he had left behind at that time contained a portion of the god's power. It could observe everything in the world when necessary. If it had discovered something life-threatening, it would have passed on the necessary actions and reactions to his main body. However, it had been too long, and he had not passed on this last step. In the end, he had only said something about insufficient energy. What exactly was insufficient energy? A barrier? A magic array? He could not remember. He had left a part of this behind. How could it have nothing to do with energy? Yun Nuoxing scratched his eyebrows in distress. He had just been in a light sleep, and his consciousness was somewhat blurry. Fortunately, he had not been dreaming. If it had been someone else, they would have probably treated it as a vague thought in a dream and ignored it. So what exactly is insufficient energy? What exactly did I say just now? Yun Nuoxing was a little anxious. That will must have seen something life-threatening. Otherwise, it would not have sent back a message. However, he had no idea what he had said. Yun Nuoxing tugged at his long hair, and Lan Xian was tidying up his messy hair behind him. Feeling the movement behind him, Yun Nuoxing thought for a while, and did not want to cause trouble. He stared at the sky with his eyes wide open. Thanks to this incident, he was not sleepy at all. Since he had nothing to do, he could only take out the Book of Epochs and try to trace the short message he had just received. He wanted to see where it had come from, although he might not be able to figure out what it was trying to remind him of. After tidying up his long, colorful hair and putting on the soul-stabilizing bracelet, Lan Xian nodded in satisfaction. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, "Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" "I want to sleep." Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook his head. Just now, the will I left behind triggered a warning. It even sent back a message to me, indicating that something big had happened. However, I have no idea what exactly had happened. If it was an ordinary matter, it would not send a message to me. At most, it would send a warning to those who triggered it, and then leave it be. Lan Xian listened to him and smiled faintly. She hugged him and ruffled his hair. She smiled and said, "Brother Nuoxing, you are always thinking about a lot of things. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and automatically ignored the softness at the back of his head. He sighed and said, "It is not that I want to think about it, but I have to think about it. The burden that I bear, many things are pushing me forward. Hey, Exhilarating, do you know that the Pillar of Creation has chosen me as a maintenance worker? From a certain perspective, I am the guardian of the realm of the gods. I can represent the entire realm of the gods because of the Pillar of Creation. They are one with the realm of the gods, and they are the pillars of this world. They are also emotionless. They only want me to protect the realm of the gods. Everything on the realm of the gods is worthless ants that can be abandoned. This position is not as easy as you think. The Guardian Circle is also a destructive circle. It has the power to destroy all life in the realm of the gods. It is also because the Pillar of Creation itself has this power. Even without the Guardian Circle, I can use the power of the Pillar of Creation to cleanse the entire realm of the gods. When you have such a dangerous power in your hands, every move you make will affect the survival of this world. I don't really care about the weight of this burden. I have killed trillions of people, but it is necessary. I don't like meaningless slaughter." Yun Nuashing let out a sigh as he spoke. Once upon a time, the warnings from the wills were of the same level as what I just said. They would only send back information of extreme danger that we must pay attention to. But the realm of gods is so big that I have forgotten how many wills I left behind. Where are they? What did they sense? What kind of danger? That wills just now. Ugh. I can't eat or sleep well. Yun Nuashing was so troubled that his eyebrows were pinched together. He was shouldering the responsibility of protecting the realm of the gods. He could not just leave it alone. He had to consider all threats. Lan Exhilarating nodded. She understood, but she didn't say anything. She just listened to him quietly, caressing his hair and face. Yun Nuashing mumbled and didn't say anything. He sighed and accepted his fate. He continued to use the Book of Epics to search for possible situations. Who asked him to take on such a dangerous responsibility? Protecting the realm of the gods. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about it. After some time, Lan Exhilarating shook Yun Nuashing in her arms and said softly, "Brother Nuashing, we are here." Yun Nuashing opened his eyes. They were at the location of the next Pillar of Creation. It was the fourth origin pillar from the Ganyuan region. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he muttered to himself, "Maybe I can use the Pillar of Creation to check it out?" When Lan Exhilarating heard this, she shook her head helplessly. Brother Nuashing's mind was probably unable to rest all day long, especially when something happened. Even if he was already very tired, he would still shout for rest while fighting with red eyes. In the hiding place of the Pillar of Creation, Yun Nuashing quickly solved the problem of the origin pillar. It was actually just a routine check, and he also strengthened the seal of the light element. Fortunately, the problem with this origin pillar was not serious. So far, he had only found one origin pillar with a severely distorted formation at the bottom. As for the Sourcepeak region and the Ganyuan region, he was not sure yet. It seemed that the realm of the gods had been quite peaceful in the past few dozen epochs. There were no major disturbances that affected the realm of the gods. Creation, space self-examination. Yun Nuashing pressed his palm on the Pillar of Creation and chanted. Then, a ray of light shot out from the Pillar of Creation. Dozens of tiny rays of light shot out from the Pillar of Creation and gathered in front of him to weave a huge three-dimensional map that was about 10 feet in size. It was made up of colorful rays of light, and it looked like the realm of the god. On the ground, there were many huge pillars that extended into the sky. Those were the pillars of creation. They were taller than expected. According to the scale on the map, their height was about 1/3 of the length of the realm of the god. It really extended into the Ganyuan region, but it was still within the realm of the god. Ah, so this is what the realm of the gods looks like. This is the first time I've seen the realm of the gods in its entirety. Lon Exhilarating bent down to look at the map of the realm of the gods. It was only 60 feet in length and width, and it had been shrunk countless times. The map was very detailed, and there were many black dots that were smaller than sesame seeds on the map. They covered the entire realm of the god. Those were cities, and compared to the entire realm of the gods, they were smaller than dust. Brother Nuashing, how big is the realm of the gods? Lon Exhilarating tugged at his sleeve and asked curiously. Since ancient times, people had always said that the realm of the gods was very, very big. But how big was it? Is there a specific number? There is a rough number. I checked it once in the ancient age, but this number is too big. It's so big that it's meaningless. This is the result of the pillar of creation measuring this world. It's more accurate than the data of any divine god. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he smiled mysteriously and said, "Before I reveal the answer, I want to ask you something. Do you know how big the other worlds and planets that you know or have heard of are?" "I don't know." Lon Exhilarating shook her head. She didn't even know how big her own world was. How could she know how big the other worlds were? She had never been out. Yun Nuashing. This answer was somewhat beyond his expectations, and he almost couldn't continue the conversation. Okay. Before I reveal the final answer, I'll talk about some unimportant digressions. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. Lon Exhilarating and Mei Mao's eyes shone with interest. They nodded and listened attentively. Other than the realm of the gods, there are other planets in the starry sky. They are different from the realm of the gods. They are spherical worlds called planet. A big planet can nurture tens of billions of lives. Of course, there are also flat worlds in the starry sky that are similar to the realm of the god. Those are rarer and they are man-made. They are more special, and they need strong rules to add normal living conditions to these special worlds. Yun Nuashing shook his finger and said, "Ordinary living stars are between 20,000 miles to 300,000 miles in both length and width. The special living stars might be larger. Affected by the ascenders in the living stars would send down layers of beneficial natural laws, making the natural laws in the living stars more powerful. Perhaps the living stars would become even larger." "What is an ascender?" Lon Exhilarating raised her hand and asked. "The life form that ascends to the level of God Spirit is called an ascender," Yun Nuashing explained. "After ascending to the level of God Spirit, every level up is an ascender. Every ascender will give powerful rules to the planet where the ascender is located. These rules can be activated with a little effort, and you can throw them back to the planet where you are located. Hundreds of thousands of miles. The Divine Sky City seems to be close to 1,000,000 miles in length and width, right?" Lon Exhilarating nodded. In terms of size, an ordinary planet with life was actually not as big as a big city. Most of the medium-sized cities were 300,000 to 400,000 miles in length and width, and the small ones were not less than 200,000 miles in length and width. The realm of the gods is special. The cities in other planets with life are not so exaggerated in size. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. The twinkling stars in the star region are the starlight that we see every night. Most of them are suns, which are stars. They are fireworks that cover the entire star region. I once said that I admire the loneliest fireworks in the world the most. The size of a planet can be tens of millions of miles, or even tens of billions of miles. There are also bigger ones. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he waved his hand and a fist-sized sun appeared in the middle of his palm. It did not emit any light or heat. It was just a reflection. He waved his hand again, and countless stars appeared. They gathered together and formed a huge aggregate. If the city was the settlement of the human race and other races, then what appeared in his hand was the settlement of thousands of stars. This is a galaxy, a big family formed by countless stars and planets with life. Some galaxies are especially bright in the night sky. There are also a few special ones that can be reflected in the night sky of the realm of the gods, even though they are separated by a certain distance. As he spoke, he hung all the galaxies and planets above the 600 feet large map of the realm of the god. In comparison, they were many times smaller than the realm of the gods. It is difficult to describe the span of the galaxies clearly. It is possible to use numbers, but it is difficult to measure the distance with one's senses. Let's pick two galaxies that are closest to the realm of the god. They are hundreds of thousands of light years apart. Yun Nuoshing pinched two oval-shaped objects with his hands. They were much bigger than those small objects just now. He let them float above the realm of the god. They seemed to be of a certain size. They seemed to be 1/10 of the size of the realm of the gods. Lan Xian looked at the smallest fireworks in the starry sky. She looked bigger and bigger. Finally, she fixed her gaze on the huge realm of the god. She was stunned. She did not expect a place with life to be so big. And then, how big is the realm of the gods? It is about 6 million light years long. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. This is the data obtained from the pillar of creation. You just have to make do with it. There is no need to find out how big it is. You just need to know that it is very big. Moreover, this is the data of this era. Because of the great samsara, a part of the realm of the gods seemed to have been destroyed. Those were places that were not protected by the pillar of creation. Now, the remaining 6 million light years are quite stable. At the end of his words, he spread his hands helplessly. The realm of the gods was so big that there was no end to it. The first-generation great deity who created this magical world had left behind countless extremely powerful space-forbidden spells in the space of this world. This allowed the realm of the gods to see the sun rise in the east and set in the west for 24 hours a day. This was also the measurement of time in the Great Yuan realm. It sounded quite incredible that such a big world could maintain this speed every day. However, this was the product of the first-generation great deity. It was their work. What could they do about it? A part of it was destroyed by the explosion? Lan Xian could not help but exclaim. Yun Nuoshing nodded. He calculated in his heart and said, in the ancient age, the length was probably 5 times this number. Lan Xian was speechless. Large-scale travel is the job of high-level gods. If ordinary people want to travel across space, they can just look for a portal. This is strange. Anyway, our speed is fast. We can fly wherever we go. Yun Nuoshing spread his hands. In general, such a large distance does not affect the normal lives of the people in the realm of the god. Ordinary people live in a city. There are mountains, rivers, and rivers. They basically do not need to go out. The slightly stronger cultivators go to and from 1 or 2 cities. The stronger cultivators are, the more they come into contact with the realm of the god. Ordinary underworld kings would need half a month to fly 1 light year, but tearing through space can allow them to cross tens or hundreds of light years in an instant. God emperors can even tear through space to cross tens of thousands of light years without a problem. Take me for example. I can travel in the void and reduce the distance to 100 million. Oh, I can't do that right now because I'm not strong enough. I can only reduce the distance by a 10,000. In addition to my own light element and various methods to reduce distance and increase speed, I can go anywhere in this world. There are also no restrictions on the teleportation gate. It won't be a problem for me to teleport directly from the far west to the far east as long as the teleportation gate's array is sturdy enough and precise enough. Lan Xian was speechless again. What kind of magical existence is this? Yun Nuoshing suddenly fell silent. He waved his hand and made the stars disappear. His eyes focused on the realm of the god. He scanned the whole area. Then, he frowned and tilted his head in confusion. Lan Xian saw this and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Well," Yun Nuoshing sighed gloomily. He said helplessly, "The pillar of creation did not find any problems. At least, the pillar of creation has not found anything that can threaten this world. The fragment far away from this world does not count. That will be blocked by the barrier of creation. That is the most powerful barrier of the pillar of creation. Logically speaking, it should be a good thing that he didn't discover the problem. However, there was a prerequisite. He had already received a short warning. If he still couldn't discover the problem now, then things would get worse. The deeper the threat was hidden, the more deadly it would be when it exploded. Brother Nuashing, look here. Lan Xian suddenly exclaimed and pointed to a place. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked. It was the northern wasteland towards the north. There was a vertical vortex in the space. It was twisting and seemed to be absorbing all the energy in a large area. Because the map here was woven with colored lines, the specific color of the vortex was not known. Therefore, they did not know what the vortex was for. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and understood. Oh, that! It is the demon world. Look at the way the space there is twisting and breaking. It is probably coming out. You can't see this in the realm of the gods. Only the pillar of creation can sense that something is wrong. Lan Xian thought of something and said, the realm of the gods. Is the demon world a part of the realm of the gods? If it is, then won't the size of the realm of the gods continue to expand? Yun Nuashing paused for a moment, then shook his head. Not really. But it should be a part of it. The demon realm was originally a space adjacent to the god realm, and so was the demon realm. The only difference is that the demon realm was created by the demon race, but the demon realm is an incomplete world that was nurtured by the heavens and earth. It's not considered a space of the god realm, but it's also an inseparable part of the god realm. There's a spatial barrier between the two realms. It's hard, but it can be broken by the combined power of hundreds of god emperors. Sometimes it's weak, but sometimes it's so strong that even gods can't tear it apart. It's strange, but this is also the reason why the war of the two realms can't continue. The spatial barrier between the two realms will be sealed, and the demons who are left alone in the god realm will either hide themselves and pretend to be good people and live on, or be killed. The realm of the gods is like the realm of the gods. It is just that the demon world is bigger and more complete. Because the rules there are similar but generally different from the realm of the gods, there is a different kind of life form. Because it is very similar to the realm of the gods, it is also called the demon race. In the past, they were not called the demon race. However, as they were called, it was passed down. It became the demon race that we know today. Yun Nuashing said. I know. Lan Xian raised her hand and said excitedly, in my era there was news about this. The demon race was originally called the ancient royal family. I don't know when they changed their name. Yun Nuashing scratched her cheek and spread her hands. Anyway, that is the general situation. Chapter 10:25. Yun Nuashing used the Pillar of Creation to inspect the Pantheon world thoroughly. He even expanded the scope of his inspection to the star regions surrounding the Pantheon world. He also checked the 2 moons and the 2 suns, but he did not find anything amiss. Yun Nuashing could not help but let out a long sigh. He felt that his obsessive-compulsive disorder was driving him to his death. He pulled his hair in distress. This was really driving him to his death. Hey! I don't believe that if I can't find it today, I will. Before Yun Nuashing could finish his sentence, Lan Xian, who was sitting in midair and feeling bored, jumped up. She quickly reached out to cover his mouth and said excitedly, Brother Nuashing, even if you are blessed by the providence of heaven and earth, you shouldn't say such dangerous things. Yun Nuashing, reality proved that this little girl's hint was very useful. He searched for a whole 6 hours, and the veins in his eyes were about to pop out. He couldn't even recognize the realm of the gods anymore, and he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Ugh! Yun Nuashing breathed a long sigh of relief. He pulled his hair anxiously and felt that he was about to vomit out his soul. Lan Xian also let out a long yawn. She rubbed her eyes and looked helplessly at the model of the Pantheon world in front of her. The Pantheon world, which was made up of colorful lines, was originally a normal flat plate. Now, it had been divided into hundreds of parts, and many hidden inner spaces had been dug out. The search was very thorough, but even so, the two of them still could not find anything amiss. Yun Nuoshing was a little relieved that he did not say the first half of his sentence. He really could not find anything. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and restored the Pantheon world, which had been divided into hundreds of parts, to its original state. He let out a long sigh and said faintly, "Little girl, let's go, eh?" Lan Xian was already a little confused. When she heard this, she quickly stood up. Mei Mao's eyes flickered. Not looking any more? I can't find it. Forget it. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had already searched everywhere she could, and she wouldn't find anything special even if she continued searching. She could only give up. Anyway, she probably couldn't stop what was going to happen. She could only resign herself to fate. Forget it. If there really is a danger of that level, I will feel it in advance. Although it will take a lot less time to react compared to now, I should be able to handle it. Or rather, he hoped that he could handle it. Lan Xian mimicked him and shrugged her shoulders. After dealing with this origin pillar, Yun Nuoshing sighed and waved her hand. She brought Lan Xian back to the Fire Phoenix and left the place. They continued to move towards the next origin pillar. More than 10 days later, the inspection of the last origin pillar in the Ganyuan region was completed. In the vast origin region, streaks of golden light burst out from the ground. It was a magnificent golden rain, but it was reversed. All the golden lights burst out from the ground and gathered in the sky. This magnificent scene shocked everyone in the Ganyuan region. Countless people looked up and saw the dense golden lights flying into the sky. They gathered in places that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, and there was a rumbling sound. Vaguely, one could hear the sound of rolling thunder. Something seemed to be forming in the sky. Buzz buzz. In the hidden place where the pillar of creation was hidden, Yun Nuoshing covered his long hair, which was fluttering in the wind. Together with Lan Xiner, he looked up at the golden rain gathering in the sky. Gradually, a huge and boundless magic formation appeared. An obscure wave spread rapidly in the void, disturbing the space. The revival of the divine sky formation is really big. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but sigh. This time, he couldn't hide it anymore. He could feel that this vast phenomenon was happening in the entire Ganyuan region. After that attack, the divine sky formation escaped into the ground of the Ganyuan region and was repairing itself. This might have something to do with its own nature. The other 4 guardian formations didn't have such an ability. It was also because of its self-repair that Yun Nua planet simply took out the rule fragments that had been automatically expelled to the edge of the magic formation, and the magic formation came back to life. The Great Primal Chaos Magic Formation and the Saint Soul Magic Formation had just come to life. They were still hidden in the void of the Divine Realm, absorbing all the energy to repair themselves. The Divine Royal Heaven Magic Formation was already in a state where it could be used. In other words, if he didn't like the Ganyuan region, he could slap them right now. Forget it, forget it. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand with a bitter smile. It was just a thought, and it was strangled to death before it even floated to the surface of his brain. He didn't have any problems with the Ganyuan region, so he didn't need to directly bombard them with the Divine Sky Array. I think Brother Nuoshing was thinking about something very scary just now. Lan Xian muttered, which made him smile even more bitterly. He did think of something very scary just now, the kind that ordinary people wouldn't dare to think about. Rumble, the sound of the space trembling came from the sky. Her heart also trembled. This was the sound of the air trembling. She felt that the space seemed to be afraid of something, like a frightened small beast. She couldn't help but raise her head. She saw a huge golden formation. Just the outline of the formation's edge was already very far away, reaching the end of her line of sight. The huge golden formation was shining with a soul-stirring energy arc. All the energy in the world was jumping and swaying on the formation. The dazzling light was even more dazzling than the sun. The energy overflowing from the formation made her feel suffocated. This is the true Grand Guardian array. When Yun Nuoshing saw this, he couldn't help but chuckle. This was what the Guardian formation looked like when it was ready to attack. Lan Xian's jade hand trembled slightly. She quickly grabbed Yun Nuoshing's hand and took a deep breath. Cold sweat slid down her forehead. Mei Mao stared at the formation. This was the Guardian formation. The energy that made one's heart palpitate was far beyond that of the gods. The power of the heavenly gods was pale and powerless in front of it. This is the power that represents the entire realm of the god. This is the power of the will of the realm of the god. Yun Nuoshing licked his lips and smiled evilly. In a trance, he seemed to see that day again, the day when the Five Wheels Guardian formation attacked with all its might. All right, he admitted that he had a desire to destroy, and it wasn't a small one at that. Even the deity arts and profound arts that he cultivated were all extremely destructive and had a large area of effect. He was a walking combustible and explosive object. Wherever he went, he could blast a hole in the realm of the god. Sensing Lan Xian's slightly strange gaze, Yun Nuoshing hurriedly coughed dryly and straightened his face. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying formation in front of him gradually retreated into the void. The people outside could only see the rain of light dissipating, but they could not see the main body of the protective formation. However, such a grand phenomenon today would probably spread quickly throughout the entire realm of the god. Perhaps some of the old monsters would be alarmed by the super strange phenomenon that occurred in the Dry Plain region. After settling the matters in the Ganyuan region, Yun Nuoshing stretched his body. At this time, the fire phoenix was floating on the border between the Ganyuan region and the Ganyuan region. There was a huge mountain here that had been flattened by a sword. The mountain range was hundreds of thousands of feet long. There were a few large words written on it. The Ganyuan region border. That's really straightforward. Lan Xian looked at the words and shook her head speechlessly. The border between the Ganyuan region and the Ganyuan region was really too obvious. Oh, I really want to give myself a vacation. Yun Nuoshing laid lazily on the fire phoenix and stretched his body. Lan Xian sat down and moved his head to her soft thighs. She rubbed his long hair and smiled. Brother Nuoshing, what do you want to do when you have a vacation? Oh. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while and tilted his head. What should I do? The smile on Lan Xian's face froze. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook her head. So he just wanted to rest, but he didn't think of what to do. However, the answer was probably, eat, sleep, and watch the sun rise. Watch the sun in the morning, cultivate when you have nothing to do, make tea and watch the sun in the afternoon, and watch the stars at night. Yun Nuoshing snapped his fingers and said with a smile. See, that's the answer. Lan Xian smiled helplessly and changed the topic. It seems that we didn't stay in the Ganyuan region for long this time. Because there was nothing else to do. We didn't go to any place that required us to stay for a long time. We just repaired the pillars of the origin and repaired the Guardian formation. There was nothing else to do. When we were in the Ganyuan region, we went to the Ju Milky Way in the Spirit State City and made a scene in the Yinyang world. We also went to the Crazy Girl's hometown, the Celestial King Valley, and the Saint Spirit Miracle. These places took us a lot of time. Yun Nuoshing said as he twirled his fingers. The Ganyuan region was very fast, so we didn't find any interesting places. Xian and the others were also cultivating, so we didn't go to any interesting places. So, the whole thing in the Ganyuan region was settled in less than a month. Lan Xian tilted her head. How long has it been since we came out of the Nine Deities Temple? Yun Nuashing calculated with her fingers and gave an accurate answer. 82 days, almost 3 months. Including the 1 month of rest in the 9 deities' temple, there are still about 7 months before the demon world descends. This should be 90% accurate, so there won't be any delay if there are no accidents. Lan Xian spread her hands. Mei Mao glanced down. The Ganyuan region was full of mountains. Aside from the demon world, it was a paradise for monsters and demon beasts. The number of demon beasts and monsters living in this region accounted for 40% of the population in the heavenly realm. Of the remaining 60%, 40% were in the Eastern Sea, and the remaining 20% were scattered all over the heavenly realm. There were still many rare beasts hidden in the forests of the Ganyuan region. Perhaps they would find some demon beasts that were thought to be extinct but were actually still alive. Little Magic, who was lying on the side, was still sleeping. Since the fire phoenix quieted down, he didn't make much noise. Every day, he would lie beside Yun Nuashing. However, because the latter also used light sleep to travel, Little Magic also slept all day. Xiao Xian was about the same. Both of them had inherited Yun Nuashing's lazy personality and slept all day. Otherwise, why would people say that things take after their masters? Little Magic came out of the Ganyuan region, right? After many years, he somehow went to the Kuan-Yuan region and was finally found in the Yin-Yang world, Lan Xian said softly. Yun Nuashing nodded. Yes, the Book of Epics shows that this little guy did wake up in the Ganyuan region. Back then, he was sealed when he was still a cub. That's why he survived until this era unscathed. The stronger the existence, the weaker the sealing effect of the glazed crystal. The divine grade glazed crystal can seal all life forms except the gods. You are such a lazy bum. You're already at the door of your hometown, but you're still sleeping. Lan Xian stretched out her slender fingers and poked Little Magic's body. The latter's round body was very soft. When she poked it, she could feel its amazing elasticity. It was like a meatball. You sleep every day, just like your master. Yun Nuashing's head tilted and he almost rolled down. He looked at Lan Xian, who was smiling sweetly. Just say it. Why did he have to be implicated even when he was like this? Brother Nuashing, do you want to go to the southern ice world first, or directly to the Ganyuan region? Lan Xian winked at Mei Mao and asked with a smile. You still remember? Yun Nuashing scratched his head. At that time, he murmured something. He didn't expect her to remember it. He had said it on the platform on Heavenly Abyss. At that time, he had said that he wanted to go to the southern ice world. However, Yun Nuashing tilted his head. His eyes were filled with some sea blue. He looked into the distance and pondered. He frowned slightly. He saw something in the place that made his eyes dim and confused. In fact, going to the southern ice world was not something he wanted to do in this life. It was something Quarter Moon wanted to do, but she didn't have time to complete it. Wait a minute. Yun Nuashing shook his head and sat up. He flipped his palm and took out a device made of arrays. It was a round plate about 1 foot in diameter. The top part of the plate was bigger, and the bottom part was smaller. In the center of the plate there was a dazzling ball, which was as dazzling as the sun. Even the device itself was sparkling with the purple color of the spirit essence star area. It was the astrolabe. Yun Nuashing had used it to predict the time when the demon world would descend. He had also predicted that something would happen in the near future. He had met a guy who would change his life completely. Turning the astrolabe with both hands, 5 extremely dim black rings appeared behind him, slowly revolving around him. Yun Nuashing closed his eyes, the astrolabe trembled slightly. Suddenly, thousands of tiny stars lit up above the astrolabe. The light was incomparably dazzling. Lan Xian stared at him without blinking. She quietly moved closer to him. About 10 minutes later, Yun Nuashing opened his eyes. The thousands of stars on the astrolabe dimmed down one by one. The sparks were extinguished, and the astrolabe returned to its original lightless state. Then, he sighed and shook his head. The South Ice World. I can't go there for now. Forget it. I'll go to the extreme plain region. He had an ideal route in the past. After solving the problem in the dry plain region, he would wander around the South Ice World. Then, he would go to the extreme plain region. Then, he would go to the extreme plain region. Then, he would go to the extreme plain region to find Luli. After that, he would go to the Ice World's God Realm. Finally, he would go to the small divine land. After that, he would go to the demon world. He wanted to see what kind of earth-shaking things would happen in this life. Anyway, in his prediction, the storm that the demon world would stir up this time would not be small. Anyway, ideals are always beautiful. In reality, there are always many bumps and bruises. Even though we know that there is a situation, we still can't help but imagine the future. This is a common problem that is hard to change. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and said self-mockingly. Lon Xan or shrugged. Everyone wanted their script to develop according to the ideal situation. However, no matter how hard they tried, unexpected things would always happen. Even if the final result was achieved, the process would not be exactly the same. Yun Nuoshing also sighed helplessly. He picked up Little Magic and put him on his head. He patted his tail that was swaying in front of him and sighed. Let's go, little guy. We're going back to our hometown. You have to come back to visit occasionally, right? Brother Nuoshing said that he would bring Xian home to visit. How long has it been? Lon Xen mumbled. Cough cough. Yun Nuoshing choked and coughed crazily. He rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. It has been a long time. I even said that I would bring her to Fengyan Mountain to retrieve the origin of fire. So many years have passed. In the end, we still haven't gone. We've been going around in circles in the realm of the gods. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Years ago, he said that he would go to Fengyan Mountain a long time ago. However, he received news that someone was attacking the forbidden land of elemental element. In the end, he didn't go. Coincidentally, something happened in the ghoulish forest at that time. He also ran over to join in the fun. In short, this matter was delayed indefinitely. Now, it seemed that he had to make some arrangements. He couldn't keep delaying his promise to that girl. He wasn't a procrastinator. It was just that many things had happened along the way. Scratching his head, Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about anything else. Let's go to the realm of ultimate plane first. We just have to cross the huge mountain in front of us. The fire phoenix let out a loud and clear cry. It flapped its wings and flew towards the huge mountain. Even though they were in the sky, they didn't come from the mountain at all. Just as they crossed the huge mountain, Little White, who was leisurely lying down in Yun Nuoshing's spiritual world, suddenly shivered. Its tiger fur stood on end. Its eyes suddenly opened. It jumped out of the spiritual world and landed in front of Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing was shocked when Little White suddenly rushed out from between her eyebrows. Before she and Lon Sheener could say anything, Little White transformed into a little boy who was only 1.3 meters tall. He had fluffy white hair and blue patterns on his face. A thoughtful look appeared on his handsome face. He gritted his teeth. What's wrong, Little White? Yun Nuoshing tilted her head in confusion. She reached out and grabbed his tail. Little White swung his tail and slipped away from her hand. He snorted and scratched his fluffy long hair. He said, I feel the aura of the Azure Dragon. Oh, Little Blue. It's in the realm of ultimate plane? Yun Nuoshing was startled for a moment, but he was not too surprised. This place was really suitable to be used as a nest for demonic beasts. He then nodded. Can you feel the specific place? Little White frowned and shook his head. I can only vaguely feel that it's in the west. I don't know where it is in the west. Also, it doesn't seem like the stupid housekeeper's aura. That slow and anxious aura, Little White mumbled. Before he could say anything, Yun Nuoshing had a guess. Could it be little Xian's aura? It's with little Blue? Little White scratched his head and nodded. It seems like it. The two of them should have woken up earlier than me. They should have returned to the realm of ultimate plane. Could it be there? But that place has been destroyed. After pondering for a long time, Little White waved his hand and said, I'll come out for now. I'll tell you when I find the specific location of those two idiots. After saying that, he slipped to the side and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and a bluish-white aura slowly flowed around his body. Yun Nuoxing and Lan Xiner looked at each other and spread their hands. It seemed that they could look forward to this trip to the realm of ultimate plane. Chapter 10:26. Boom! In the empty forest, a huge figure that was at least 100 feet in size suddenly swept past. It was like a small mountain that had collapsed. It crashed into a part of the forest and finally smashed into the ground. The earth trembled and rumbled as if there was an earthquake. At the end of the open path in the forest, a figure slowly appeared. His colorful hair was fluttering in the wind. It was Yun Nuoxing. The star pearl between his eyebrows was shining brightly, and there were 6 colorful wings on his back. What was different from usual was that there were many patterns on his face. He had a wild look to him, which added a different charm to his already beautiful face. Lan Xian poked her head out from behind him. Mei Mao blinked. At this time, there were some changes in her lively eyes. Her pupils had become vertical slits, and the black slits in her eyes would shrink and open. Even the color of her eyeballs had been dyed a light purple, which was very demonic. She popped out to take a look. Then, she stretched out her jade-like legs and kicked the mountain-like body. She found that it was completely dead, and even its breath of life was fading. Then, she stretched out her jade-like hands with satisfaction. The power of space surged, and she grabbed the gigantic demonic beast and walked back. When the white meatball on Yun Nuoxing's head saw this, it jumped down from his head excitedly. It bounced on Lan Xian's head and then landed on the body of the gigantic demonic beast. After bouncing a few times, it turned around and looked at them with joy. Its sparkling little eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. It even cried out happily at them, and its tail, which had a flower hanging from it, wagged quickly. Pfft! Lan Xian couldn't help but laugh. She hugged Little Magic and rubbed it. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands helplessly. They didn't plan to come down here to do anything. Little Magic suddenly felt hungry and wanted to eat something. Moreover, he wanted to eat meat. So, he couldn't help but stop. He randomly caught a divine sun-level demonic beast that looked like it had good meat and slapped it to death. Yun Nuoxing snapped her fingers and precisely controlled the energy. She skinned the huge magic beast, drained its blood, and set it on fire. The entire process was smooth and didn't take any time. Lan Xian stood beside the stream and looked at herself in the mirror. Her jade-like hands touched her slightly purple eyes, which were full of charm. After a while, she jumped to Yun Nuoxing's side and asked, "Brother Nuoxing, is it really necessary to disguise yourself?" Yun Nuoxing moved her hands, and in a short while, the huge mountain of meat was divided into dozens of pieces. She put them on a rack and started to barbecue them with the divine flame. Now that she had time, she nodded and said, "After all, the ultimate plane region is the territory of the demonic beasts and the demon race. The human race has a main city here. It's said that the two races coexist, but it's the most chaotic of all the main cities in the region. The other cities, such as the Linwu City in the Kuan-Yuan region, the Heavenly Fate City in the Gan-Yuan region, and the Xingming City in the Taiyuan region, are not as chaotic as the City of Beasts in the Ultimate Plane region. The demonic beasts and the demonic beasts were the same kind, but their evolutionary branches were not exactly the same. So, they were divided into two races. In fact, when the demonic beasts and the demonic beasts both took human form, it was not clear whether they were demonic beasts or demonic beasts. So, they were called the demon race. The demonic beasts referred to those who couldn't and didn't choose to take human form. Little Star doesn't like trouble, so it's better for you to disguise yourselves as the demon race. That's enough. Also, disguise your breath. As long as you don't use your full strength, you won't be exposed. Little White used her hand as a knife to cut off a piece of meat. The meat was cooked on the surface, but there was still a piece of red inside. She opened her mouth and took a bite, muttering. Lon Exhilarating nodded. Basically, she wouldn't encounter a situation where she had to use her full strength. Actually, this was only referring to her. Yun Nuashing had a soul contract with Little White and Yun Nuashing, so it was not a problem for her to disguise her breath completely as a demonic beast. However, she was a pure human. With the help of Little White and Yun Nuashing, she could only disguise herself as a demonic beast. But if it wasn't necessary, she probably wouldn't use her Emperor of the Netherworld level power. That's right. The Emperor of the Netherworld level could only be accurately measured after one's body was restored. In the past, when one was just a soul, it was impossible to accurately identify one's current level. Although Yun Nuashing was a little surprised, she wasn't too shocked. This was the result of her soul being sealed in the mysterious crystal for more than 90 eras. This result could be said to be quite small and slow. When Yun Nuashing and the others cultivated to the later divine level, it was only a matter of 100 million years. After that, they struggled for more than 2 eras before they became divine-level existences. But he also felt gratified. At least this girl had a new body, and there weren't any sequelae. Even if he didn't have that incomplete scroll, he now had many ways to help her restore her body. Perhaps the effect would be better. Dong! A violent tremor came from the end of the world. There was a powerful explosion of energy, which made Lon Exhilarating turn her head. Her small mouth gently bit off a piece of cooked meat. She blinked at Mei Mao and said, "It seems like someone is fighting?" "There is a demon aura." Little White held the barbecued meat and buried her head in her mouth. She didn't even raise her head as she said this. Yun Nuashing's eyes lit up. She glanced at the other side and saw a fleet of flying ships hurrying away. Behind the fleet, there was an unusually violent explosion of energy. It was 2 people fighting. Demons. The billowing demon aura couldn't be emitted by human cultivators. However, it was extremely easy to see experts of the demon clan fighting in the ultimate plane region. These 2 long-lived guys. It's not easy for me to come out on a ship. I'm so angry that I can't believe I met these 2 devils. Speed up. Motherf *Ker, get rid of those 2 devils and don't look back. This is 8 lifetimes of bad luck. I can't believe I saw 2 young Supreme Masters of the Ultimate Plane region fighting in this place. I'll be involved in it. Curses came from the fleet that was fleeing in embarrassment. The flying ships that were lagging behind had different degrees of damage. They were all affected by the aftermath of the explosion of energy from the fight between the 2. Not many demonic beasts of the demon clan could master the power of elements. Their body structure and soul structure were different from that of the human clan. The human clan was known as the wisest of all creatures, and they could use everything in the world. However, the experts of the demon clan could only use their own strength. There were pros and cons in the fight between the 2 of them. The energy fluctuations in the sky were the aftermath of the fight between the 2 kings of the Ultimate Plane region. One of them saw that the damaged ships were still moving slowly even though they tried their best to accelerate. He shouted coldly, "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay and wait for me to kill you?" The people on the ships were furious. Motherf *Ker, you 2 lunatics destroyed their ships, and now you're complaining that they can't move? You broke their legs and you want to run? You're not even allowed to watch the fight. You're really overbearing. A demonic shadow appeared behind the other person. He looked like a human and didn't have any characteristics of the demon clan. His long black hair danced in the wind, and a violent demonic aura was released between heaven and earth. His majestic body brought an unparalleled sense of oppression to the space. He was like a demon king. He was a young king, and his aura was incomparably powerful. Wei Chongting, you're getting more and more out of life. Can you feel any satisfaction from giving orders to some ants? He spat out a blazing breath, and powerful runes appeared all over his body, filling his body with extremely tyrannical explosive power. His fist, which was the size of a cattail hassock, could probably pierce through space with one punch. Bah! The man called Wei Chongting spat out a mouthful of blood and said coldly, "The weak are prey to the strong. This has always been the case. Ants dare to watch a fight between gods? Who gave them the right?" Clang! The two of them punched and kicked each other. Their bodies danced and left afterimages. The explosive shock waves shook the space, and a trace of pitch-black cracks tore open in the space. The former was at a disadvantage after dozens of collisions in an instant. At this time, he was slapped thousands of feet away. "Rui Gu, you haven't made any progress after all these years. You've really disappointed me," Wei Chongting shouted coldly. He stepped out thousands of feet and chased after him. Yun Nuoxing calmly retracted his gaze. He no longer needed the eye of the ocean that was glowing with blue light. In his line of sight, he could already see the figures of the two people who were fighting getting closer and closer. Every time they collided, a violent whirlwind of energy would blow up from the ground, breaking the surrounding trees. They seemed to be coming. Lan Xian licked her red lips and stretched her neck to secretly take a bite of the barbecued meat in Yun Nuoxing's hand. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and nodded. She didn't say anything, indicating that she didn't need to pay attention to them. Rui Gu's figure forcibly stopped in midair. With a roar, layers of fist and palm prints exploded out. Under the attack, Wei Chongting roared, his face flushed red. He fiercely punched out, and a wave of demonic aura was condensed into an air cannon that was 100 feet in size. It crushed through the space in front of him, smashing through the layers of fist prints. Wei Chongting's figure suddenly stiffened. He looked down and found that a few people were leisurely eating barbecued meat. They didn't even look at them, as if they didn't care about their fight at all. He suddenly sneered and said, "Irrelevant people, I'll give you 10 seconds to evacuate. Otherwise I'll kill you." Yun Nuoxing, Lan Xian, and Little White looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. This king of the younger generation of the ultimate plain region was too arrogant. They were just sitting here eating meat and he could even implicate them. "You guys can continue fighting. It won't affect us. Don't worry." Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved his hand. It wasn't that he didn't understand the meaning behind Wei Chongting's words, but he was too lazy to pay attention. A mere demigod can't understand human language. Wei Chongting roared angrily. He clenched his fists so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. "I told you to leave. No spectators are allowed in this fight." Rui Gu swooped down and landed in front of him. He shook his numb hands and said with a faint smile, "Wei Chongting, you're really living without dignity. You actually have to rely on bullying the weak to show your existence." When Yun Nuoxing and the others heard this, they couldn't help but frown. These words were even more impolite than what he said before. They just didn't know if this guy had a loose tongue or if he didn't mean it. The people of the goblin race, because of their valiant customs, the strong would wantonly trample on the weak. This kind of thing was too common. This kind of drama was played out every day in the realm of the god. It was just that it was a lot more exaggerated here. Yun Nuoxing slowly bit off a piece of meat and sucked the shredded meat into his mouth. He used a silk handkerchief to wipe the glistening oil on his hands, then said indifferently, "If you guys want to fight, then fight. What does it have to do with us? We're only eating meat here. We're not obstructing you." Good, good, good. Wei Chongting was so angry that he laughed and said, "Then you guys can stay here today. I can't be bothered with your fight, but if you guys want to fight, then don't blame me for being too heavy-handed." Yun Nuoxing glanced at Wei Chongting, who was waving his hands, and said indifferently, "Arrogant." Wei Chongting was furious. He glared at him and clenched his fist. A black light burst out from the space and slashed toward Yun Nuoxing's forehead. In the space, it suddenly turned into a huge black hand that was 300 meters in size and pressed down. Rue Gu, who was at the side, didn't stop him. He only looked at this scene with ridicule. There were very few people who dared to speak to them like this. It was really a little interesting. And what was even more interesting was yet to come. That huge black hand gradually enlarged in Yun Nuoxing's eyes. In almost a flash, it appeared 10 meters in front of him, as if it was covering the sky and covering the earth. However, to him, this speed was like slow motion in his eyes. He calmly stretched out his right hand and fiercely blasted out a palm. Boom! The huge black hand was easily shattered by an even more terrifying force. The two forces just happened to be annihilated at the same time and dissipated in midair. Rue Gu was surprised. This person was a little interesting. Wei Chongting was slightly startled. Then, he narrowed his eyes. Black demon aura rose from behind him and gradually revealed a huge beast shadow. It seemed to be his original form. It was blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. It let out a sharp sound wave at Yun Nuoxing and the others, shaking the space. The original form of the demon clan was a taboo. When fighting, unless it was necessary, they basically wouldn't reveal their true form. It was easy for others to see through their move. Some ocean blue color surged in Yun Nuoxing's eyes again. He glanced at Wei Chongting and murmured in a low voice, "Imperial Blood Phoenix Bell, little bird." Wei Chongting's eyes trembled, and he turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that his original form would be seen through at a glance. Rue Gu also turned his gaze in surprise. Then, he looked at Yun Nuoxing solemnly and couldn't help but take a step back. This guy was very dangerous, but why hadn't he heard of this person before? It was impossible for someone who could easily see through the original form of others to be unknown. "You're courting death," Wei Chongting roared angrily. Their clan had the inheritance of the phoenix blood. It was very weak, but it was firmly preserved. In the demon clan, once one was tainted with the bloodline of the four gods, their status would become very honorable. Their strength was also very powerful. Their phoenix bellbirds were the best among them. There were many talents, and no one had ever called them little birds. Myriad phoenix blood howl. All the blood in Wei Chongting's body was boiling. The illusory shadow behind him became extremely solid. Since he had already been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. It was a huge blood-red bird that was at least 10,000 feet in size. The feathers on the edge of its wings were a bit reddish-pink. Its eyes, which were as large as copper bells, were filled with a cold, murderous aura, causing the temperature of the space to drop a lot. Seeing this, Rue Gu had a bad feeling and hurriedly retreated tens of thousands of feet. Screech! A sharp screech filled with blood energy sounded. The space began to tremble and distort violently. A sound wave streaked across the space, and the space was stacked together like waves at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then it was crushed. A huge energy pit exploded in the mountain forest below. The power of the blood energy shockwave was gradually increasing along the way. "This guy has become stronger again." Rue Gu's expression was slightly shocked. Soundwave-type moves were extremely fatal. It would cause the energy in other people's bodies to resonate and trigger an explosion. It would injure oneself from the inside out. If it was light, one would be seriously injured. If it was serious, it would not be impossible for one to directly die. Even if one was strong enough to withstand this kind of profound skill, they would have to divert their attention to suppress the energy that was forcefully resonated with, thus diverting their attention. If he fainted from the shock, then the battle would be over. The little bird's cry is quite loud. Unfortunately, its voice is too unpleasant to listen to. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and said indifferently, "It's just a fake phoenix bloodline that you stole from the four gods of heaven and earth." You guys think too highly of yourselves. She shook her head with a soundless smile. It did not matter if it was the demon race or the demonic beasts in this world. Those who claimed to possess the bloodline of the four gods were not the true bloodline of the four gods. They were merely lucky enough to obtain a fragment of the four gods' law imprint in the four gods' law of heaven and earth. They fused it into their blood and turned it into a special bloodline. Those phoenixes, the descendants of the azure dragon, and so on were all obtained this way. They did not possess the pure bloodline of the four gods. But even so, those who possessed this bloodline of the four gods were more than 10 times stronger than ordinary bloodlines. They were not on the same level. Yun Nuoshing stretched out her hand and softly shouted, "Quiet!" Extremely suddenly, that crazily spreading blood-colored shockwave stopped abruptly. In an instant, it was as if ice and snow had melted, leaving not a single trace behind. The destroyed mountain forest and the signs of trees shattering and flying also stiffly stopped. It was as if time had stopped at this moment, and then something was erased. Crack! That huge demonic beast shadow was suddenly filled with thick cracks. The flapping wings of the huge demonic beast abruptly stopped. In the next moment, it shattered into thousands of fragments. Those fragments instantly dissipated into thousands of wisps of black fog and dissipated into the air. Poochie! With the demonic beast's true body shattered, Wei Chongting's face became incomparably pale. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. His aura was extremely weak. Now, even flying in the air was difficult for him. His figure staggered as he floated down from the sky. He half knelt on the ground, his entire body convulsing incessantly. Wei Chongting was horrified. Even the other young supreme beings of this generation were unable to break his demonic beast shadow in one strike. That was the unique talent of the demon race expert. The shadow of the demonic beast's true body that was transformed had the same strength as the original body. It was equivalent to the original body. When combined with the human form, it could unleash twice the strength. He had never experienced being instantly killed after using the demonic beast shadow. Yun Nuoshing took a bite of the barbecued meat. The oil glistened between her lips and teeth as she chewed. Her colorful eyes looked maliciously at Wei Chongting, who was half kneeling on the ground. The latter's hair stood on end. He dragged his heavily injured body and hurriedly retreated a distance. Why did he feel that the gaze was sizing up his body, which weighed a few 100 kilograms? You look. Yun Nuoshing licked her lips, revealing a row of sparkling pearl-white teeth. Very delicious. Wei Chongting turned pale with fright. His entire body turned transparent. He screamed in horror and retreated backward desperately. Pervert! I'm not playing anymore. Rui Gu also shuddered and retreated continuously. Yun Nuoshing glanced over. He was so frightened that he almost peed his pants. He retreated in a panic and almost crashed into a tree. What a pity! What a good ingredient! Yun Nuoshing licked her lips. This ultimate plain region was heaven for foodies. As long as they had the strength, they could eat delicacies every day. The two who had not gone too far were really scared to the point of peeing their pants when they heard this. They did not bother to say anything and ran wildly, afraid that they would be roasted and eaten if they stayed here. Chapter 10:27. After the two demons disappeared from sight, Yun Nuoshing gracefully wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth, tore off a piece of roasted meat, and took a small bite. I didn't expect to see two demons on the supreme leaderboard as soon as I arrived at the ultimate plane region. Moreover, they seem to be supreme beings of a generation. They are at the same level as the Emperor of War of Kuan Yuan, the Divine King. Lan Xian nodded silently. Mei Mao glanced at him and asked, "Did you hide Xian and the others?" "Oh, I hid them well," Yun Nuoshing replied with a smile, and pointed at her temple. "I hid them all here." This time, they had other things to do in the ultimate plane region. Unlike when they were in the Ganyuan region, where they could stay thousands of miles above the ground with the fire phoenix. He was only going down to fix the pillar of creation and the guardian formation. This time, he might have to work a little longer, and he felt that it was safer to carry them with him, so he stuffed them into his spiritual world. After all, the group of girls used his spiritual world as a place to sleep. Xian and the others were also in seclusion, and they lacked a peaceful environment. The area in his spiritual world was absolutely quiet, unless something happened that alarmed the chaos. So, did anything happen to that unreliable white-haired guy? Yun Nuoxing yawned and glanced at Whitey, who was chewing. Whitey's face stiffened, and a drop of cold sweat fell from its forehead. It looked away guiltily, and the movement of its mouth slowed down a little. All right, I didn't discover anything. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. He couldn't discover it even if it was hidden in the realm of the gods. In that case, even if he came to the ultimate plane region and was slightly closer to it, there wouldn't be too strong of a reaction. He could vaguely feel the position of the west, which was actually pretty good. Not bad, my foot. They were now in the easternmost part of the ultimate plane region, and the west was the entire ultimate plane region. There was not much difference between having a little reaction, right? Crunch! Yun Nuoxing crushed a bone, and the cracking sound made Little Magic's hair shiver. He carefully turned his head, and when he saw that Yun Nuoxing did not do anything, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then calmly moved back a little. Cough cough, about that idiot housekeeper really likes to play hide and seek. Isn't it normal to not be able to find her? Seeing Yun Nuoxing's smiling face, Little White couldn't help but shiver and laugh dryly. Actually, if the two of them were really hiding in the ultimate plane region, that place would probably become a place where demonic beasts wouldn't dare to stay. The bloodline of the four gods has an absolute suppressive effect on the demonic beasts, so not many demonic beasts and demonic beasts would go near that place. It's also possible that they would become a guardian deity, attracting the attention of many demonic beasts. Be gentler. Whitey put the meat aside dejectedly, and sat down obediently. Yun Nuoxing pinched his cheeks fiercely. You used a bunch of my high-level diagrams and borrowed the Book of Epics, and now you can't even find those two sleeping fellows? This guy used at least 10 divine-grade diagrams. Even if he had a lot of them, he shouldn't have squandered them like this, right? If he used them all up, he would not be able to produce more. He even swore that he would definitely find them, but 3 or 4 days had passed, and he did not find anything. In short, it hurts. Whitey was furious. Yun Nuoxing saw this, and her cheeks trembled, and she let him go. She sighed and rubbed her cheeks and hurriedly said, If the two of them are really sleeping in the ultimate plane region, it will be very easy to find them. It's just like the forbidden areas in the realm of the gods. If the two of them are really in the ultimate plane region, it will be like a forbidden area. Are you saying that they can't enter no matter what? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. Whitey, if they really exist, they will be very conspicuous, and everyone will know. No, all beasts will know. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. In the end, they came to the ultimate plane region to look for forbidden areas? He knew of 2 or 3 forbidden areas in the ultimate plane region. One of them existed in the ancient era, and 2 of them were known in this era. One of them was very vague, and the description was ambiguous. He did not even know if it existed. Burial ground of heaven, beast king's abyss, or Godfall sky? Tell me one, and I will arrange it. Yun Nuoxing stroked her long hair and said, Godfall sky has been destroyed. That was originally the hiding place of the 4 divine beasts. It was the hiding place of the 4 divine beasts when we were young, and it was a place of quiet recuperation, a place of cultivation. That's why the Azure Dragon and the others should not be there. Whitey mumbled. Destroyed? What do you mean by destroyed? Wasn't it still fine in the ancient era? Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised. This was the forbidden area of the ultimate plane region that he knew of in the ancient era. He did not expect to hear about it again after so many years, and it was already destroyed. Moreover, it was the place where the 4 divine beasts cultivated when they were young. It was no wonder that Whitey did not hide in its infancy, and directly walked on the earth. In the past, when the 4 divine beasts were born, they were basically mature. This referred to the maturity of their form. They had completely transformed into human form, and did not leak the slightest bit of divine beast aura. It did not refer to their cultivation. When their cultivation reached the initial deity realm, they were considered to have reached the initial deity realm. Being able to completely transform into human form and conceal their aura meant that they were mature in form. However, back then, the phoenix was an egg, hiding in that dark place, and Whitey was hiding in the divine tiger mountain villa. At this time, he still had many characteristics of the white tiger on his body, and could not completely conceal them. He did not know what happened to these 2 fellows in their previous life. The end of every life for us 4 divine beasts is due to a great disaster. We will not run out of lifespan. When we die, we will return to the Godfall sky to recuperate until we reappear one day. These are all memories that originate from the bloodline. As for the other memories, unless we are completely dead, the memories of that life will be preserved. Even if we are completely dead, we will leave behind a wisp of our soul to return to the Godfall sky. We will need to recuperate for a very long time before we can reappear, Whitey said. Then in this life of yours? Because the Godfall sky was destroyed, you were recuperating in the forest outside the divine Tiger Mountain Villa? Yun Nuashing recalled the first time they met. Whitey was silent for a while, then said, "After we parted ways with Yu Ing in our previous life, the 3 of us were sealed by him. We were anxious to go out and see what happened, but we couldn't find a way to break his seal. We were also unwilling to wait for 100 or 200 years, so we accidentally tortured ourselves to the point where we needed to be exiled to slowly recover. You can just treat it as us torturing ourselves to death, and then we each found a place to recuperate. Because we were not completely dead, the memories of that life were still preserved, so we could still recognize you after 3 eras. While we were waiting for our resurrection, we also felt that the contract between us had disappeared. That bastard had used the revolving heaven samsara to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and we also went completely silent. You can probably guess what happened after that. We just woke up in that mountain 5 or 6 years before we met you." Saying that it was the previous life was just to make it easier to differentiate. In reality, they did not die in the life when they followed Feng Yuing. Yes, they had completely died in their previous life, and when they revived again, it was a cycle of reincarnation. After a lifetime, their cycle of reincarnation was different from that of others, as they would only revive in the realm of the gods. By the way, other than the memories of our previous life, we only have the memories of our bloodline left. We speculate that it was completely destroyed once in the previous life, and all the memories of the past no longer exist. Whitey spread out his hands. When was the Godfall sky destroyed? Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. I don't know. When I reacted, the place where I lived had already been destroyed. In my previous life, I did not come out from the Godfall sky. Whitey shook his head blankly. The beginning of his memories was not in the Godfall sky. The special rules of the Godfall sky, as well as the special energy that was left there, circled around and divided a huge area, forming a special natural formation. It was very powerful, and people who were not gods could not enter it. If you want to destroy it, you would need the power of a god, so it might be something that happened in the previous era. Whitey spread his hands. The number of gods in this era was so small that it was negligible. There were only 3 of them, and there were no records of which 3 were left behind. Only the declaration of the gods told the world that there were 3 gods in the realm of the god. Other than that, there was no other news. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and sighed. No matter what, we should find a chance to go to the Godfall sky and take a look. Whitey shrugged. Up to you. That place has become the most ordinary place. The energy has been completely annihilated. I went back to take a look in my previous life. A few days later, Yun Nuoshing and the others walked on the land of the ultimate plain region. It was a land of mountains, and each of the 4 regions of the divine prefecture was about the same size as the original region. The southern region was mostly flat, and there were very few forests and deserts. It was evergreen all year round. The ultimate plain region and the East Sea were heaven for demon beasts and demonic beasts. The latter was full of water. Only the ultimate plain region had mountains that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles, or even millions of miles. It was magnificent, with cliffs, springs, and waterfalls. In the forest, ancient trees stood tall, and celestial beasts were faintly discernible. Fortunately, we have Sister Feng and Whitey's auras, which saved us a lot of trouble. Lan Xen waved her hand. Looking at the giant beasts that were hundreds of feet long and thousands of feet long, she couldn't help but shake her head. The auras of the phoenix and the white tiger were too frightening. As soon as they got close, the entire forest was frightened. Yun Nuoshing shook the oil paper umbrella in his hand and stretched out his hand. Under the sunlight, his arm was as white as jade and as white as ice crystals. When the oil paper umbrella in his hand was taken, he turned his gaze and saw Lan Xen sticking out her tongue at him with a smile. She held the oil paper umbrella with both hands and kept spinning it above them. This place is a little interesting. When they arrived in front of the forest, Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes. They didn't go in, but they felt that there was something in front of them. Well, there are hundreds of beasts running rampant in this place, but there is a place that has never been touched. Whitey also narrowed his eyes. There seems to be something in there. Do you want to take a look? Before Yun Nuoshing had time to hesitate, Whitey patted his waist and said, "Don't worry, the phoenix and I are here. As long as it is related to the demonic beasts, we can take care of everything." I didn't say that I wouldn't go. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and waved his hand. He smiled at Lan Xen and said, "Sister, let's go and take a look." Lan Xen kept her oil paper umbrella and smiled as she held his arm and walked into the forest together. Yun Nuoshing and the others were very fast. They flew in the air in the forest. Whitey glanced at the ground and then narrowed his eyes to look at the ground. This place is intertwined with the dragon veins. All kinds of source energies are very active, and it is abnormally strong. The power of the rules is faintly showing signs of being sealed. Once it is sealed, the rules here will be completely different from the rules in the outside world. Whitey looked left and right for a while. Then, he pointed at a place and said, "Go that way." Yun Nuoshing nodded and immediately turned around. After going around the overlapping forest, he suddenly felt that the light around him had dimmed. He narrowed his eyes and felt that the energy around him was a little abnormal. "Woo-woo!" Little Huan suddenly called out, causing Yun Nuoshing to be startled. This little fellow suddenly jumped up and down on his head, mumbling some unknown syllables, causing him to be confused. He did not know how to speak beast language. Whitey listened for a while and said, "Woo-woo." He said that he felt the blood of a divine beast flowing here. When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he narrowed his eyes and looked around like Whitey. The trees and mountains covered the sky and blocked many things. No demonic beasts dared to enter this place. The air was cold and there was nothing. Boom, boom, all of a sudden, an extremely terrifying aura came from all directions and covered this huge mountain forest. Yun Nuoshing and the others were shocked. A white and black mist suddenly emerged from a mountain range that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. There was a strange energy pervading this place. Suddenly, a heavy downpour came from the sky and caught them off guard. Yun Nuoshing quickly put up an energy barrier. He felt that there was something wrong with this smell. There was a fishy smell. Whitey shook off the rainwater on his body and wiped his face. He was astonished and said, "Blood rain?" Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes. Divine flames ignited around his body and burned away all the blood rain on his body. He raised his head and saw the dense blood rain falling from the sky and dripping onto the energy barrier. The scene in front of him was extremely terrifying. After going over a huge mountain, what appeared in front of them was a spacious area. There were a few hundreds of thousands of feet tall skeletons entangled together, forming a deathly white bone mountain. The blood rain fell from the sky onto the bone mountain and dripped onto the ground. However, it turned into little drops of golden-red liquid. Those are the corpses of sacred beasts. Much of their energy was taken away by the blood rain. The energy contained in the god's corpse was washed away into the soil. Whitey's eyes flashed with radiance as he took a deep breath. Boom! Yun Nuoshing had a premonition in advance. He quickly carried Lan Xian and retreated a few hundred feet. In front of them, a blood pillar that was thousands of feet wide suddenly burst out. That energy was tainted with an ominous aura. Whitey was so frightened that he couldn't help but shout, "What the F***ck?" After that, the few of them saw the blood pillar disappear. The ground far away cracked open. They were dozens of feet wide, but they didn't know how long they were. Those cracks came from afar and gradually became a huge fissure. It was like an abyss. The ground around them exploded with blood pillars like fountains. However, it wasn't water that was spurting out, but blood. There were even 1 or 2 golden fountains. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The huge crack that came from afar expanded to a size of 100,000 feet, like a deep abyss, swallowing the entire mountain range in one gulp. The mountain of bones that were piled up from the sacred beast corpses also fell into the abyss with a rumble. Yun Nuoshing and the others lowered their heads to look, and saw a huge river of blood surging in the abyss. They did not know where it came from, and in the river of blood, there was something floating up and down. It was a round thing, its size was hard to say, but it seemed to be an egg? Egg. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and looked at Whitey. "Do you know what it is?" "Who knows?" Whitey shook his head. There were so many demonic beasts in the world. Even if the 4 sacred beasts were the kings of the kings, it was impossible for them to know all the races. After a moment, he squinted his eyes. There was a terrifying radiance in his eyes. There are at least 100,000 different auras surging in the blood river. The blood sacrifice of 100,000 demonic beasts. Among them, there are many corpses buried deep in the ground. Just like those sacred beasts' corpses, they were all swallowed by the blood river. The egg at the bottom of the blood river, all the blood was used to nourish that egg. "I know." Yun Nuoshing nodded his head. He was not too surprised. He had seen crueler things. It was just the blood sacrifice of 100,000 demonic beasts. There was nothing to be afraid of. Rumble! A huge mountain in front of them collapsed. The sky was filled with emerald green particles that escaped in all directions. The sky was covered by dark clouds. The gloomy sky was filled with rumbling sounds. From afar, there was a loud cracking sound. A valley collapsed. Countless rocks rolled down from the cliff. In an instant, the valley was flattened. Lightning struck from the sky and wreaked havoc on the ground. Yun Nuoshing squinted his eyes and raised his head. The dark clouds dispersed. He saw the Milky Way collapsing and the stars exploding. He immediately understood what was going on. He hugged Lan Xian with one hand and carried Whitey with the other. He said, "Let's retreat. There is an old man here who is about to die." Before Lan Xian could react, Yun Nuoshing had already moved. The light particles wrapped around the few of them and rushed into the distance. The rules and divine power of a dying god are leaking out and spreading into the sky. It is a terrible scene. It is nothing. We just need to avoid it. Yun Nuoshing said faintly. All the terrible things in the world had their origins. The unknown always made people feel afraid. However, when he found out about this, he was no longer surprised. At most, he would sigh that a god was about to pass away. It will not be able to hold on for much longer. It is about to pass away here. The God who is still in control of himself will either choose to turn this body into a relic and leave behind many things for future generations. Otherwise, he will dissipate into the purest energy in the world and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yun Nuoxing glanced behind him. The terrible scene had not spread. The god probably could not control himself anymore. When a god is about to die, he will turn into a black hole and destroy everything around him. The range of the impact will be very large. We are lucky to be at the edge. The moment he finished speaking, in the distance, a bright light pierced through the sky and illuminated the whole world. The light seemed to be eternal. Yun Nuoxing could not help but widen his eyes. Chapter 10:28. An extremely brilliant beam of light pierced through the heavens like a divine light that could split the heavens and earth. It illuminated the entire world, and in that instant, the light was brighter than the explosion of 1,000 suns. When Yun Nuoxing turned around, he was almost blinded. The entire sky was illuminated by the golden light, and the river of blood below was illuminated by the golden light. It was as if ice and snow had met the warm sun. Gradually, the river of blood started to dissipate and calm down. It was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What the f***ck? Yun Nuoxing's eyes were pierced by the golden light, and he hurriedly turned his gaze away. He let out a sorrowful cry. That golden light was so brilliant that his phoenix eyes were about to be blinded. That vision, that situation, that power. Yun Nuoxing's heart was beating like a drum. The golden light had illuminated the entire world in white, and he felt as if he was going to be blinded when he looked ahead with his back to the light. Boundless power of rules and divine power were spreading wildly, and a surge of divine power that could cause the heavens and earth to go out of control. The order of this world was falling toward the sea of light behind him. It was as if there was a black hole of order that was collapsing and destroying the rules and order of this world. Oh no! Curiosity is going to spoil things again. Yun Nuoxing shouted. He waved his hand, and the light elements on his body poured out crazily. He carried Lon Xian, and Little White and fled for their lives. The 6 wings on his back expanded to a size of several hundred feet, and even his 5 divine halos rushed out. Strands of strange energy enveloped them, but this special energy was like the light of a firefly compared to the light of the moon. Stars, long river of light years! Yun Nuoxing shouted. The power of the stars on his body condensed and twisted into a huge starry whirlpool that appeared behind him. That huge whirlpool was large enough to swallow them whole. Starlight gathered crazily in the whirlpool, and a starry path that was only a few feet wide appeared in front of them. Specks of starlight filled the air, and stars appeared. However, this scene couldn't be seen because their eyes were about to be blinded by the golden light behind them. Boom! The moment the Starlight Avenue was formed, Yun Nuoxing and the others disappeared. The vortex in the starry sky closed, and the Starlight Avenue disappeared. At the same time, the golden pillar of light expanded to a width of 100,000 miles. The golden pillar of light illuminated half the sky of the divine realm in gold. This vast phenomenon was observed by countless people, including those from the Divine Land and the Ganyuan territory. The moment the pillar of light reached its limit, it exploded with a loud bang and disappeared. The remaining golden light and particles scattered into the sky and fell from the sky. Its center was like a golden fountain, spewing out the last wisps of golden aura and particles before completely disappearing. However, the golden light that filled the sky did not dissipate for a long time. The golden particles scattered in the air had lost all their divinity and were of no use. It was incomparably magnificent. Those who knew it could only sigh. Something was missing in this world again. Buzz! The moment the golden pillar of light dissipated, a golden halo exploded 100,000 feet above the ground and spread across the entire realm of the gods. In just an instant, it spread across the entire realm of the gods and the world where the realm of the gods was located. Even the void trembled because of the golden halo. The halo carried a loud echo that reverberated in the void for a long time, as if it was saying something to this deserted place. Even in the faraway worlds, there were people who raised their heads in astonishment and looked around in confusion. They seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. Something's mark had disappeared in the void and disappeared. On the dragon head peak, Luli rested her chin on her hand and turned her head in a daze. She looked in the direction where the fluctuation came from. Mei Mao was in a daze. After a long time, she sighed softly. I hope you can enjoy the fruits of Tao in your next life. There were too many people who had fallen on this path. Too many people had unfinished business. Unwillingness, regret, annoyance, and many other emotions filled the reincarnation road and couldn't dissipate. The final words of countless creatures echoed in the reincarnation road. Countless creatures didn't want to go on this path. What could they say? However, in the end, he just wanted to say goodbye. This life had passed. In the next life, would he still be himself? Even if he was no longer himself, he still hoped that it would be able to resolve the regrets of this life. He could only pray like this. Wow, the commotion is really big. In the distance, Yun Nuoxing and the others appeared. They had turned back from an even farther place. The scale of the energy overflow here was huge. It was impossible to hide such a big commotion. They were afraid that people or monsters would come here soon. Yun Nuoxing looked in front of her. In the place where the pure divinity had eroded the big hole, the rules no longer existed. There should be strange phenomena, but because of the divinity, the place still maintained a delicate balance. There were no loopholes in the rules. Brother Nuoxing, did a god just pass away? Lan Xian blinked at Mei Mao. She couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook her head. No, it was a god, Lan Xian and Little White trembled. A god? A god of this era? Or a god from the ancient era? According to the records in the history books, the number of gods decreased from the ancient era and went into hibernation. Actually, there wasn't such a later period. The number of gods decreased. Since the mythological era became a legend, the number of gods has been decreasing. It's just that the relative number is very large. Even if the number was reduced by multiples, it took 6 eras to reduce the number to what it is now. In the entire divine realm, only 3 gods have appeared, and all the gods have gone into hibernation. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes. He had the Book of Epochs, which allowed him to observe certain matters in the god realm. Coupled with the Pillar of Creation, even though he couldn't know everything in the world with a single glance, he could still track down the high-level existences who had once appeared in this world. The birth of these existences had a huge influence, and the imprints they left behind in this world would never disappear. Yun Nuoxing used these imprints to estimate the number of heavenly gods in various eras in the god realm. As for the heavenly god-level experts from the outer world, they weren't born in the god realm, nor were they promoted in the god realm. Yun Nuoxing had no way to verify this. The lifespan of a god is close to infinite. It's not a problem for them to survive 3 or 4 eras. Luli is still on Mount Wanlong. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said, therefore, there is only one reason for the death of a god. The god had an unmentionable disease that affected the source of his life, causing cracks to appear. His lifespan is no longer infinite. The only thing that can do this is the Great Reincarnation. The Great Reincarnation. At the mention of the Great Reincarnation, Lan Xian and Little White's breathing quickened. This was the world's biggest secret. There were only a handful of people who had personally experienced the Great Reincarnation. It was a power that came from the entire world. Even the deities would be afraid of it, and the gods would not dare to face it head-on. The number of lives that had perished under that power was uncountable. Even the world had become a unit of measurement. Even the deities were very insignificant in front of it. In the end, it's just a speculation. I have never experienced the great reincarnation, but some of my memory fragments seem to have scenes of the great reincarnation. They are blurry. They are the memory fragments that I left behind during the 70 eras of reincarnation. Its power is absolute and irresistible. Life that is born in the world and cannot jump out of the world can only be trapped and die in the world. In the end, they will perish together with the entire world. The level of the gods on the world stairway is similar to that of the primordial realm. The great reincarnation can destroy the entire primordial realm. Therefore, according to this speculation, the great reincarnation can threaten the gods and is not a completely indestructible existence. In addition to the one I just saw, I have seen 2 gods who have been affected by the great reincarnation. The former is an expert above the gods, but the one in front of me is actually still uncertain, Yun Nuashing muttered. Buzz! The pendant suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, and Yun Nuashing was stunned. The pillar of creation sent back a message, and his expression changed slightly. He hurriedly grabbed Lon Xian and Little White and dashed toward the place where the god had fallen. An ancient life is awakening. The pillar of creation received a powerful energy wave. The wave came from the great Ganyuan region? No, this is. His expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Lon Xian could not help but turn her head. Seeing the solemn expression on his face, she could not help but swallow her saliva. After a few minutes, Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. The wave came from the entire realm of the god. There are at least 100 super-powerful energy waves that are awakening. Among them there are 5. The energy waves of the 5 targets are still increasing. I estimate that they are at the level of the gods. Little White could not help but gasp. She was furious. There were actually 5 gods at the level of the gods left in this era? Someone's target is probably here. Let's go in and take a look. They are awakening, and it might take some time. Yun Nuashing increased his speed to the limit. Light particles flickered along the way, and his speed was boundless. In a flash, he had arrived at the place where he saw the light pillar. What was left behind was not a bottomless pit. It was not a bombardment of pure energy. What was washed away by the pure divine energy was what was melted. Those could be classified as dregs. Therefore, it could be understood that what was left behind after the baptism of the divine energy was the essence of the essence. Just like the earth at this moment, it had turned into a brilliant golden color. The energy contained in it was much more than before. Although a large part of the surrounding earth had disappeared, it could also be understood that it had been condensed. Why did the blood river disappear? Could it be that the god evolved it when he was on his deathbed? Little White's vertical pupils contracted slightly. He stared at the abyss below. The abyss was still there, but the blood river below was gone. Yun Nuashing shook his head. That blood river really exists. It is not an evolution of the remnant energy of the god. Yun Nuashing used a weak power of rules to cover his body, erasing the traces of them coming here. He looked around, nodded slightly, and rushed into the depths. In a deeper place, he found a place where the light spots had not dissipated in time. The center of the funnel-shaped pit on the ground was still spewing out golden particles like a spring. Obviously, this should be the source of everything. Yun Nuashing and the others landed. The remnant divinity in this area was very rich, and the rules were still perfect. There is nothing left. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. After dozens of eras, it has finally become a pile of ashes. Little White frowned and looked around. He could not help but mutter, "It's not like there is nothing left. Come out!" He waved his small hand and shouted. From the bottom of the divinity's spring, something was squeezed out. It was golden and oval-shaped. An egg. Lon Sheener opened her small mouth. She was a little surprised. After looking at it for a while, she felt that something was not right. Isn't this the blood-colored egg in the blood river just now? Yun Nuoshing looked at it carefully. He was not too sure. On the half-meter-tall egg there were very beautiful patterns. It looked the same as the egg in the blood river just now. However, the aura was completely different. One had a demonic bloody smell, but this one had an unconcealable divine aura. Little White held it in his hand, looked at it for a while, and nodded. Yes, it is that one. I can recognize it. Hearing him say so, Yun Nuoshing did not have any doubts. He knew more about the demon beast. If that's the case, it must have been washed away by the power of divinity. It washed away the filth and turned into this. So, what kind of egg is this? You can't recognize it? Little White looked at him in surprise. Yun Nuoshing's eyes twitched. I should be able to recognize it when it was born. However, this is still an egg. I am not the encyclopedia of the demon world. How can I know more than you? Oh. Little White thought about it and felt that it was true. He lowered his head and looked at the half-meter-tall golden egg. He pondered for a while. It is not a dragon or a phoenix. It grew in the water in the beginning, the aura of a divine beast. Are you saying that it is a dragon? Yun Nuoshing asked. It's hard to say. I can't recognize it either. This is a mutated egg, and it is a double mutation. It should have been fine at first. Then, it was swept away by the blood river. Or, it was deliberately thrown into the blood river to be cultivated. Finally, it was baptized by the power of divinity. I would not be surprised if anything came out of it. After saying that, Little White smiled bitterly and shook his head. Double mutation. He really did not know if it was lucky or unlucky. It had encountered such a drastic change before it came out of the egg. Little White looked at it for a while, and threw it to Yun Nuoshing. The latter threw it into the spiritual beast pool to be nurtured. There was still a void spirit dragon's egg there. Many years had passed, but there was no movement at all. Who knew if it could still come back to life? It's almost time to go, Yun Nuoshing said. He put his hands together at the bottom of the funnel and bowed gently. Lon Sheener and Little White followed suit. They paid tribute and gave their blessings. After all, this was once a divine being. Huh! Yun Nuoshing had just straightened up when he saw a circular hole that was 10 feet in size at the bottom of the funnel pit. Originally, there was nothing there. It was just a smooth piece of soil and rocks, but now a circular hole had appeared, as if it was connected to someplace. That is, the long yellow river was billowing. It was unknown how long it was and how wide it was. They could not see the source or the end. It was mysterious as if it came from the sky. Countless tall figures roared and took heavy steps, rolling up the long river. Billions of lives walked in this long river with confused eyes. Their bodies were submerged in the water. They walked step by step in confusion. In the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars appeared, and countless stars were destroyed. Millions of lives are going to the underworld. Yun Nuoshing's eyes were serious. How could the 9 Netherland appear in this place? It disappeared. Lon Xian cried out in surprise. The circular hole quickly disappeared, and what she had seen just now was like an illusion. Yun Nuoshing frowned. After thinking for a while, she shook her head fiercely. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about this. Retreat. He shouted. Starlight shone from his body. His figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. Not even a trace of his aura was left behind. In the blink of an eye, he came to another place. This was the place where the pillars of creation were hidden. In an emergency, he could activate the formation and let the pillars of creation drag him there. However, he could not be sure which pillar of creation would drag him away. The only thing he could be sure of was that at least he would not cross the origin region directly. In addition, it was not impossible for him to be thrown into the origin region where the pillars of creation were hidden. Yun Nuoshing came in front of the pillars of creation again. He waved his hand and the model of the divine world unfolded again. This time it was more detailed. When it was unfolded, it was more than 1,000 feet wide. He turned it slightly. The divine world, which was woven by colorful lines, trembled. The energy of heaven and earth was revealed. It was originally invisible and colorless. Unless it was triggered by something, it could not be seen. Unless it was so dense that it condensed into a mist in the space. At this time, on the plate of the divine world, there were many places that lit up. They were not woven by colorful lines, but by other colors. They were as bright as stars. Among them, 5 were extremely bright. They were scattered all over the divine world. Those were the alarmed post-God level experts. Wow, this time the sky is really going to be turned upside down. Whitey was so surprised that it stuck out its tongue. Especially in the extreme plain region and the Ganyuan region, there were 2 huge anomalies in 10 days. They covered the sky and covered the sun. One of the anomalies was even transmitted to every corner of the divine world. It was extremely frightening. Those people were attracted by the fluctuations caused by the death of the divine beings. However, the divine beings and the divine beings are in a state of hibernation. They should not come out. At least, they will not come out for the next 2 years, Yun Nuoshing said in a deep voice. 1,000 years? Lan Xian did not understand. Yun Nuoshing's face was as calm as water. She nodded and said, 1,000 years later, the laws of heaven and earth will be reversed. The great reincarnation at the end of the 139th era will be the ultimate reincarnation. It will be mixed with the laws of heaven and earth that were not completely reversed in the past few eras. It will be an extremely powerful reincarnation. Before that, there will be an eruption of desperation. It will be like a dying struggle. At the last moment, the divine world will burn up all of its power. At that time, the divine world will return to its peak, and the divine beings will emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. That will be the time when they will truly come out. They are still not used to the current laws of heaven and earth. They were only awakened by the awakened divine being. It will not be long before they become quiet again. The laws of heaven and earth in the divine world are suppressing the divine beings too much. Look, there is no movement in the direction of the ghastly forest in the extreme plain region. Even Lu did not move. She should have also suppressed the divine being's origin, Yun Nuoshing said as she pointed at the extreme plain region. However, even if they don't move, they will still send people out. If there are disciples under the divine beings, they will definitely be very powerful, Whitey muttered. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while, then nodded solemnly. Yes, that's right. The disciples under the divine beings, and even the descendants of the divine beings, would appear. What they saw today was like a huge barrel of explosives. It was the beginning of something that had been detonated in advance. The rotation of the world's roulette was gradually accelerating again. Achoo! Lu, who was playing chess with herself, suddenly sneezed loudly, and the chess piece in her hand was shaken to the point that it flew out. Her pretty face was filled with confusion, but after a while she felt relieved. She could not help but sigh and say, "This silly fish is nagging me again. If you have the ability to nag me, then come and see me." Her gloomy tone was like that of a wife whose husband did not return home all year round, and who was alone in an empty house. Where did he run off to? Didn't I ask him to come and accompany me more often? Why didn't he come and find me after he recovered his memories? Ever since Quarter Moon announced the end of the era, the expression on her face gradually came back to life, as if the ice and snow that had been frozen for 10,000 years had melted. After sighing bitterly for a while, the expression on Lu's face returned to normal. She picked up a black chess piece, gently placed it on the table, and murmured, "Divine beings? That's a topic from a long time ago. What's gone is gone after all. Although the flow of time has been sped up in advance, it may not be a bad thing." She put her elbows on the stone table, and her jade-like hands supported her cheeks. Her eyelids were slightly lowered, and her red lips curved into a smile without any warmth. "Don't let me find out that you guys have done anything bad. Since you announced the birth of this era out of boredom, then I also have the power to end this era in advance." After a while, she sighed again, lying on her side on the stone table in boredom, and murmured, "This is not fun. Brother Moon, when will you come and see me? I miss you too. I have a lot to say." Chapter 10:29. What happened in the dry plain region, and the ultimate plain region, had already caused quite a stir. Judging from the scale of the commotion, it was safe to assume that everyone in the God realm, from the leaders of the major factions to the common folk who were at a loss of what to do, had already heard about the commotion. Of course, the latter would at most know that something like this had happened. They might not even take it to heart. After all, the death of a heavenly god could not cause such a huge phenomenon. However, the major factions in the god realm did not share the same opinion. Those who knew about such a huge phenomenon would naturally know about it. Those who did not, however, would probably panic when they saw that a bunch of big shots were about to make a move. At the very least, Yun Nuoshing could clearly sense from the pillar of creation that a thought formed from the emotions of almost half of the living beings in the god realm was spreading. Normal people would not be able to sense it, but he could sense it from the pillar of creation. "Oh, your words are about to come true." Yun Nuoshing glanced at Little White and said. The hundreds of extremely bright stars hanging high above the model of the god realm were gradually growing brighter. They raised their heads and looked at the scene outside their hiding place. On the horizon, they could see a row of stars arranged in a row. They were the real stars that were arranged in the sky above the god realm. They were formed by the power of the hundreds of gods. "Press a, young temple master, we have detected a huge energy fluctuation. I'm afraid that the range of the energy fluctuation is..." A nervous voice suddenly sounded in Yun Nuoshing's mind. When he heard the name, he immediately understood that it was someone from the 9 deities' temples. Moreover, it should be someone from the upper echelons of the 9 deities' temples. Otherwise, they would not have mentioned the 2 words primogenitor. Someone who knew that he was once the 10th temple master was one of the upper echelons of the 9 deities' temples. There's no need to be afraid. It affected half of the void, not just the god realm. However, I don't think there will be much of a reaction outside of the god realm, so there's nothing to worry about. So, why did you come looking for me? Yang Kai slowly took out a jade slip and sent his soul energy into it. The Great Elder, the Hall Master, and the Vice Hall Master have all gone out. We only just realized that they weren't here. We can't contact them even if they've left behind a wisp of consciousness. I'm afraid that they're not in the god realm. This matter has affected a lot of people, and we don't know how to deal with it. In the Golden Temple, the Hall Master's eyebrows were twitching so hard that they looked like they were about to cramp up. None of the people in charge of the 9 deities' temples were around, so they had no choice but to look for the most special person in the 9 deities' temples. "Oh, the shrine should be fine, right? That wave doesn't have any destructive power. It's just a message wave," Yun Nuoshing asked. "That's not it, but it has alarmed many ancient factions. The Qin family and the Xian family have sent word that something terrible has happened," the Golden Temple Elder said nervously. "Relax, it's nothing terrible. It's just in the ultimate plane region. A heavenly god who survived from at least the ancient era has just died." "Yes, he just died. I've confirmed it myself," Yun Nuoshing said in a relaxed tone. The other end was silent for a few seconds. Then, the Golden Temple Elder cried out in shock, "Ah? A heavenly god. That's why I said, calm down." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and picked her ears. She said in annoyance, "It's just a wave of the void caused by the death of a heavenly god. It's not a big deal. The remaining post-deities in the god realm, that's probably the only ones left. They've all been alarmed. However, the pressure from the laws of heaven and earth is severe, so there won't be much trouble. However, some small hedgehogs will probably be released. Recently, the disciples of the shrine have been told to keep a low profile." "Oh, our disciples are pretty low-key. It's a rule." Hedgehogs? The Golden Temple Elder was confused. Heirs of the gods, disciples of the gods, children of the gods, and so on. They're all small, insignificant troubles. Don't worry too much about it. This day will come sooner or later. It's just that it's been brought forward. The elder was a little confused, but he still understood what he should do. He nodded and said, "Then I'll arrange it." Yun Nuashing yawned and said, "If there's nothing else, summon back all the disciples with low cultivation base. Those who are below the primal god tier and ultimate god tier. That doesn't seem right. Don't bring back those who are far away. Let me think about it. Anyway, just let them keep a low profile. There's going to be an upheaval in the demon world soon." Understood. Also, Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. She put her hands together and rubbed them for a moment. Then, she said in a low voice, "It's about time to open the treasury." "Are you talking about the treasuries of the 9 shrines? We need to use those." The elder of the Golden Divine Palace swallowed. Those were the supreme treasures sleeping in the deepest part of the 9 shrines. They were the supreme treasures left behind by the great masters of the 9 shrines. It's better to be prepared. I like to be one step ahead in everything. Yun Nuashing nodded. She waved her hand and said, "Take out the Star River seal, the Mountain River diagram, the Chaos Celestial Star, and the Ring of Light and Shadow. Actually the last 2 are a set. Guang Girl and I made them together." The last sentence was said a little softly. Yun Nuashing sighed softly in her heart, shook her head, and said, "4 should be enough. It's just a precaution. Just hang them on the ceiling of the 9 divine temples. We'll talk about the rest when the time comes." I understand." The elder of the Golden Divine Palace swallowed hard. The secret pavilion of the 9 divine temples was the deepest part of the treasury. There was almost no defensive power there. After all, no one could break into the space where the 9 divine temples were. Only the 9 divine temples higher-ups knew about this place. Even if they stole it, it would be fine. Without the permission of the temple leader and the others, they could not take it out of the space. However, it was easy to just take it out and put it in the space for protection. Anyone could do that. Weapons of that level did not have their own consciousness, but they had special rules set by their creators. When no one was controlling them, they would automatically follow the rules and do something else, so all they had to do was take them out. Although he did not think that the 4 weapons would ever be used, it was better to be safe than sorry. The 9 divine temples were the strongest guardian force in the gods' world. However, the previous temple leader had disappeared into the stars. 9 divine spirits had gone missing, and Light Yuan King himself had gone missing. Anyone who could become a divine spirit in this era was worthy of respect. To be able to stand out in the face of such horrible rules, someone who could do that was equivalent to the top of the group of people in the far ancient era. However, it seemed that not many people knew about them. The gods and heavenly gods that still existed in the divine realm were all quite ancient. If a young god were to appear at this time, he would be revered by everyone and would be able to dominate half an era. As far as he knew, the previous Hall Master and the others were actually not very old. They were only a little over 3 trillion years old. They were still very young, or at least they were quite young in ascent. The masters of the 100 or so stars that appeared in the divine realm were all above 10 trillion years old. Brother Nuashing, among the 5 divine spirits, 2 of them are from the previous era, right? Lon Xian pulled his sleeve to pull him back to reality. Then, he heard her speak. There were 3 divine spirits in this era. The waves of the birth of a divine spirit cannot be concealed. Otherwise, I would not have gone through so much trouble to jump into the reincarnation cycle. Cough, cough. According to the records, there were 3 divine spirits in this era. The last one appeared in the 133rd era. If I am not mistaken, he is probably one of the 5 stars. Yun Nuashing pointed at the 3 stars that were as bright as the sun. What if there is an accident? Xiaobai looked up. Then there may be more than 5 divine spirit. There are many possibilities. They have escaped to the outside world to hide. They are completely dormant. These are not seen by the pillar of creation. There are all kinds of possibilities. Yun Nuoshing spread her hands and sighed. The pillar of creation's ability to monitor the world was very powerful. However, it could not do anything to a dormant divine spirit. If the divine spirit insisted on hiding, the pillar of creation would not be able to find him. This time, the birth of the pillar of creation is probably due to the accumulation of several incidents. Yun Nuoshing murmured in her heart. Quarter moon announced the end of the primeval age. The energy waves that erupted in the Ganyuan region and the Jiuan region finally blew out those old monsters who had been sleeping for a long time. Lan Xian stared at the hundreds of stars that were shining in the sky. After a few minutes, Mei Mao said, "They are starting to dim." Yun Nuoshing was also paying attention. The light of those shining stars was starting to fade. The turbulent energy and rules between heaven and earth began to calm down. However, the great waves caused by them would definitely not be quelled so easily. This was probably just the beginning. At this time, the commotion was still spreading. Many ancient places in the realm of the gods were emitting terrifying energy waves. There was a monstrous energy tumbling. It was as if there were peerless masters in hibernation. The terrifying energy spread out for millions of miles. Half of the Ganyuan region fell into absolute silence. It was really a dead silence. The energy had cooled down and thousands of beasts were prostrating. The creatures that lived there could feel the supreme pressure that was spreading between heaven and earth. The extreme east of the Ganyuan region, the south of the Ganyuan region, and the extreme west of the Taiyuan region. On the border between the two regions, the Eastern Sea region, the Western Sea region, the Northern Wasteland, and the southern plains of the Divine Land were emitting extremely powerful energy waves. Some ancient broken altars were also emitting extremely terrifying auras. Heaven and earth were trembling under these auras. The rumbling sound of Tao kept ringing. Those who sensed the fluctuations felt their scalps tingling. Were those peerless masters in the realm of the gods about to come out? Was it because of the energy waves? Something big has happened, this was the thought in everyone's mind. The 9 divine temples, the 8 ancient families, and many other transcendental forces were also paying attention to these places where the energy waves were surging. They were not the only ones. Those who knew some secrets in the world of cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. They instinctively felt that something was going to happen. However, they did not know exactly what was going to happen. They just felt that something was very wrong. In the Taiyuan region, Xingming City, there was also a chaotic scene at this time. Cultivators were flying back and forth in the sky in a hurry. The ordinary people on the ground were at a loss. They were also very nervous because of the tense atmosphere. They had all returned home early. In the north, ice and snow have collapsed. A huge black shadow is swallowing the heavens and the earth. The terrifying aura has turned the area of 1,000,000 miles into a land of death. The earth has dried up, the space has collapsed, and even the Emperor God Masters are dead. In the south, near the Ganyuan region, millions of mountains have almost been blown up. The aura of peerless masters is coming out from there. In the east, near the heaven abyss, there are earth-shattering cries. The time barrier has collapsed. Stars have also fallen. There were similar disturbances in the other origin regions. All kinds of information were flying everywhere. Even the ordinary people received information from the world of cultivators. They felt that the world was about to fall into chaos. Everyone was panicking. However, there were no signs of panic spreading for the time being. The world of gods was not very peaceful in the first place. The ordinary people were struggling to survive the chaos in the world of cultivators. Usually, it looked peaceful, but in fact, there were undercurrents surging. Everyone knew this. Therefore, when they saw the sudden signs of chaos, their nerves were already somewhat tenacious. They would not be thrown into chaos just because of a little chaos. 1. In the sky of the world of gods, golden lines that stretched across the entire sky suddenly appeared. They stretched from one end of the sky to the other and intertwined in the sky. It seemed to encompass the entire world of God. Only by looking at those lines closely could one see some clues. Those were not lines. Instead, they were huge arrays that were millions or even hundreds of millions of miles long. From the ground, the array formation that appeared at the furthest end of the world of gods did indeed look like a golden line. It was like a huge barrier. Everyone was at a loss when they saw it. In such a tense atmosphere, they saw a strange phenomenon that they had never seen before, which made them a little crazy. It was as if these things had been discussed beforehand and exploded at the same time, not giving them any time to breathe. This is... Yun Nuoshing was also astonished when she saw those incomparably huge arrays connecting into lines that appeared on the model of the world of God. Every golden line connected into a ring that surrounded the world of gods in 3 layers. The law layer at the bottom of the world of gods was also surrounded by 3 rings of interwoven lines made of arrays. Hiss! This work, what kind of huge project is this? Whitey's tail bristled when she saw this. Yun Nuoshing swallowed her saliva with difficulty. That sacred, supreme aura, that power, that is the barrier left behind by the first-generation great deity, the god of destruction. There are also many forbidden spells that cover the entire sky of the world of God. The barrier is to protect the world of gods. To be more specific, it is to protect an extremely fragile seed in the world of God. The forbidden spells are only to allow the world of gods to have the same, normal, living conditions as other planets with life. Yun Nuoshing's pupils shrank slightly. The size of the world of gods determined that it would definitely not be able to have the same, normal, living conditions as other planets with life. Therefore, those great deities who created the world of gods laid down forbidden spells to allow the world of gods to have the same living conditions as other planets with life. These were all mentioned in the legends of creation. I never thought that I would actually be able to see these one day. Yun Nuoshing was very excited. These were all the works left behind by the first-generation great deities. Those arrays, those forbidden spells, all of them were profound, and Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. She grabbed her long hair in frustration. I can't understand them at all. When she accidentally saw these arrays and forbidden spells, she originally thought that she would be able to comprehend something from them. However, in reality, she couldn't even understand those things. She was a divine array master, a heavenly deity array master, but she couldn't even understand one of the arrays. She had even deliberately chosen one that didn't seem that complicated or profound, but in the end, of course, how could a heavenly deity possibly understand the things left behind by the first-generation great deity? That is a completely different domain. Little White was also very shocked. After hearing what he said, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Wasn't this nonsense? The supreme heavenly deities were not on the same line as everything in this world. How could someone from the 3 elemental realms understand someone from the 8 elemental realms? It was obviously impossible. Therefore, everything that those supreme heavenly deities did wasn't something that ordinary people like them could understand. In front of the supreme heavenly deities, ordinary heavenly deities weren't much higher than ordinary people. But why is that barrier appearing now? Could it be that it's a threat to the divine world? Lan Xian didn't understand. First, the pillar of creation appeared, and now these strange things had also appeared. Was the divine world suffering from bad feng shui recently? Was it because it was plagued with disasters? I think that's probably the reason. Yun Nuoshing sighed bitterly. She scratched her beautiful hair and pointed at the slightly dim stars floating in the sky above the divine world. She said, "The laws of heaven and earth in the divine world are greatly suppressed." Suddenly, a group of powerful life forms that can interfere with the laws of heaven and earth appeared, So the barrier jumped out by itself to stabilize the laws of heaven and earth, right? Are you worried that the laws of heaven and earth would collapse all of a sudden? But shouldn't that be done by the pillar of creation? Little White tilted her head in confusion. You said that the pillar of creation has the ability to stabilize the laws of heaven and earth, right? At a critical moment they can support the collapsing laws of heaven and earth, and at a dangerous moment they will also destroy that part of the laws of heaven and earth. Yes, that's right. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Yes, shouldn't that part of the laws of heaven and earth be completed by the pillar of creation? She didn't feel any strange movement from the pillar of creation, and then the protective barrier of the first god appeared. After pondering for a while, Yun Nuoshing jumped up angrily. You ask me? Ask a ghost. Little White smiled bitterly. Aren't you the controller of the pillar of creation? Go ask it. But that iron pillar doesn't seem to be able to speak, so it's probably useless to ask it. The pillar of creation detected that the laws of the divine world were in disorder, but they were all within the threshold range, and it wouldn't make any automatic adjustments. Otherwise, the divine world would shake again, and those people would probably collapse. The thought gradually became more anxious and irritated. This was a thought formed by the common emotions of tens of trillions of life forms. It was captured by the pillar of creation, and it could also listen to this voice. It's gone. Lon Sheener watched as the stars gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. The various kinds of disorder that could be seen on the model of the divine world slowly returned to normal. Yun Nuoshing glanced at it and sighed. This doesn't mean that it's over. Chapter 1030. Many places in the divine realm that were thought to be barren and barren suddenly emitted a shockingly powerful wave of energy that caused the sky and the earth to tremble. However, this wave of energy did not last for a very long time. It was as if it was a fleeting moment. It came with an astonishing momentum and left rather quickly as well. It was a long story, but so many things happened at the same time. The chaos in the various regions, the tense atmosphere in the cities, and the movements of the various giants in the divine realm happened at the same time. The scope of the impact of this incident was simply too huge. If a city was a microcosm of a world, then this time, it was as if all the regions in the heavens were moving at the same time. I know what all of you are waiting for. I know what all of you are seeking. The price that I have paid is unparalleled in this world. However, now is not the time. It is not the time yet. Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself in a low voice. It seemed as if he was talking to those people, but it also seemed as if he was talking to himself. Most of those people would know what he knew. The great reversal of the laws of heaven and earth 1,000 years later was not something that could not be detected by the heavenly gods. It was not impossible for the gods to know about this as well. At most, it would take a little effort. To others, it was a secret among secret. However, this world was not too hidden from the gods and heavenly gods. The things that could be hidden in the divine realm had been hidden from that ancient era until now. Moreover, there was probably no chance for them to uncover it in the future. Most of the things that could be uncovered had already been uncovered. This was for the heavenly gods, while the ordinary people were still trapped in this mysterious world. Generation after generation, time passes by mercilessly. Dozens of eras are like shooting stars in the sky, sending away generations of people and ushering in new ones. This world is always in the cycle of reincarnation, but it will never repeat itself. What can we hope for? We can only silently crawl under the long river of time and wait for the day when we can leap forward. Before that day we still cannot transcend. Yun Nuoshing sighed sadly. The ancient era has passed, but the wandering souls of the old era still exist in the new era. They will not dissipate, they will not dissipate. They are the stubborn immortals of this world. They have paid an immeasurable price and waited for a long time. The dilapidated temples and ancient altars have already fallen silent. Who still remembers the time when incense was burning, when the bells rang and the grand sacrificial altars were ringing? Everything has passed away. The pioneers are also in a distant place, staggering. Their eyes are blank, and their footsteps are no longer firm. Luli murmured and sighed faintly. They were the wandering souls of that era, the proof of their eternal existence. She looked at the dim stars and lowered her eyes slightly. Her jade-like hand paused in the middle of the chessboard. She pinched a black chess piece between two fingers and gently pressed it in the center of the chessboard. There was no one on the other side of the chessboard, but a white chess piece fell down by itself. It landed on the edge of the chessboard, making Mei Mao squint slightly. Even so, the great ancient star will once again ignite the indestructible star remains, illuminating this star field, burning this world. The archaic era will exist forever. We will never die, Yun Nuoxing murmured. He clenched his teeth stubbornly, and an indestructible flame was burning in his eyes. They were reviving, and he was not willing to die just like that. Brother Nuoxing, what did you say? Lan Xen blinked and looked at Mei Mao. He spoke softly, so neither of them could hear him clearly. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. After a while, he smiled and shook his head. My thoughts drifted for a while. Nothing, let's go. They can do whatever they want. We have our own things to do. He smiled and held Lan Xen's hand as they walked out. Do you have any plans for those deities? They can't come out for the time being, but what about those little ones? As for the children of deities, there should be some, right? Little White had a strange look on his face. They are just little hedgehogs. As usual, I will ignore them if they don't come looking for me. I don't have time to deal with those little kids. As for your question, how would I know? Later deities, well, their ability to reproduce is slightly weaker. It is lower than that of ordinary people and early deities. Yun Nuoxing also had a strange look on his face. Why? Lan Xen asked curiously. Why? Yun Nuoxing smacked his lips. As he walked out, he said, they are just too strong, so they are slightly affected. However, later deities have a long lifespan, and deities live forever. If they want to create humans or other things, they have a lot of time. He thought for a moment, then said, I remember an old buddy of mine, an Empyrean god. He married 4 women, and in the end, he only had 1 son after 10 years. Shameless 10 years, he said it himself. Little White had a strange look on his face. That was a little too low. From this, it could be seen how low the birth rate of deities was. The lowest was from ordinary people, and the highest was from early deities. If necessary, they could have 4 or 5 children in 10 years. There was still time to rest in between. Cough, cough, the normal way, that's right. It is not normal. I suddenly feel that this topic is gradually sliding into the abyss. Why don't we stop here? Yun Nuoxing shuddered and said quickly. Lan Xen and Little White also nodded helplessly. If this topic continued, it would not be able to stop. If you asked him how he looked at those deities who were startled, he did not want to look at them, and he was too lazy to do so. Anyway, it was just a matter of time. If it was brought forward, then so be it. At most, it would make him feel a little more pressured. Nothing else. Therefore, those who needed to repair the pillar of creation still had to run around to repair it. Those who needed to work still had to work. To put it bluntly, the world would continue to turn no matter what happened. However, the road ahead would either be smooth or bumpy. Neither of these could stop the rotation of the huge wheel. He had just used the teleportation function of the Pillar of Creation to teleport the 3 of them to a hidden location of the Pillar of Creation. Now that they had popped up and checked the map, they realized that they had been teleported to the center of the ultimate plane region. However, they were still in the east, which brought them closer to the next origin pillar. From the southeast of the ultimate plane region to the center of the east. Little White scratched his head. If there is such a fast way, why do we have to fly around? Can't we just teleport to the next pillar of creation? That's a good idea. Yun Nuoshing sighed. This teleportation is random, dear. It would not be a problem to send you from the southeast of the ultimate plane region to the northwest of the ultimate plane region. Moreover, there are so many pillars of creation in such a large region. Who knows where they will be sent? Are you playing a game with probability? I would rather fly by myself. Little White scratched his tiger fur. After thinking for a while, he felt that it seemed to make sense. He did not say anything. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and condensed a fire phoenix. The three of them sat on it and were about to fly away when suddenly, a shout came from afar. Ladies, please wait a moment. Yun Nuoshing was slightly stunned. She turned her head away reflexively. Lan Xian could not help but laugh secretly. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. He was already used to it. When she turned her head, she saw a person walking in the air with his hands behind his back. He walked tens of thousands of meters with one step. Soon, he appeared in front of them. It was a man with a handsome face. He was different from Yun Nuoshing's alluring beauty. He displayed a masculine elegance. He wore a black tight-fitting robe. His long hair was tied into a high ponytail with a silver hairband. It hung down to his waist. His eyebrows revealed a heroic spirit and well-hidden arrogance. If he raised his eyebrows slightly, the latter would undoubtedly be revealed. More importantly, his aura was as deep as the ocean. It carried a natural coercion. It was noble and unshakable. It was as if a king had appeared. A deity. Lan Xian glanced at him. She was a little surprised, but that was all. As for his appearance, she had long been concerned about the person beside her. The man walked in front of the fire phoenix and smiled at the two of them. When he saw Little White, he added, "Oh, there is also a young man." Just now, a grand vision appeared in the ultimate plane region. Do the three of you know where that vision came from? The man smiled faintly and nodded his head. Yun Nuoshing's expression did not change. However, she could not help but mutter in her heart. She felt that this guy might have been thrown out by them. She thought for a while and tilted her head in confusion. Are you talking about the golden light just now? I am not sure. My eyes hurt. I only took a glance and then turned my head. I think it should be in that direction. He calmly pointed to the east. The man glanced at him and nodded to himself. Normal people would not be able to stare at the divine light for long, let alone a demigod. The man smiled and nodded his head slightly. Then, he turned around and walked toward the east. When he was far away, Yun Nuoshing sighed. I did not expect that they would send someone out so soon. Well, actually, I am not sure whether it was them who sent that person out. However, there is a 60% chance that it was them. I think that person is just an ordinary deity, Lan Xian muttered. Yun Nuoshing looked at her and shook his head. He reached out and rubbed her hair. He said, "Little girl, you are a descendant of deities. However, you do not have that kind of aura. I thought that you would have that kind of feeling, but it seems that you do not." Lan Xian stuck out her tongue. Yun Nuoshing said, "Ordinary people do not have that kind of aura. That kind of aura with a weak high level of divinity is obviously brought about by the deities. That kind of aura comes from being close to a life form with a high level of divinity for a long time. The dark magic formula that the person practiced is probably not simple. When the aura is stable, one can feel the weak fluctuations in space. However, the person's own energy is very well hidden. But it could also be that he is from a big force that does not appear in the world?" Lan Xian wrinkled her nose. "So, it is only a possibility." Yun Nuoshing smiled and nodded his head. "Then why did you point him in the wrong direction?" Little White looked at him, puzzled. Yun Nuoshing looked at him speechlessly. "In this case, it would be a problem if I pointed him in the right direction. I am just a demigod. Just now, I did not cover my aura. If I really pointed him in the right direction and he found the right place, he would look at me differently in the future." Look of adoration? Yun Nuoshing's face twitched, and he knocked on Little White's head hard. Look of vigilance. When that guy looked at us just now, he kept using his divinity to sense our divinity. There is no such thing as seeing our divinity directly. Normally, he would use his soul power to sense our strength and the strength of our aura. Although I do not know if we will meet again in the future, it is not wrong to be cautious. However, who knows what he will think? If he did not find the right place, it is not impossible for him to vent his anger on me in the future. Ow! Lan Xen pulled Yun Nuoshing's sleeve. On the fire phoenix, she spread out the treasure map. He did not know when this girl took it out from his pendant. At this time, her jade finger was pointing at the location where they were. There was a map of the ultimate plane region beside them. After comparing it, it was exactly the location that she was pointing at on the treasure map. Brother Nuoshing, the burial ground of heaven is beside us, Lan Xen said softly. Mei Mao flashed. Oh! Yun Nuoshing took a look and found that it was indeed beside them. It was about half a day's journey in the northwest direction. Although it was a little off, it was not too far off. The burial ground of heaven was also a long distance away from the city of beastmen in the ultimate plane region. One was above, and the other was below. Well, let's go and take a look first. Little White, we don't have to go in and see what the situation is like, right? Yun Nuoshing looked at Whitey. The latter pondered for a while and shook its head. Just stand at the door and watch. Now that we are so close to them, if the stupid housekeeper and the others are really inside, I will be able to sense them easily. The connection between the 4 mythological beasts cannot be blocked by the strange rules of the Forbidden Zone. Yun Nuoshing looked at Little White thoughtfully, and then looked at the treasure map. He remembered that when he first went to look for Little White, he saw a white dot on the map of the Pantheon realm. At first, he thought that the dot was stained with something. But when he saw that the white dot could change and tremble slightly, he realized that it was a living person. Then, he went to look for Little White. After listening to him, Little White was silent for a while. Then, he said, because when I was traveling outside, there were no special rules or energy in that mountain range. It could not block my presence. Otherwise, why would the demonic beasts and monsters in that mountain range scatter like birds? It is because they sensed my presence. There are many mountains in the ultimate plane region. Those special terrains have their own strange rules and strange terrains. It is not impossible for them to block the presence of the 2 girls. Yun Nuoshing looked at Little White suspiciously. This guy was very unreliable. He wasted 10 divine grade formation scrolls and got nothing in the end. Little White had goosebumps all over when he saw Little White's suspicious look. He coughed and said calmly, "There will be no problem this time. Although I can't find them all at once, I can still find where they are. The resonance of the 4 mythological beasts can be triggered every once in a while. Although it is a one-sided feeling, as long as I can go to the entrance of the burial ground of heaven, it will be fine. Even if I can't sense whether they are inside or not, I can still use the resonance to roughly feel where they are." Yun Nuoshing was still suspicious. He mumbled a few times, but didn't say anything. Whoosh! A purplish-red light streaked across the sky, leaving behind a large patch of sunlight ash. The ash condensed into fragments and fell from the sky like an auspicious omen. Many people rushed into the sky, wanting to chase after the fleeting light. However, the light was too fast. By the time they rushed into the sky, the light had already disappeared into the horizon. So many things have happened recently. I heard that there was an incredible anomaly in the dry plain region. Yesterday, something big happened in the extreme plain region. Now, I feel the aura of our monster king streaking across the sky. I really can't stand being disturbed. Are you hallucinating these 2 days? Did you not rest well? Yun Nuoshing and the others streaked across the sky. They didn't have much time to rest in the extreme plain region. Although there were cities scattered around this region, they were smaller in scale and quality compared to the big cities. Although there were city walls, they looked rougher. Those were the cities built by the monster race. The only place where humans could stay was the city of beastmen in the center. There was a giant teleportation gate that connected to various places in the realm of the gods. The monster race's cities didn't welcome humans. Although they were disguised, they were too lazy to go down and rest. If they were seen through, it wouldn't be fun. The aura of the monster race is very unique to the monster race. Sigh, I can't help it. I can only say so. It's good that I didn't say it was a bunch of thatched huts. Yun Nuoshing supported his forehead with his hand. It wasn't as he said. It was a bunch of thatched huts. However, compared to the cities built by humans, the monster race's cities were unsightly. The palaces of some forces were also crooked, especially the large buildings. Only a few small buildings could be seen. As the journey was short and fast, Yun Nuoshing and the others didn't waste any time to rest. They flashed past the city, leaving behind shocked voices. Another group of people thought that a great fortune had fallen from the sky. So many things have happened recently. Strange phenomena that don't make sense, strange news that don't make sense, and the price of the market has increased for no reason. A mouthful of top-grade spiritual medicine actually costs a piece of demigod-level beast bone. Wasn't it possible to use a bowl of demigod-level beast blood to exchange for it yesterday? Did the boss not drink the blood and eat the bones instead? He said he was sick of drinking it. Yesterday, some people appeared in the city for no reason. Even the city lord was shocked. Look, he brought some people to God knows where early in the morning. I heard that the people who came were very powerful. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, could they be from the Tianluo Palace? I don't think so. A few days ago, some of the elites from the Tianluo Palace returned and went to the city lord's residence. After yesterday's incident, they were dragged out early in the morning. They were ordered to do something. Hiss, which force are they from? Most of the other cities were in the same situation. Before the people were in chaos, a bunch of rumors had already spread. The mysterious young experts were all asking about the origin of the strange phenomena and the relatively well-known events in the realm of the gods in recent times. Originally, there wasn't much to say. They were considered to be well known in the realm of the god. However, they were asked to mention it again. Due to the strength of these people, they couldn't help but mention it. At this time, there were also some uninvited guests who were casually strolling around the market. After instructing the city lord's people, they were lazy. No one knew where this group of young heroes came from. They had never heard of them before, yet they possessed extremely great strength that didn't lose out to the first generation's 12 divine pillars. One of the latter had even been beaten until he was lying on the ground. Chapter 1031. This was a dark place. Normally, almost no one would come here. Even if they glanced at it from afar, they would run away in fear. This was an ominous place. Gloomy winds were howling, and weak soul power was drifting around. It was as if there were vengeful spirits lingering here. A mysterious power formed a special energy field in this place. This sky was especially strange. Under the bright sun, there was a part of the world that was dark and gloomy. There was no sun, no moon, and no starry sky. It was just a dark sky that seemed to lead to a space of nothingness. The burial ground of heaven, also known as the burial ground of heaven. Yun Nuoshing and the others came here. They looked at the dark sky and land from a distance of 10,000 feet. The dead trees were rotting and the ground was cracked. An ominous aura mixed with dark purple and black came out from the cracks in the ground. It distorted the entire space and the rules of heaven and earth. Anyone who looked at it would feel uneasy. This dark place occupied an area of 100,000 miles. It was pitch black, and there were magnificent mountains and deep valleys inside. However, all of this was shrouded under the black curtain. There was no such place in the primordial age. Yun Nuoshing ran her fingers through her long hair. She flicked her hair gently. Her colorful eyes were deep, and there was a sea blue and golden light in them. There is no aura of life in this place. It seems like the space is dead. Little White was scared. She mumbled and quickly hid behind Yun Nuashing. Then, she closed her eyes and slowly spread out the senses of the four gods. After a while, Yun Nuashing finished her observation. Lan Xen blinked and Mei Mao went up to her. How is it? Yun Nuashing closed her eyes for a long time. Then, she let out a long breath and said in surprise, I have to pray that we don't have to go in later. If we go in, we will definitely die. Mei Mao and Lan Xen trembled. Is this place so scary? Lan Xen asked nervously, What is in there? Yun Nuashing shook his head. It's nothing. It's just some dregs. Some dregs that have been broken into dregs are scattered evenly in this dark world, forming a land of death. No life can survive here. Even if a living creature steps in, it will be disintegrated by the twisted rules here in a few seconds. As he spoke, he picked up a huge rock that was a few meters wide and threw it into the dark land. The huge rock had just passed through the area, but before it could land on the ground, its huge body quietly dissipated like air. Before it landed on the ground, it had already disappeared, and not even a particle was left behind. Lan Xen's pretty face turned pale. She could see a little bit of it. It was an absolute disappearance. The stone had completely disappeared. Not even a little bit of it was left. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and muttered, There are remnants of the power of a world, and the power of a heavenly god. According to my speculations, a heavenly god should have died here. When he died, a world crashed into this land, and several types of power mixed together to create the problem with the laws of this place. This is not a flaw in the rules of heaven and earth. The pillar of creation will not care about it. There are many places like this in the realm of the gods, but they do not affect the rules of heaven and earth. The pillar of creation is too lazy to care about them. Yun Nuashing said softly. There were many strange places that appeared in the celestial world. Some were naturally formed, while others were man-made due to various reasons. Originally, it might have been the remains of a battlefield, or the place where experts fell. However, as time passed, everyone forgot how that place was formed. Naturally, it became a forbidden area. Even if there were people who still remembered what happened here, it could not change the fact that it was a forbidden area. At this time, Little White suddenly shuddered. She raised her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. After hesitating for a long time, she laughed dryly and said, Well, maybe it will be better to go in. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She reached out and picked her ear. Then, she put her ear next to her ear and listened carefully. What? Say that again? I didn't hear you clearly. Little White laughed bitterly. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. Some of the fluctuations of the four gods' senses are coming from inside. The rest are scattered in the air. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. She narrowed her eyes and licked her lips. Xen, do you think the white tiger meat is delicious? Lan Xen laughed dryly. Little White was furious. Was this guy addicted to eating meat in the realm of ultimate plane? I think this white tiger is suffering from heatstroke. Why don't? Yun Nuashing laughed eerily. Sigh, who likes to go to such a dangerous place? I feel like my neck is being strangled by something. Little White waved her hand and sighed. She knew that he was joking. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes to make sure that Little White was not joking. Then, she sighed and scratched her head. Can't you give me a simple question? I just said that if I walk in here, I will die 10 times out of 10. You want me to walk around inside? Do you know how to write 10 times out of 10 in the language of the gods? If you don't know, I can teach you. Why don't we walk around and see? It is quite dangerous to walk in directly, Lan Xen said softly. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded. Seeing Little White staring at the sky burial ground in a daze, she felt a little scared. She did not want to walk in, did she? Is your four gods' resonance reliable? Basically, it is not cancelled out by external factors, unless Azure Dragon and the others want to hide. But even then, I can only sense where they are. Back then, I was the one who found the game of hide and seek. I followed the fluctuation all the way back to the realm of the gods. Little White spread her hands helplessly, but in this era, the realm of the gods has a strange barrier. If we are outside the realm of the gods, we will not be able to sense each other. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while, but he couldn't come up with a good idea. So, he followed Lan Xian's instructions and circled around the burial ground of heaven. After waiting for an hour, Xiao Bai used the four gods' resonance again. This time, the intensity was quite impressive. Yun Nuashing could feel it. In his spiritual world, Feng who had turned into an egg, gently trembled. Brother Nuashing there, Lan Xian pulled his sleeve and pointed forward with her eyes. Yun Nuashing looked over and saw a person at the edge of the sky burial ground. That person was looking into the sky burial ground. His eyes were empty, as if he was recalling something. Yun Nuashing did not know what he was thinking. A divine god. Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows. It was not a big deal to look at a divine god. The problem was that this divine god was too young. Yun Nuashing could see through his life aura. His lifespan should not be more than 100,000 years. This was the dividing line. A divine god below 100,000 years old was considered very young, while a divine god above 100,000 years old was considered middle-aged. However, this was a very vague evaluation standard. After all, everyone was different. When that person saw someone standing in the distance, he frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything. He looked at them from afar and then turned around and walked away. He looked back 3 times with each step as if he was thinking about something in the sky burial ground. Yun Nuashing looked at him and did not say anything. He left with Little White and Lan Xian. After they were some distance away, Little White opened his eyes and said, "Stupid housekeeper. Their auras come from 2 directions. Let me guess. One is in the west, and the other is in the sky burial ground?" Yun Nuashing said. Little White coughed and nodded helplessly. Then, he pulled his hair again. He did not understand why there was such a result. Could it be that they were hiding in 2 different places? One on each side. Oh, this idea was a little disgusting. The auras of the Azure Dragon and the Slow One are together. But now they are in 2 different places. One is in the sky burial ground, and the other is somewhere in the west of the ultimate plane region. Their auras are in 2 different places, and their strengths are exactly the same. Little White pulled his hair in distress. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and said, "They can't be hiding in 2 different places." Little White was speechless. He had thought so just now. After all, he did not understand what had happened. "So, do we still want to go to the sky burial ground?" Lan Xian looked at the 2 of them. She hugged Little Magic and squeezed him like a ball. Little Magic seemed to make a strange sound. Yun Nuashing and Little White looked at each other. 7 or 8 kinds of light flashed in their eyes. A pile of information was flying back and forth. Their eyes were like lightning. After a while, Lan Xian puffed up her cheeks and stretched out her jade finger to poke Yun Nuashing's cheek. The latter slowly came back to his senses and looked in the direction of the sky burial ground. He was silent for a while. Then, his left hand unconsciously snapped his fingers and said, "If you want to go, it's not that we can't go in. Can we go in? But didn't you just say?" Little White looked at him suspiciously. Yun Nuashing glanced at him with disgust and said, "How can this god be blocked by a mere forbidden area? Isn't it just a fallen god and a destroyed world?" He muttered and took out a black scroll from his pendant. It was really black. It was as black as a black hole. There was no pattern or luster on it. "Damn, this can't be." Little White sucked in a breath of cold air. He had to use something of this level so soon? Yun Nuashing glared at him and said flatly, "There's nothing I can do about it. With the power of my soul, even if my godly soul has been awakened and I have the essence of a godly soul, I still haven't recovered my quantity. I can cast divine-grade formations, but the quality is slightly lower. However, I can't cast divine-grade formations at all. It's not appropriate to go in there with a God's Park weapon. There will always be gaps in the weapon's defense. But a divine-grade array at the divine-grade array. I feel distressed. Little White's face was slightly distorted. Even if you're rich, you shouldn't use it like this. It's fine. This array scroll is made from 120,000 materials. The array carved on it can be used indefinitely. However, every time it's used, it will have to replenish its energy. As for how many times it can be used, it depends on the amount of energy used. If it's the maximum energy output, it should be put away after using it 3 times. Yun Nuoshing tossed the black scroll in her hand and sighed. There are more than 60 of these array scrolls. They're all divine-grade array at the divine-grade array. I carved them when I was standing at the peak of the divine-grade array. I'm too lazy to use such precious array scrolls to inscribe ordinary arrays. Then what kind of array is this array scroll in your hand? Little White asked curiously. Yun Nuoshing blinked and opened it to take a look. He said, "It's a defensive magic circle, the formation of nothingness." The nothingness here doesn't refer to the void. It's the true meaning of nothingness. When the magic circle is activated, except for the things limited by the magic circle, everything that comes into contact with the energy field formed by the magic circle will be assimilated into nothingness. To put it simply, it will be reduced to a state of nothing left. Little White's face twitched. Are you sure this isn't an offensive array? No, it's really for defensive purposes. Yun Nuoshing shook her head and said, however, you know that the direction of my cultivation was a little extreme. To me, there's no such thing as a defensive array. Wherever the sword points, everything will be crushed. Therefore, this array that I weaved is called a defensive array. In fact, it's also an extremely powerful attack. Lan Xen sighed and added. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly and nodded. That was right. Just by listening to the introduction, she knew that this thing wasn't purely for defensive purposes. It could also be used to kill people without paying for it. It won't cause a huge commotion if it's used, right? Little White was a little worried. At this moment, many old monsters in the realm of the gods had awakened. If they noticed, no, the activation of the array of nothingness is equivalent to no commotion. Furthermore, all detection methods are useless because there's no energy that can feed back any information. The moment they come into contact with the energy field, they'll disappear into nothingness. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and unfolded the array scroll. There was nothing in the pure black scroll, but suddenly black rays of light shot out from it. Thousands of rays of light flooded the area 10 feet under their feet and gradually formed an extremely mysterious and complicated array. Every inch of pattern and every inch of thread carried an extremely difficult message. There was also a circle of small words in the array, which were also difficult to understand. They didn't look like pure words, but just looked like them. Goo, a strange sound was heard, and the array quietly formed. A black semicircular energy barrier appeared and enveloped the 3 of them. Even the ground under their feet became black. The range of the barrier could be said to be impenetrable. Yun Nuoshing and the others could see through the pure black barrier. There was only a slight visual impact. However, when they looked in from the outside, they could only see a black hemisphere. It was so dark that it seemed to be able to swallow their minds. They couldn't see anything. He clapped his hands and sighed. Then let's go in. After he finished speaking, he saw Little White and Lan Xen staring blankly at the black array beneath their feet. He was stunned and puzzled. What's wrong? Do you feel something is wrong? Don't worry, nothing will happen in the array. It can even destroy the attack of a divine god. Lan Xen shook her head. Mei Mao flashed and sparkled. No, this is a divine god's array, a complete divine god's array. In this world, it's already not bad if 1,000th of a divine god's array is left. Now that I see a complete divine god's array, I'm a little excited. Little White scratched her head. Although the four celestial phenomenon gods had the same status as divine gods, they only had fragments of memories left in their blood. They didn't have memories of when they became divine gods, so they were a little emotional. When Yun Nuoshing heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. She sighed and said, "This is nothing. I know quite a lot of arrays, and there are quite a number of divine gods' arrays. Many of them were made by me. If you want, you can look through them yourselves. Anyway, my spiritual world has been messed up by you." Lon Xian and Little White laughed dryly. In the beginning, Ziyi was the one who messed up that place. They were just accomplices. Well, at most, they were just accomplices. Waving her hand, Yun Nuoshing didn't say much. Her figure flashed, and she flew toward the sky burial ground. There was only a dead land formed by the twisted rules. It was an absolute dead land without a trace of life. As for the void array, it was a complete void. Both of them were extremes. The former didn't have any life, and the latter didn't have anything. When they met, no one knew what would happen. In the sky burial ground, it was desolate and withered. There was no life in it. It gave people a strong sense of oppression, as if they were carrying a mountain on their back. When they walked in, their hair stood on end. Little White was even more frightened. Its blue and white fur stood on end, and its eyes were wide open. Lon Xian shivered. She quickly moved closer to Yun Nuoshing to give her a sense of security. After comforting the frightened girl, Yun Nuoshing cast his gaze towards the ground. This withered and dead black ground intersected with the pure black domain of nothingness. No strange sounds came out, but his eyes saw some reactions. The reaction of energy coming into contact with each other, and then being annihilated. "Brother Nuoshing, are you okay?" Lon Xian was about to go into his arms. She was very uneasy. Yun Nuoshing rubbed the girl's long hair. He pondered for a while and said, "The God power and the power of the world here are entangled. It's at the same level as my array. It's not that the Divine Realm Master was at the same level as me when he was alive. It's just that the Void Array is not at the level of a Divine Realm Master. It can't completely turn the unknown energies into nothingness. It's a little entangled, but it's not a big problem. It won't affect us." When Lon Xian heard this, she was relieved. She blinked at Mei Mao and said, "Is the power of the world a kind of origin energy?" Yun Nuoshing frowned and said, "It counts, but it doesn't. Let's just treat it as a type of origin energy. It counts because it is indeed a mysterious power that was born from the heavens and earth. It is one of the origin energy. It exists in every corner of the world, but no one can touch it. Only those who are at the level of gods can touch this power. But it doesn't count for another reason. It is fundamentally different from the other origin energy. The power of time, the power of space, the power of the elements, and it is unstable. The other origin energies would occasionally go on a rampage, but there would always be a portion of them that are relatively stable. Only those origin energies would be able to create products that correspond to themselves. The power of time gave birth to time, the power of space gave birth to space, and the power of space gave birth to each other, but the power of a world, which exists in every corner of the world, came into existence before the power of a world was born. Logically speaking, there would be no such thing as the power of a world, because it does not seem to play any special role in the composition of the world. However, it does exist, and we can touch it. As far as we know, its existence came after the birth of the world, and that is the biggest difference between it and the other origin energies. Secondly, it is unstable, and there is no such thing as the power of a world in a state of tranquility. More specific details you will know when you become gods, but let's not talk about that now. Now, let's talk about it later. Yun Nuoshing was addicted to talking. At this moment, she suddenly realized that this was not a good place to talk. They were in a strange forbidden area. Lon Xian and Little White finally reacted and looked around nervously. Chapter 1032. Woo woo, the black whirlwind produced a bone-chilling, mournful sound, like the cries of vengeful spirits. The black, bowl-shaped, inverted barrier fell onto the black ground, but the pitch-black surface of the barrier would occasionally produce some white ripples. Something touched the surface of the barrier, producing a strange sound that was difficult to catch. I really don't feel safe at all. Little White rode on Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. His blue and white fur stood on end. He stared at the barrier with his eyes wide open. His entire body was filled with an inexplicable aura that made him feel uneasy. His heart was beating several times faster. That's not a reason for you to ride on my neck. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Little Purple Soul was only 4 or 5 years old. However, this guy was about 11 or 12 years old. How could he ride on his neck? As he spoke, he glanced at Lan Xen, who was hanging on half of his body. He couldn't help but sigh. He was about to become a moving fortress. He couldn't help but mutter, "You were the one who said that you wanted to come in. Now you're so scared." "There's no contradiction," Little White said confidently. Boom! Under the cracked ground, a black arc of energy shot up into the sky. It was like a fire dragon. It zigzagged towards the sky and drew a semicircle in the sky. Then, it fell back into the cracked ground. Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself for a while. The chaotic rules here have condensed and formed. They can even be seen. The rules here have been distorted to a shocking extent. I can feel that there are many vengeful spirits. Negative emotions are entangled and lingering here, Lan Xen said softly. Yun Nuoshing nodded. It's not surprising. A world has fallen here. An entire world has exploded here. The concentrated power of the world is everywhere. No matter if it was a small world or an origin world, it has evolved to a relatively large scale. The people in that world. Little White frowned slightly. What else could it be? I don't need to tell you. You should know it by looking at the negative emotions that are lingering in this place. Yun Nuoshing pointed at the black land. Anyone who walked in here would be able to sense the overflowing resentment. Lan Xen and Little White sighed. Were they all dead? Those who could not jump out of the world could only perish together with the world. Yun Nuoshing said seriously, that was definitely not a normal destruction of a world. A normal world's ball of light disintegrates silently, and no one can sense the beginning and spread of the destruction. Unknowingly, everything disappears. However, such a dense amount of resentment was left behind here, entangled with the power of the world. There were definitely signs of the destruction of that world. Countless lives in that world sensed it, and they might even have witnessed the destruction. Otherwise, such a massive amount of resentment wouldn't have gathered here. The few of them walked for more than 10 miles, and the atmosphere became increasingly heavy. Little White tried to use the resonance of the 4 gods, but it didn't sense any response. Don't use the resonance of the 4 gods after we enter, Yun Nuoshing nodded. This was expected. The rules of this place were distorted. If the normal rules of heaven and earth were to be a rope, then this rope would have been twisted into a fried dough twist. It even had to be entangled with itself. There was a knot here and a ring there. In short, it was a messy situation, and it also made this place extremely dangerous. The cracked ground stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky was dark and gloomy. There was no sunlight, but they could clearly see the surroundings. The black mountains in the distance were deep and heavy, and they brought about a huge sense of oppression. There was a withered tree by the side of the road. 2 meters above the tree trunk, it was twisted into a whirlpool and extended outwards. There was no sign of life. There was no life in this place. It was impossible for life to exist in the known and unknown. This was the rule of this place. Even someone as strong as a divine god could only cover himself with an energy field and create an independent world, just like Yun Nuoshing at this moment. Although he was not a divine god, if a divine god wanted to enter this place, he could only do so. This was a place where countless lives and at least one divine god had fallen. It was a place of despair that buried an entire world. This place did not disintegrate because it existed in the realm of the god. If this place fell in another world, the power here would spread rapidly and form a destructive whirlpool, destroying everything. Yun Nuashing waved his hand lightly, and a stream of air swept out and pounced on the twisted, withered tree. Upon contact, the tree was blown into a black stream of air, and it scattered like dust. Then, it slowly settled on the ground. "Is this fake?" Lan Xian asked in surprise. Everything here was beyond her understanding of the normal world. "Yes, it's just a manifestation of the strange power here." Yun Nuashing nodded. "It's not strange for anything to happen here. If I hadn't used a rule formation to stabilize this place, we would have also been assimilated by the strange rules here. We can't fly here." Xiao Bai frowned and said bitterly with his elbow on Yun Nuashing's head and his cheek on his hand. "The suppression of the rules. Don't touch my head, it hurts." Yun Nuashing mumbled as he brushed Little White's arm away. He said, "The residual power here is too strong, and it will never dissipate. The great samsara can erase it, but because the realm of the gods is so special, it's within the realm of the gods, and the great samsara can't affect it." Lan Xian, and Mei Mao flashed and suddenly cried out in surprise. They hurriedly pointed forward. "Brother Nuashing! Over there! Over there!" Yun Nuashing turned his head and looked. He was also stunned. Under a black tree formed by the strange power, there was a white skeleton leaning against the bottom of the tree. "There's still a pile of bones in this place. I'm afraid it's the remains of a heavenly god." Yun Nuashing had a strange expression on his face. He muttered to himself for a while, and his eyes flashed as he carefully examined the white skeleton under the tree not far away. After a while, he narrowed his eyes. "It's actually an ordinary skeleton?" Yun Nuashing was suspicious. He lifted his feet and walked over. Puff, puff. Just as he was a few meters away, the strange tree suddenly emitted waves of black fog. The fog drifted down from the sky, and a few huge black pillars of energy shot out from the cracked ground. The ominous energy they emitted made people feel a chill run down their spines. Interesting, a stable and concrete rule has appeared in this chaotic and formless land of rules? This world is actually protecting that place on its own? A strange smile appeared on Yun Nuashing's face. "How curious!" Lan Xian saw him moving his fingers, and her face was covered in cold sweat. Before she could pull him away, Yun Nuashing had already walked in that direction. Lan Xian gritted her teeth and had no choice but to follow along with Little White. Boom, boom! The sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. The space trembled and the mountains collapsed. A huge abyss appeared on the ground far away. The black whirlwind was like a huge ferocious beast. Because of their approach, it became more and more hurried. It stared at these uninvited guests with bloodshot eyes as they gradually approached the place it was protecting. They had just taken 2 steps when such a strange thing happened. It was as if they had touched the weak spot of this black land of death. This place was very important to it. The violent wind messed up Little White's long hair. Her heart was beating like a drum. Why is this place so strange? Yun Nuashing frowned. He lifted his foot and stomped lightly on the ground. An extremely complicated rune spread out from under his foot. In an instant it spread to the end of the black land. Woo-woo! A strange roar could be heard from afar. A huge black shadow exploded and dissipated into black particles. The particles that were floating in the air seemed to interweave into a skeleton pattern. It also seemed like an illusion. Isn't there nothing in this godforsaken place? Little White's fur hadn't loosened since the beginning. At this moment, the crescent mark between his eyebrows lit up in fright. A silvery white light spread out from his body. There's nothing, oh, there's nothing alive. That thing isn't alive. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. You're one of the 4 celestial phenomenon gods. Can you calm down a little? Calm down? I'm scared of ghosts. Little White's eyes widened. His face was pale. He couldn't help but say, Yun Nuashing and Lan Shiner. Is this guy really one of the 4 celestial phenomenon gods? Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. He shook his head and narrowed his eyes. An inexplicable aura slowly spread out from his body. He slowly raised his open hand. Energy condensed. A weak godly power was also gradually condensing Wu-Wu, however, just as Yun Nuashing was condensing energy and was about to unleash a massacre, the strange black whirlwind suddenly let out a low wail. Then, it gradually dissipated. It seemed that it also knew that it couldn't provoke this tough bone. At least you know what's good for you. Yun Nuashing sighed exasperatedly. The condensed energy quietly dissipated. Although he didn't know what kind of strange mutation had occurred in this strange place due to the distortion of the laws, there seemed to be something with a weak consciousness here. It was just an object. It couldn't even be considered a living thing. It might not even have a physical body. In any case, that thing was probably afraid of him. After that mournful wail, everything calmed down. The exploding energy pillar and the violent wind were all gone. Even the swaying tree had stopped swaying. What exactly is that thing? Little White was scared. Could it be that there's some strange and unimaginable existence hiding in this place? Is it another dying god? Or a celestial phenomenon god? Or at that level? Yun Nuashing shook his head. Neither. It's just a strange consciousness that was born from the distortion of the laws of heaven and earth. Maybe it's the consciousness of this dark place itself. In the end, this burial ground of heaven buried a god from a world. However, there are no records of which god it was. I don't even know when this place was formed. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he walked toward the big tree. He walked in front of the skeleton and glanced at it. However, he shook his head. It's already turned into ashes. It will dissipate with a touch. If it weren't for the existence of the strange laws of this strange place, this skeleton might not even have ashes left. However, in this place, which God had fallen, who did this skeleton belong to? It definitely had an inseparable connection with this place. Perhaps this fallen world was created by it. Yun Nuashing muttered to himself. He glanced around the skeleton, but he couldn't find anything. This dark place had reluctantly allowed them to come here. It didn't seem like it wanted to say anything. Helpless, he could only explore by himself. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Book of Epic. Yun Nuashing glanced inside through it. His gaze gradually became deep. This place was covered by the remnant chi of a god and the power of an entire world. Even if it was covered up randomly, it couldn't hide the secrets of heaven. It also created a certain amount of resistance for him. The Book of Epics could trace back to things that happened dozens of epochs ago. However, it was easily disturbed. Even a slight disturbance could shorten the process by several times, just like now. 3,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago, 200,000, 2 trillion, Yun Nuashing murmured. Scenes and time flashed past in his eyes. In the end, it stopped at a string of numbers. It was close to an epoch. It pointed to the middle of the 138th epoch. It was half an epoch away from the current epoch. At this moment, it had already reached the end. The person who appeared in the scene was obviously a middle-aged man. However, he couldn't trace back any further. Yun Nuashing looked at it for a while and frowned. He captured some information. Jiluanhui, Reincarnation Emperor? The Reincarnation Emperor from the last epoch. Whitey was also stunned. Although he had only awakened in recent years, he wasn't completely dead 3 epochs ago. He still had a weak consciousness that alternated between sleeping and waking up. At that time, his origin had returned to the world of the god. He could occasionally hear some voices from the world of the god. This was one of the talents of the 4 gods of celestial phenomenon. Even now, he could still do it by merging his origin into the world of the god. Although he didn't know much, he had heard of this name before. He was an emperor-god expert who existed in the last epoch. In this era where the gods didn't appear and emperors took precedence, he was the representative of the strongest. With his body and his strength, he shook the world's oldest long march, reincarnation. History is repeating itself in the myriad of worlds. Reincarnation after reincarnation has cut off the path forward. With my body, I will tear apart this destined scene and return this world to the right track. Yun Nuoshing murmured softly. He had seen this sentence before. The reincarnation emperor's thoughts were terrifying. He was bold and daring to think of such things. In their eyes, this person was no different from a madman. Reincarnation was an inevitable process that couldn't be shaken. Reincarnation was an unshakable process in this world. Heaven and earth were in the cycle of reincarnation. Things would never be the same again. This world was always moving forward. Maybe it couldn't see through this, which was why it had such thoughts. Delusional thinking of using the body of a god emperor to cut off the path of reincarnation? What a fantasy! Yun Nuoshing didn't care much about this. There had been so many geniuses since ancient times. To put it bluntly, those people were just a fine line away from being a madman. He was a complete madman. No matter which aspect he leaned towards, he was full of negative attribute. It wasn't that he couldn't understand the reincarnation emperor's thoughts, blocking the path of reincarnation, freeing this world from its eternal shackles and returning it to the right track. Only then could it continue to move forward and allow this world to continue moving forward. Was he treating the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth as an inevitable experience in reincarnation? In the course of heaven and earth, the power of rules was like a wheel. There would be times when it was strong and times when it was weak. At that time, it would usher in a grand era, and there would also be times when it was weak. Many people called the complete rotation of these two states a lifetime. Some people understood this as the reincarnation of heaven and earth, where one lifetime after another passed by and repeated endlessly. Some people believed that this world was in the process of reincarnation, going back and forth endlessly. However, in Yun Nuoshing's opinion, these were all nonsense. The changes in the power of the rules of heaven and earth couldn't be more normal. Such things also happened in the primordial age. When a grand era descended, there were as many gods as there were sand in the sea. Everywhere in the eight elements realm, there were many gods at the heavenly god realm. They were extremely powerful and then began to weaken. The original number of gods and heavenly gods didn't change. The number of newly promoted gods and heavenly gods decreased, but there were still many newly promoted gods. After all, the number of lives in the primordial realm was too large. This kind of change in the rules of heaven and earth that affected the entire primordial realm was like a person. He would eventually become tired after an excessive outburst and enter a state of fatigue. After he recovered his strength, he would recover again. However, this era was a little more special. If the primordial realm was compared to a person, it was already very tired at this time. It needed to rest for a while, but there were still very important things to do. Therefore, it held its breath and went on a rampage to resolve the matter. After that, it would take a long time to rest and reorganize. That's right, this was how he viewed this world. It wasn't impossible to say that it was the final radiance of the setting sun. This world had always been in the cycle of reincarnation. The old and the new were replaced, generation after generation, and the exchange of generations. This world was in the cycle of reincarnation, but it didn't stop moving forward. As long as time continued to move forward, this world would never stop. The philosophy of the reincarnation great was wrong. Jumping out of the world and seeing through the truth of this world, if the reincarnation great could advance to the later God level, he would definitely be able to go very far. He was already very close to this realm, but due to the severe oppression of the rules of heaven and earth, he fell halfway. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly, feeling a little regretful. Suddenly, some thoughts flashed through his mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The reincarnation, great reincarnation, was there any connection between it and the heavenly god reincarnation that appeared in the Battle of the Dark Age? Or was it just the same name? Since ancient times, there were many people who studied reincarnation. There seemed to be quite a lot of people who borrowed this name. It also cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes slightly. The Book of Epics had seen through a large part of this person's life. Xian Yin had left him the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, but he didn't know the origin of this reincarnation technique, and who created it. The reincarnation great emperor and the ancient city of the Dark Age. There was also a part of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. It feels weird. I keep feeling that something is trying to connect, but I can't find a point of connection. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. His mind was in a mess. He felt that he was about to figure out something, but he couldn't. Whenever he thought too much, he would feel irritated. Whenever he was irritated, he would scratch his hair with all his might and make anxious sounds. Lan Xian and Little White looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Who knew what was on his mind that made him so anxious? Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. After a while, he let out a long sigh. He tidied his long hair and said, "Now is not the time to think about this. Let's find the reason why we came here." Chapter 1033. You're leaving just like that? You don't care about that great emperor anymore? Seeing Yun Nuoshing turn around and walk past him, Little White shook a little and quickly grabbed his hair. He even turned around to look at the skeleton leaning against the black tree and frowned slightly. Don't care, why should I care about it? Yun Nuoshing looked at him strangely and said, It's still going on its way. This place could be left behind by it, whether it did it intentionally or not. If that's the case, what happens next? I don't want to talk about it now. After all, I'm no longer the unscrupulous me that I used to be. I don't have the right to be unscrupulous. I'm just playing a little trick and stepping into places that shouldn't be explored. This is the burial place of the reincarnation emperor, who caused a sensation in the realm of the gods in the last era. A world is buried here and a god is buried here. Just let it continue to be quiet. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand. Lan Xian's expression changed. It's still going on and it hasn't stopped. The reincarnation emperor, reincarnation? Could it be that it has always been here? Looking at his determined and thoughtful face, she couldn't help but frown slightly. She shook her head and didn't ask anything. In this world, there were many things that couldn't be known easily. Even someone as powerful as him had been hunted down for an entire era because he had touched something unknown. He had fallen into the reincarnation cycle for nearly 70 eras before he had returned to this place with great difficulty. Everything had started anew. Yun Nuoshing sensed her gaze and tilted his head to look at her. He asked, "What's wrong?" Lan Xian shook her head and obediently followed beside him. She didn't say anything. He mumbled suspiciously and made an incomprehensible sound. Then, he looked up at Little White and asked, "So, where is the aura? In the end, is it really in here?" "Ow! How dare you doubt me?" Little White angrily pulled his long hair and looked unhappy. "Isn't it because you're too unreliable?" Yun Nuoshing grimaced in pain and waved his hand to pat him. Only then did that stupid tiger stop. After a moment, he muttered and said, "It's in this direction. There's a reaction from the resonance of the 4 gods again?" It took him a moment to realize that the 4 gods' resonance that had just lost its effect had suddenly reacted again. Yun Nuoshing sighed. Was this guy reliable or not? Was he reliable or not? The black whirlwind in the strange place had already stopped. He didn't know if it was because of Yun Nuoshing's aura or something else, but he was very interested in the consciousness that had appeared inexplicably in this place. If possible, he really wanted to meet this consciousness and see what it was. Was it a human, a ghost, or some other inexplicable life form? After walking for several thousand feet, a dark yellow stone suddenly appeared. It protruded from the ground 70 to 80 feet high, like a huge stone tablet. It was irregular, and from the side it looked quite thin, only 3 to 4 meters wide. A cold aura with frost floated to the ground, landing in the cracks of the earth, turning into strands of black aura that drilled into the depths of the earth. Oh, what kind of broken stone is this? It's standing in the middle of the road and blocking the way. Little White glanced at the stone tablet out of boredom. The surface of the stone tablet was smooth, and there was nothing engraved on it. It was a smooth pale yellow stone tablet. Yun Nuoshing blinked, and his expression became strange. Why did this stone tablet appear here? What's wrong with this stone tablet? Little White asked. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. This stone tablet. There's nothing special about it. In my opinion, there's nothing special about it. It's not much different from those strange stones that are used for ornamental purposes by the roadside. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and said with a raised voice, "Ah, it's not very good to say that. After all, it's something from that place. If it appears here, it will more or less make people feel. Well, for the people in this world, it's very strange to see this thing. Could it be that it was brought back? What exactly is it?" Little White scratched his cheek in confusion. Pointing at the pale yellow stone tablet that was 70 to 80 feet high, Yun Nuoshing said indifferently, "This stone is a stone erected on the Reincarnation Road." Lan Xener and Little White. It's probably in the middle of the road. It's erected there for ornamental purposes. There's nothing special about it. Yun Nuoshing knocked on his head and suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, I remember that when I was walking on the Reincarnation Road, I felt that something was wrong. It was different from the Reincarnation Road in my impression. Could it be because of the lack of this stone? As he often walked on the same road, it was easy to feel the changes on the familiar road, even if he wasn't very clear about the special changes. Moreover, this stone was very conspicuous. When Lan Xian twirled her hair and looked at him with a strange expression. This topic was also very strange. Well, I can't remember when. You know, on the Reincarnation Road, all living creatures are in a confused state. They don't remember clearly what happened before they were alive. They just follow the rules of the road and walk forward in a daze. A strong divine soul, especially one like me, is strong enough to maintain a weak consciousness and can remember what happened on the Reincarnation Road. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bring out the 9th Netherworld song. However, I also couldn't stop myself from walking on the Reincarnation Road, Yun Nuoshing said. Then you jumped off at the end of the Reincarnation Road? Little White asked. Hey, that's a very difficult job. Yun Nuoshing nodded with a smile. However, there were only a few times when she jumped off at the end of the Reincarnation Road. In recent lives, she had escaped from the Reincarnation Road by jumping off. Also, when Quarter Moon appeared, she had also escaped from the Reincarnation Road. In the dozens of eras between these two sections, she had gone through the Reincarnation Road according to the rules, because there was no need to escape. Then what do you plan to do with this stone? Little White pointed at the stone tablet in front of them and asked. Yun Nuoshing didn't know either. He tilted his head and thought for a while. Let's just leave it here. Didn't I say that this stone is just a viewing stone on the Reincarnation Road? It has no effect on the Reincarnation Road itself. For others, because of its aura, they will feel that it is very strange and can even see many strange things through the stone. But for me, this is just a stone with a foreign aura. There's nothing special about it. We won't see strange things because that aura is blocked by the formation of nothingness, so it won't be affected. After bypassing the stone tablet, Lan Xian looked back and was stunned. She quickly tugged at Yun Nuoshing's arm and pointed to the bottom of the stone tablet. Yun Nuoshing looked back and was also stunned. There was another skeleton under the stone tablet. Well, to be specific, it was a golden skeleton. Obviously, it was the skeleton of a deity, and it should have been washed by the torrent of time for countless years. The bones of deities were said to never rot, but there was a limit. If there was no specific preservation method, the bones would gradually disappear, and the flesh and blood would disappear together with the bones. In the end, only an empty golden skeleton would be left. This deity must have been buried here for quite a long time, maybe 5 eras. That was the standard time for a deity's body to rot, and the specific time might be even longer than that. Yun Nuoxing tried to use the Book of Epochs to go back in time, but he shook his head as soon as he tried. It doesn't work. The remaining rules and karma in its body have not completely disappeared. Perhaps it's because of this world. No matter how powerful a deity is, when his body is washed away by time, the karma and rules will disappear together with his body, leaving behind a useless golden skeleton. After that, he thought for a while and said, "But someone with a mind can use the skeleton as a weapon at the level of an eternal magic weapon, or even a godhead weapon." Lon Xian and Little White were speechless. They ignored his last sentence and said, "So, what's left in its body, on its bones, could be preserved by this world?" Yun Nuoxing nodded. Little White was puzzled. She stared suspiciously at the black tree in the distance and muttered, "The things in this place seem to be related to reincarnation. The Reincarnation Emperor, a stone tablet on the Reincarnation Road. Don't tell me we'll walk directly into the Reincarnation Road?" Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. "It's not completely impossible. However, the Reincarnation Road is not a place you can enter just because you want to. It only appears in the absolute rules of death, which means you can only see it after death. But for us, death is just a state, and it doesn't take much effort to reverse it. So, if you want to enter the Reincarnation Road alive, you need to wrap yourself tightly with the absolute rules of death, or even make yourself into a deceptive state of death. Only then can you walk into the Reincarnation Road. Can Brother Nuoxing bring the dead back to life?" Lon Xian and Mei Mao's eyes flickered. Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself. He didn't nod or shake his head. "There are many restrictions, but you can think that there is such a power. At this moment, it's a little troublesome for me to use it. As I said, life and death are just a state for us. With enough time and conditions we can change it. There are many conditions to open the Reincarnation Road in the state of life. On the contrary, there are no obstacles when you enter the Reincarnation Road after death. Reincarnation is the journey of all living beings. One generation is born and another dies. Reincarnation alternate. Everything will never stop," Yun Nuoxing murmured softly. After a while, he let out a long sigh. There was some sadness on his face, but it only appeared for a moment and disappeared. He waved his hand and was about to turn around and continue walking forward. But he stopped and his expression changed slightly. "That's not right. How could there be a god skeleton in this place?" Lon Xian and Little White were stunned. Wasn't it just a god skeleton in front of them? Was there a problem? "There is a problem. Of course, there is a problem. How strong do you think the array that protected us is? It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the full defense of a god. The array of the void can reduce the impact of the great reincarnation. Even so, it's quite difficult to enter the sky burial ground. How could there be a god skeleton without any power left?" Yun Nuoxing frowned. Little White also realized this problem. He pulled the whiskers on his face and said hesitantly, "Could it be that this is also the Reincarnation Emperor? Are you saying that this is the previous life of the Reincarnation Emperor? When he was a god, he was also buried here." "Buried here too?" Yun Nuoxing immediately understood what he was talking about. "It's just a guess," Little White replied. "Gods will also die when they enter this place. However, we just saw a god emperor's skeleton. Logically speaking, it's not possible. Moreover, the distorted rules of heaven and earth are still protecting that skeleton. So, I think, could it be that this god skeleton is related to that god emperor's skeleton? The biggest possibility is that the two skeletons are actually the same person? They are the same god soul. Yun Nuoshing pondered and looked at the golden skeleton. He frowned. Only the skeleton was left. There was no soul and no power left. He couldn't see anything. However, the possibility of Little White's guess was indeed very high. If that was the case, the sky burial ground would be the personal burial ground of the person named Ji Luanhui. Perhaps the god that died here was also the god himself? Waving his hand, Yun Nuoshing shook his head and continued to walk forward. Lan Xian followed him closely. If he wanted to confirm this, he still needed to explore further. If his guess was right, that Ji Luanhui was planning something big. Oh, the distorted rules of heaven and earth have become stronger. If we continue to walk forward, I'm afraid it will be dangerous with the current array. Not long after, Yun Nuoshing stopped. He saw that the black energy field formed by the edge of the black magic formation was like a rubber ball being pressed by a finger. He frowned and waved his hand to take out another magic formation scroll. He unfolded another golden magic formation and covered the black magic formation. Only then did the turbulent energy field stabilize. Hiss! Another one. Little White felt a toothache and couldn't help but grimace. However, when he thought about how these arrays could be used repeatedly, he didn't feel so pained. After walking for more than 2 hours, Yun Nuoshing did not directly fly in with his people. Instead, he chose to walk in a rather slow way. After going deep into the burial ground of heaven, he added another formation to maintain the safety of the situation. Only then did he feel at ease and walk in. After leaving the stone tablet of the path of reincarnation, he saw a few more skeletons. Beside each skeleton was something that was neither big nor small. It looked like something that could replace a grave. Every skeleton was complete. Their hands were folded on top of their bodies. They seemed very peaceful. Every skeleton had an extremely weak power remaining on them. Every kind of aura was different. They were like other people. However, to be able to stay here and not be killed by the distorted laws of heaven and earth, there was probably only one person who could stay here and not be killed by the distorted laws of heaven and earth. Yun Nuoshing tried to use the Book of Epochs to go back in time. However, he failed. The deeper he went into the sky burial ground, the stronger the laws on the skeletons. He couldn't see what was going on. If he had the complete power of divine right, he could forcefully break through this situation. Unfortunately, he didn't have such conditions. This guy is alone and his corpses are everywhere. Little White rolled his eyes fiercely. He was sure that these skeletons were all left behind by that Ji Luanhui. These skeletons were all over the sky burial ground. The dead are already gone. Can't you be merciful with your words? Yun Nuoshing sighed. Although he also wanted to complain, he also felt that these skeletons should all belong to the same person. He didn't leave behind a body from his previous life when he reincarnated. Well, at most, only Quarter Moon's sky god body was left behind because it had other uses. The others were either destroyed or jumped into reincarnation and kept being destroyed. Even in the first few lives of the 135th era, only Tao fruits of the god level were left behind. Using reversed heaven reincarnation could break through the shackles of heaven and earth and reach that level. However, they couldn't reach the sky god level. The suppression of this era was too severe. There were probably only 3 grand eras. Each time a sky god was born, it was probably not as good as the low point of the previous era. Other eras were also in an absolutely dispirited state. The gods were hibernating, and the 3 sky gods were also missing. Until now, it was unknown whether the 5 sky god experts who appeared were born in this era. Yun Nuoshing knocked on his head. His train of thought had gone astray again. The black land seemed to have no end. The sky was still dark, but it didn't make this place appear dark and lightless. Although there was no sunlight, there was still light. What's distorted here is only the rules, not heaven and earth. The sun still shines here, but it's invisible. The sun is still hanging above, and we can't see it. The sun shines here normally, so we can see things. Yun Nuashing softly answered the two's question, and then said, "This isn't the Black Dungeon. That's the real land of no light." Black Dungeon? It's a forbidden land in the southern plains that existed in the ancient age. It's a land of no light. Sunlight, starlight, even the light elements released by oneself, and everything related to light will be swallowed by that place. It's like a black hole. Except for sky gods, no one dares to go in. I went there once, and I was like a blind person in there. I couldn't see anything for 2 years, so I ran out in frustration. Yun Nuashing shrugged. I wasted 2 years, and I didn't see anything. It's really pure black, and I couldn't see anything. Xiao Bai scratched his cheek, the southern plains. Are you talking about the ruins of the Dark Abyss? Ruins? Yun Nuashing was stunned. That place was destroyed? What a pity. I thought I would be able to figure out what was going on in there in this life. It seems that I won't be able to explore it again if I miss it. Brother Nuashing, in front. Lan Xian suddenly shivered, and she quickly pointed to the front. Yun Nuashing and Xiao Bai turned their gazes to the front at the same time. Then, their eyes trembled, and their pupils shrank a little. This time, it's not just corpses everywhere, it's piled up into a pile. Xiao Bai's mouth was dry. Yun Nuashing felt a toothache when she heard that. This guy's mouth is really... What appeared in front of them was a mountain of bones. It was a mountain of bones that was made up of golden and white bones. They were all human bones, and there were at least 1,000 of them. They were piled up into a small mountain, and around the mountain of bones, there were 5 light yellow stone tablets. They were actually the stone tablets that appeared on the reincarnation road. This guy is really stupid. He even moved the viewing stones on the reincarnation road here. That place is already boring enough. Yun Nuashing felt a toothache. Lan Xen and Xiao Bai were a little speechless. So, sometimes we don't even know what you deities, especially the deities of the reincarnation road, are thinking. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and nodded. I also don't know what I'm thinking. The 5 pale yellow reincarnation stone tablets stood facing each other. There was a huge pentagram formation on the ground. Various runes that looked like words were arranged in circles, forming a huge and incomparably complicated formation. Its complexity was not at all simpler than the formation beneath their feet. A bunch of Ji Luanhui, Lan Xian exclaimed. Yun Nuashing was speechless. If that Ji Luanhui's coffin lid wasn't pressed down properly, he would definitely jump out. There was something placed on top of the 5 light yellow stone tablet. Xiao Bai squinted his eyes, and he felt a familiar smell from it. Yun Nuashing also felt it, and her expression suddenly became weird. Phoenix blood, white tiger bones, azure dragon scales, black tortoise shell. The 4 items of the celestial phenomenon 4 deities, and they were all mature items. When these 4 items were placed together, it really made one's imagination run wild. Chapter 1034. The 4 celestial phenomenon gods are the most ancient existences in the myriad god world. They have survived countless destruction and rebirth, and have existed since the birth of the myriad god world. They are the representatives of light, the most divine and holy existences, the symbol of life and vitality. They are the complete opposite of the 4 devils of heaven and earth, the 4 fiends of heaven and earth. Yun Nuashing said softly as he twirled a strand of hair. He looked up at Xiao Bai and said, "In a way, you have an inseparable relationship with the realm of the gods, but you are independent of each other. Your power protects the realm of the gods, and because of that, you are blessed by the realm of the god. It has been like this since ancient times, and it cannot be changed. This is the absolute rule of the realm of the god." Xiao Bai was silent at first, and he was using his long hair to tie it up. When he heard what he said, he frowned and muttered, "What are you trying to say? Does this have anything to do with this array? It can't be related. Yun Nuoshing spread his hands helplessly. The arrangement of the array was too simple, and people with discerning eyes could understand many things in an instant. The four gods of celestial phenomenon have been around since the birth of the realm of the god. Their rules and causality are equal to the realm of the gods. I guess this array is either borrowing the powerful rules of the realm of the gods, or using your power to bypass the rules and restrictions of the realm of the gods to do something. But the four gods of celestial phenomenon. There are 5 stones here. Lon Xian pointed at the last light yellow stone that they had pried from the reincarnation road. There was nothing on it, and it seemed a little out of place. Yun Nuoshing looked at her seriously and said in a low voice, Xenra, you are from the era of mythology. I wonder if you have heard of the 5 spirits of heaven and earth? I don't know if that one exists or is an illusion, the head of the 4 gods? Xiaobai frowned slightly. He knew this because the memory fragments in his blood told him. It doesn't exist. That thing is just an illusion. I know. Feng and I talked about this in the ancient era. The 5th spirit of the 5 spirits of heaven and earth is an illusion. The realm of the gods doesn't have the energy to create the 5th spirit. Yun Nuoshing nodded. That's why it's empty, because it doesn't exist. On the black ground, thousands of skeletons were piled up to form a mountain of bones. White and golden skeletons were stacked together. Strands of black and light yellow aura interweaved and entangled with these skeletons. On the stone tablet of the reincarnation road, the objects of the 4 celestial phenomenon gods were emitting a weak fluorescent light. It was gentle like a flickering flame, but it emitted an incredible deterrent force. The 1,000 corpses placed here were all rather complete. They were all lying flat and stacked up in a disorderly manner. Moreover, the top of the mountain seemed to have reached its peak. If one more corpse was added, it might cause the mountain of bones to collapse. Did you find anything? Seeing his serious face, Xiaobai sighed in annoyance. You think there's a problem? Or, it's not a problem, but it's true that there's something special about it, Yun Nuoshing said with a faint smile. What do you mean? Yun Nuoshing smiled for a while before retracting his smile. He snapped his fingers and said indifferently, That Ji Luanhui? First of all, before saying this, it's all based on the assumption that these skeletons were left behind by Ji Luanhui himself. If it's true, then that fellow, perhaps, is planning to open up a reincarnation road in the modern realm? Does he want the reincarnation road that only appears in the law of death to appear in the modern realm? That fellow is using himself as a stepping stone to explore the reincarnation road? Xiaobai's reaction wasn't slow either. He immediately thought of this matter. Maybe. Yun Nuoshing nodded hesitantly and said, In the records of the reincarnation emperor, there's this sentence. Suppressing the eternal reincarnation with my own body. He felt that the reincarnation of this world, the repeated repetition of this world, blocked the way forward. This idea was born in this world where the law of heaven and earth was suppressed to the limit. It's not strange that this idea was born in this world where the law of heaven and earth was suppressed to the limit. All his wild thoughts and guesses were because he didn't know these things. Perhaps he was once a god who had reincarnated many times and became a god many times. However, he didn't bring his memories to this world, so he abandoned his memories and chose the same path again. He wanted to go against the heaven and earth and forcefully change the law of heaven and earth to advance to the post-god level. Lon Xian thought for a while and felt that something was wrong. But Brother Nuoshing, doesn't the small divine prefecture have the law of primordial age? In the primordial age, even the peaceful age, as opposed to the great age, many gods were born, right? Since the small divine prefecture has the law of heaven and earth from the primordial age, it should be easy to advance to the post-god level there, at least without the restriction of the law of heaven and earth. This problem is related to the state of Little Divine Land itself, and some other aspects after entering the God level. The former is complicated, so let's not talk about it for now. Anyway, these two conditions are limited. After entering the God level, one's imprint of the gods will be engraved on the level of the rules of this world. This level cannot be touched, seen, or touched, but the imprint of the gods will pierce through all obstacles and engrave one's imprint on that place. However, the rules of heaven and earth at this time are not suitable for this kind of expert to appear, so it is extremely difficult to engrave one's imprint there. Difficult, very difficult, but definitely not inevitable. Otherwise, why would there still be gods in this world, and how many divine gods have been born? It can't all be left from the previous era. That's why the God's Mark was born. Yun Nuashing snapped her fingers and continued, during the advancement, the God's Mark will tear apart the dark elemental barrier of the small divine prefecture and come into contact with the truest law of the realm of the gods. In this way, it will be difficult for the mark to remain. The problem has not changed. The law of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods is severely suppressed, so it is difficult for the God's Mark to be engraved, and it will be impossible to advance to the post-God level. However, the mark itself is not very useful. At most, it will tell the world that you are here. Your strength is enough to attract its attention. Just like the moment a god advances to the divine realm, the divine God's declaration will spread throughout the entire void. There will be nowhere to hide, and no obstacles will be able to stop it from spreading. Countless people, countless lives will know of your arrival, Yun Nuashing said. Oh God! How many people have been stopped by the ultimate leap? Countless talents have been overshadowed. The successful ones walk the road ahead alone, while those who look up to them struggle bitterly behind, unable to transcend. Little White sighed heavily. There were as many gods as the sand in the sea. There really were as many as the sand in the sea. Since ancient times, god-level elites had been born everywhere in the void. However, these glorious achievements were piled up at an even more shocking rate. No one knew how many people stood behind each god level, and how many failures there were. No one would pay attention to that. If one did not take that step, if one did not reach that level, no one would pay attention. Lon Xin thought of something. Brother Nuashing doesn't seem to be affected by the law of heaven and earth in the realm of the gods. Huh! Yun Nuashing was stunned. Because, Brother Nuashing, in your recent lives, didn't you step into the god level before you activated the samsara cycle? Lon Xin said. The fruits of Tao left behind in those lives were all at the god level. Yun Nuashing understood and waved her hand. There is indeed a special reason for that. It doesn't mean that I am not bound by the rules of the world. I said before that my body is still in this world. If I fall into a game, I will be bound by the rules of the game. That's what it is. I have a way to forcefully resist the suppression of this world's laws and enter the divine realm, but there are also many restrictions. Only those who are truly powerful enough can use this method. If I can't even do something like this, I wouldn't be worthy of being called a heavenly god, Yun Nuashing casually said. Little White thought for a while and added, although I have fallen from the god level. Yun Nuashing's face was full of resentment. Can't this guy not mention this? Little White trembled and quickly changed the topic before she was beaten up. Then, what is the connection between the path of reincarnation and the later divine realm? About this, even if you ask me, I won't be able to ask that Ji Luanhui. Who knows what he is thinking? That's what it says, but who knows what he is thinking in his heart? The samsara cycle of heaven and earth is bound by the rules. Opening the path of reincarnation and destroying it, suppressing it and making it disappear. This way, the world will continue to move forward. That might be the case. Yun Nuashing spread her hands. However, in reality, this kind of thinking was wrong. How could the path of reincarnation be destroyed? It came from the same source as the heaven and earth. It was an inseparable part of the rules. If it could really be destroyed, Didn't that mean that person also had the ability to destroy this world and the entire Deyuan realm? This kind of power was probably something that even the ancient first-generation great gods couldn't do. Therefore, everything was just a guess. If that Ji Luanhui didn't jump out himself, they wouldn't know what he was thinking. After walking a few rounds around the path of reincarnation, which was built with the stone tablet of the path of reincarnation as the foundation and the object of the four gods as the source, there was a new harvest. However, it wasn't anything particularly important. It was just a sentence or two that was engraved under the stone tablet of the path of reincarnation. The cage is eternal. Trapped in the cage without seeing the light. Is it worth this last gamble? After I die, there will be no more reincarnation. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks trembled slightly. He kept having the feeling that this sentence was talking about himself and didn't seem to be talking about reincarnation. Could it be that his previous guesses were all wrong? Ji Luanhui himself didn't have any special thoughts about the path of reincarnation. It's getting more and more complicated. Scratching his head in distress, Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh. This fellow really doesn't give me any peace of mind. He always comes up with such strange things. It wasn't that he hadn't researched about reincarnation before. It was just that he was too lazy to care too much about it. Rather than researching these vague and untouchable things that he could only come in contact with for a short period of time every time he died, he might as well throw his energy into this world. Frankly speaking, it's just that their paths are different. It's fine as long as he knows that he knows about the existence of reincarnation. He doesn't need to be like you, Ji Luanhui, to go and torment yourself about reincarnation. It's hard to get any result. Time doesn't wait for him. By the time he figured out a little bit of it, others would probably have already come knocking on his door. However, this line of words is very imposing. The words of this era should have been left behind from this era. Little White let out a long sigh of relief. He could imagine the continuation from the aura that existed between these words. That Ji Luanhui must have paid a huge price when he was carrying out the incomparably grand deduction process back then. Perhaps that price still hadn't been paid even until now. He had always been immersed in reincarnation and was already unable to extricate himself. So much so that he was using his own body as an experiment and observation object. Reincarnation after reincarnation, he kept returning to this place and kept burying himself to start a new life. There's something here. Lan Shiner patted away the dust on the light yellow stone tablet. Her movements were very careful. She was worried that the rules outside would injure her. She was also worried that the formation protecting her would destroy this stone tablet. Mei Mao slightly froze. She said to Yun Nuoxing, "These should be left behind by Ji Luanhui himself. Brother Nuoxing, take a look at this." Yun Nuoxing went over to take a look. He was slightly stunned and read it out silently. The 10,000th and 7th life, the shackles are still there. I still can't decipher this secret of eternity. However, this is very normal. In the middle, there was a blurry and unclear thing. It seemed to have been erased by someone, but it also seemed to have naturally melted with the passage of time. At the end it continued, "This life has passed. Shed off the old flesh and blood body and be reborn once again." Yun Nuoxing was silent for a moment. His cheeks twitched slightly. He's a ruthless person, a person who has reincarnated for 10,000 lives. TSK, it's hard to imagine. I didn't expect that other than me, there's someone who has such perseverance. I just don't know how long he has been in reincarnation. How many centuries? Or is it? Or could it be that the heavenly god reincarnation who appeared at the end of the Dark Age was Ji Luanhui? He didn't say this sentence out loud as it wasn't necessary. Most of the things that happened in the Dark Age wouldn't affect the present. For example, the mythological era that had completely disappeared. Therefore, it was better not to mention it. However, he couldn't help but sigh. This guy was really incredible. He had regrets in his heart and was unwilling to fall into depravity. He would rather drag the entire universe down with him to make his enemy pay the price. For this reason, he held his breath and repeatedly reincarnated. He didn't expect to meet someone at this time. Just for the sake of seeing through reincarnation, he let himself fall into reincarnation and wandered around. This wasn't something that could be explained with perseverance alone. A guy who throws caution to the wind is the most terrifying. Well, I'm like that too. I'm an out-and-out lunatic. I don't care about anything anymore. What do we have to be afraid of? Yun Nuoshing's expression was relaxed. He threw caution to the wind, and so did it. After reincarnating for more than 10,000 lives, or even more, he was sure that the guy was either in this world right now or was still flowing in the reincarnation path, waiting for the next time to appear in this world. After this record, Yun Nuoshing and the others found other traces left behind on this black land. Oh, someone else has been to this place before. Yun Nuoshing found a trace that was completely different from the traces left behind by Ji Luanhui himself. He squinted his eyes slightly. Someone had actually come to this place before? What's wrong with that? Didn't they just come in for a walk? Look, we can even sleep here without a problem. Little White shrugged and said indifferently. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him speechlessly. Since they can come in, then it must be a... Don't forget where this place is. This is a forbidden area, an eternal black land. Ji Luanhui placed his life's research results here so casually because he calculated that no one would come here. This is the deepest part of the sky burial ground. Who would jump into the forbidden area for no reason? If they jump here, the grass on their grave would be several zhang tall in the next second. Whitey choked and angrily shut its mouth. It had been too smooth in this place for so long that it had forgotten that they were still in the forbidden area. This was a place called the burial ground of heaven. A heavenly god had fallen here and buried an entire world. The laws here were extremely distorted. Normal and abnormal life forms couldn't survive here. God? He looked pensive. Yun Nuoshing sighed and nodded helplessly. To be able to enter this place and leave traces here, other than a god, there shouldn't be anyone else, right? Why does this annotation look like scribbles? Lan Xian looked at the strange words on the ground that looked like a drawing, but they weren't drawings or symbols. She couldn't help but frown. She couldn't understand it at all. These didn't look like words. These are symbols used to deduce the god statue. Yun Nuoshing glanced at them and instantly came to a realization. He took out the Book of Epic and looked at the strange marks on the ground that looked like they were scratched by a chicken. He then shook his head in frustration. No, these aren't regular symbols. I can't decipher them. These look like meaningless words left behind by a drunk guy. Of course, I can't decipher them. Little White rolled his eyes. What? These are real symbols used to deduce the god statue. Yun Nuoshing glared at him and then frowned. But it's indeed a little strange. There's a unique charm and power, but I can't decipher them at all. These aren't because they were written. They were directly engraved by the god's soul. Either they were distorted by someone or they were left like this. In any case, I can't decipher them. In the end, he shrugged, indicating that he couldn't do anything about this matter. Little White and Lan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Other than this, there were many other things that looked like words left behind on the ground. They were very similar to the words left behind by Ji Luanhui. Obviously, they were left behind by the same person. Did he leave something here to remind or warn the people who came here? Or, he probably hoped that someone could see these and help him deduce them. Yun Nuoshing's finger brushed past the unfinished words at the end of the symbols. He frowned. What was this? Unfinished research. It's still on the road and can't stop. Yun Nuoshing murmured and rummaged at the side. He even gently dug up a handful of soil. After a while, he found the traces left behind by Ji Luanhui. He looked at it for a while, narrowed his eyes and smiled. he said. As expected, Jiluanhui left this array here. He hoped that someone could see this and help him deduce it. This person should be an enlightened being. That's why we found a row of irregular symbols used by the god statue. When it's used to deduce something too secretive and powerful, the symbols will indeed be distorted. If that's the case, why didn't he leave this outside? If he left it in the Forbidden Land, there wouldn't be many people who would come here, right? Little White couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuoshing was silent. He rolled his eyes fiercely and said, "Go ask a ghost." Little White was stunned. He turned around and asked Lon Exiner, "Where's the ghost?" Lon Exiner, there was only one different mark left here, and it was the one they saw just now. They couldn't understand what it looked like before it was distorted. Yun Nuoshing imprinted it and threw it to the Book of Epochs for analysis. He couldn't be bothered to wait. He walked around and kept digging for the traces left behind by Jiluanhui. After a long time, he frowned. Strange. These dozens of messages repeatedly mentioned a place. This place, what place? Little White and Lon Exiner were curious. Yun Nuoshing frowned and said, "A very ordinary place. But it's not ordinary at all. I say it's ordinary because that place is really ordinary." Yun Nuoshing frowned. "Then what's not ordinary about it?" Little White asked with his arms crossed. "That place is also called the Abyss of 10,000 Spirits." Yun Nuoshing's voice was serious. "It's located in the Three Elements world." Chapter 1035. Myriad Spirit Abyss? The Three Elemental world? What's that place for? Whitey shook his head in confusion, yawned, and asked. "That place." Yun Nuoshing was silent. Then he rolled his eyes and said, "How would I know? I only know about that place, but I've never been there." Lon Sheener and Whitey were both stunned. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and sighed. The Three Elemental world was quite famous in the remote antiquity era. You can say that it was infamous. The Three Elemental world was very weak, and its strongest was only equivalent to the quasi-mortal level in the divine world. In that void there were many mortal worlds, so they were very weak. However, there was a place that even the strongest of the 8 elemental world was alarmed by. It was a remote world in the lower plane of the Three Elemental world. There's no way to know who discovered it in the first place. There are strange traces that seem to be taboo tracks that fill the entire space. It seems to be the work of a deity. Obviously, that place doesn't exist naturally. It's impossible for a deity to be born in the Three Elements realm. It's all because of the rules of heaven and earth. Yun Nuoshing paused for a moment, pondered for a moment, then continued. After that, the news of that place quickly spread back to the 8 Elements realm, and also to the Myriad Gods realm, which attracted many powerful beings to investigate. So far, everything is still normal. You didn't go there? Whitey glanced at him. As far as he knew, this guy would also go there when he encountered something interesting. No. At that time, I hadn't reached the quasi-mortal level, so I didn't have time to go there. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and said, "When I reached the quasi-mortal level, I forgot about it. At that time, the disturbance of the myriad spirit abyss was already over." Back to the topic. After that mysterious place was discovered, it attracted many powerful beings from the 8 elemental world. Of course, not only the beings from the divine world were among them. At that time, the divine world hadn't been sealed yet, so there were many extraterrestrials everywhere. The divine world became the center of the void, and there were many beings from all over the void. Therefore, it can be assumed that the things that are widely known in the divine world are known by at least half of the void. Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly. Ever since that place was discovered, almost everyone who knew about it became a suicide squad. That's right, that place is a huge hole, a hole as big as the sky. It's even worse than the huge hole that exists in the realm of the god. Anyone who dares to explore it is on the verge of death. Great rock spreading its wings. I don't know what exactly happened. I was in the divine world, so I don't know what the deities and gods are doing in the three elemental world. However, some news came back. A planet with life that was originally peaceful suddenly became violent, and a powerful energy burst out. Many deities were seriously injured. Although the deities and gods will be suppressed a lot when they go to the three elemental world, they won't be injured easily. The quasi-mortal level is beyond all rules. The reason why they are suppressed is because of the protection left by the first great deity, who didn't want the people from the upper realm to disturb the lower realm. However, deities are still deities, and only those who are at the same level can hurt them. That's an ordinary planet with life. It's everywhere in the star field. Compared to other planets with life at the same time, that planet is too ordinary, and its development speed is extremely slow. That's all. Yun Nuoshing suddenly spread his hands and announced that he had finished talking. Lon Sheener and Whitey were stunned. That's it? That's all. The rest is how many deities and Empyrean gods died at the same time. Oh right, there's one more thing. It's the conclusion left behind at the end. After being unable to enter that planet for a long time, and seeing no hope, they decided to stop. When they were about to retreat, the most powerful Empyrean gods joined forces to perform a divination, and they discovered an extremely shocking fact. Yun Nuoshing smiled mysteriously. Guess what? Whitey and Lon Sheener racked their brains, and after thinking for a while, they spread their hands helplessly. It was too difficult for them to think about these things. On that ordinary planet with life, there are actually several quasi-mortal level imprints. Yun Nuoshing's words were shocking, and Whitey and Lon Sheener's expressions froze. That was just a land of mortals, so how could there be quasi-mortal level imprints? Wait, could it be that, in that planet with life, someone stepped into the quasi-mortal level, and the imprints were there? Whitey said, and even she found it unbelievable. How could a mortal world give birth to a quasi-mortal level expert? Almost. It's very close to the truth, and the only thing left is what happened in the middle. Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, when one steps into the quasi-mortal level and becomes a deity, the god's imprint will penetrate everything, and it will be imprinted in the rules of the world. Now, let's put it another way. What will happen if one steps into the quasi-mortal level in another place? The god's imprint will be imprinted in the rules of the world where one is promoted, or it will be imprinted in the rules of the void, Whitey said. She knew about these things. Then, what about the original world? What will happen to the original world where the deity was born? Yun Nuoshing grinned. Whitey was stunned. She really didn't know about this, and she had never thought about it. She guessed that no one had studied this aspect before. Lon Sheener also shook her head. She also didn't know about these things. When she was sealed, she was just a little girl. Even if she was in the mythological era, it wouldn't change much. Well, this is the key point. After a quasi-mortal level expert is promoted, the world where he is born will also have the god's imprint, and this imprint will protect that world. Do you understand now? Yun Nuoshing said. In other words, although it's impossible for a quasi-mortal level expert to be born in that world, someone could have gone out from there and come to the 8 elements realm, and become a quasi-mortal level expert. Lon Sheener suddenly understood. That's pretty much it. Aren't there still some legends circulating in the realm of the gods? People who came from the lower realm, or even mortals from the 3 primordial realms, are inconceivable. The bodies of mortals can actually pass through the barrier of the primordial realm and come to the land of the gods. Yun Nuoshing sounded surprised. After a while, she said, that's about it. That was originally a very ordinary place, but it had an extremely abnormal god's imprint, and it released the real god's might. In the 3 elements realm, a god-level power appeared, and it ignored the protection of the first great deity. It's just like when I used the power of chaos the other day. But that's different. The more a person from the upper world crosses over, the stronger the suppression will be. Even if chaos can ignore the protection of the first great deity to a certain extent, the five elements realm is the limit. When he went to the four elements realm and crossed the barrier of the four elements realm, he couldn't ignore the protection effect. In other words, the God's imprint in that world released the real God's might. That's impossible? After Whitey finished speaking, he was also confused. In a place where all the gods were suppressed, the true power of the gods had appeared. Moreover, it was released by a few insignificant imprints. This was simply inconceivable. Even if the God's imprint can protect the birthplace of the gods, it's impossible to release the God-level power in the three elements realm. Yun Nuashing said softly, "This question has been left for a long time, and no one can answer it. Anyway, this matter was left unsettled. Because many gods and deities died there, some people gave it a name, and it's called the Abyss of Myriad Spirit." He pondered for a while, turned his head to look at the messages on the ground, and frowned. Now that Ji Luanhui, Reincarnation Emperor, has reincarnated many times, and in the deduction left behind, this place was mentioned many times. However, it was only mentioned, and it didn't say anything specific. Could be seen that Ji Luanhui cared a lot about this place. Perhaps he wanted to go to that place. However, the place that was discovered in the primordial age had undergone 3 great reincarnations, and the entire Diyuan realm had been cleansed 3 times. Even if there was a god's imprint there, it couldn't be left behind. But how did Ji Luanhui know about that place? Yun Nuashing was puzzled. That was a place where there was a huge commotion in the primordial age, and there were no records of that place in this age. In the history of the entire age, the Abyss of Myriad Spirits was just a place that caused a small ripple. A group of gods and deities went there one after another, but they didn't get anything. They also suffered heavy casualties, and it was far away in the 3 elements realm. With all these reasons added together, that place wouldn't be remembered by many people. Some extremely ancient books might still have records of that place, and he only knew about it because he came from the primordial age. This, even if you ask me, I'm even more confused than you. Little White also shook his head blankly. The memory fragments left behind in his bloodline were very one-sided, and there was absolutely no record of this world's anecdotes. The 4 of them were more or less the same. After their lives were completely destroyed, they basically couldn't remember anything. The only thing left behind were the remnant memory fragments in their bloodline that would never disappear. After searching around for a while, they didn't find any more valuable things. Yun Nuashing and the other 2 sighed. In the end, they didn't find what they wanted to find. It turned out that it was just the remains of 4 people that had once been in this world. However, they unexpectedly learned of something that made them confused. This matter involved a lot of things. Not to mention anything else, just that mountain of bones was enough to frighten them. So, are you reliable or not? Are you reliable or not? Yun Nuashing grabbed Little White's white hair that was hanging down and gnashed his teeth. They had spent a lot of effort to come here, and after a period of torment, the things they found in the end were worlds apart from what they were looking for. It was like asking him to go to a place and find a person, but in the end, he only found a fingernail. Ouch, 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 ouch. I have something to say. I want to refute. Hiss, I also don't know. The resonance of the 4 gods didn't say that it would definitely resonate with the 4 gods themselves. Ah. After listening to him howl for a while, Yun Nuashing let go of his hand and fiercely rolled his eyes. Are you reliable or not? We didn't find it this time, but we will definitely find it next time. Next time. Hey. Little White cupped his face with his hands and acted cute. Yun Nuashing's face darkened. He glared at Little White and angrily carried him back. Feng Er's reliable appearance had long been engraved in his heart. How could this white tiger be so silly and cute at this time? He sighed and didn't say anything. He didn't intend to find it in one go. In fact, he didn't have much hope at first. He was prepared to wander all over the Jiuan region. It was only when Little White patted his chest and said that he would find it in a while that he had a little hope. In the end, they wandered around the burial ground of heaven and found something unexpected. He didn't know what to say. The burial ground of heaven wasn't small, but Yun Nuoshing and the others didn't intend to explore it completely. After accidentally going to the center and seeing the array set up by the 4 gods and a pile of bones, they went back home. They didn't have any interest in the other places of the burial ground of heaven. This was a place left behind by Ji Luanhui. What did he arrange here? This answer should be the most correct. At least that Ji Luanhui was once a god-level expert. However, they still didn't know the connection between this forbidden area and Ji Luanhui. Was it the latter who occupied this place? Or was it that he simply made this place himself? For example, he was once a god-level expert, until he bumped into a transparent wall one day. Then, he hardened his heart and laid down a big plan. These were not just words. Many god-level experts had left behind a backup plan. They either continued to live in the world and continued to evolve according to their path, or they had already died and disappeared from the world, falling into the cycle of reincarnation. They had also been moving forward according to their own path, but each person's path was different. It didn't take long for them to get out of the burial ground of heaven. When they reached the outside world, many magic array barriers were removed. Lan Xian stretched her body and muttered, finally out. That place was suffocating, and it was even more suffocating inside the magic array. Yun Nuoshing was helpless. If it wasn't for this method, they wouldn't have been able to get in. In the end, when they reached the center of the burial ground of heaven, they actually used 5 kinds of magic arrays, both defensive and offensive. Although these magic arrays could be restored on their own, it would take a long time for them to be fully restored in this world. For the time being, they could only be used once, unless he went to the starry sky and absorbed the energy of thousands of star regions to restore them. Therefore, he felt a burst of heartache, so heartache, he couldn't help but pick up Whitey and pinch his cheek. "Why are you pinching me again?" Whitey looked aggrieved. "I'm not a sage. I can make mistakes too. You're one of the 4 celestial gods. You're many levels higher than a sage." Yun Nuoshing's words made Whitey speechless, and he mumbled something incomprehensible. In the end, he admitted that he was unlucky. He had wasted more than 10 divine-grade magic arrays, and he had even found the wrong place. These are all foundations. This weak world can't restore them. For the time being, they can only be used once. Lan Xian chimed in from the side, making Whitey angry. However, this was indeed his own fault, and he had nothing to refute. He could only keep silent and try his best to use the resonance of the 4 gods, hoping to find a specific place directly. There's no response. It's still in the west. There's a ball in the west. Whitey was angry. Even this induction was playing tricks on him. He was deliberately making things difficult for him. Yun Nuoshing patted his head, sighed, and comforted him. "The west is the west. Take your time to find it. As long as there's no problem with your induction and they are indeed in the ultimate plane region, everything will be fine. About this don't worry." Whitey laughed awkwardly. If he threw out an answer that even he wasn't sure of, he was afraid that he would be eaten alive. When they came out, they didn't see the gods of heaven looking at the burial ground of heaven. Yun Nuoshing and the others didn't pay much attention to them. They took a look and then turned to leave. As soon as the fire phoenix was about to continue flying to the west, Yun Nuoshing's heart trembled. He raised his head abruptly and looked around blankly. His face was like a gloomy rainy day in the evening, and it suddenly became gloomy. After so many years, he actually felt frightened. What was the meaning of this? He quickly took out something from the pendant. It was a perfectly round, ice-blue bead about the size of half a fist. As soon as he held it in his palm, before he could even move it, the crystal ball suddenly became dim, and cracks appeared on it. Crack, the sudden cracking sound startled Lon Exile and Whitey. They retracted their gazes from the burial ground of heaven and saw Yun Nuashing's face, which couldn't be any darker. They were shocked. Lon Exile quickly asked, "Brother Nuashing, what's wrong? Is there something urgent?" Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and shook his head. "I don't know. A storm is coming. Something is going to happen. What's going to happen? I don't know. I don't know what it will affect. I can't use the astrolabe, and I can't use the Book of Epochs. What's going to happen? What is it targeting?" In his right hand there was still half a dark blue crystal ball. Powder slid down his fingers and palm, which made his hand tremble slightly. An expert at his level, or rather, he used to be an expert at that level, had an extremely powerful god soul. He could feel that this kind of inexplicable thing was unusually powerful. It could be said that he had foresight. He could sense many things that were going to happen in advance. "I actually feel uneasy?" Yun Nuashing's beautiful face was slightly distorted. This kind of feeling was suffocating. His distorted face finally froze into an extremely crazy smile. His right hand squeezed hard and the crystal ball was crushed. "How many years has it been? When I faced them, I didn't have this kind of feeling. Are you coming? Or was it something else?" However, could there really be something else that could make him feel uneasy? Whitey also frowned. Recently, the omens of danger have been jumping more and more frequently. First, it was the pillar of creation. Then, a wisp of consciousness appeared. Now, the world fortune pearl is broken. It's really hard to not be wrong. He also confessed that he felt uneasy, and his eyebrows kept twitching. As one of the 4 celestial gods of celestial phenomenon, his foresight was even more sensitive than the divine gods in the realm of the gods. When Lon Exile heard this, her beautiful face was full of worry. Her heart was heavy. Was something going to happen recently? Chapter 1036. Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "It doesn't matter. It's just a sign. After so many years of suffering, I won't die in this era. In this era, I will crawl back even if I have to." "Crawl back? That's too embarrassing." Little White smiled bitterly and said, "After all, you used to be an expert on the starry sky throne. You stood at the top of the divine realm. The so-called divine realm. It's just hopeless." Yun Nuashing's face darkened. This was even more serious. However, this concern was indeed. He did not have much confidence that he could embark on that path. The divine realm was above the divine realm. Many divine realm experts were helpless. They could not find a way to break through in the past. In this era, they might not be able to find a way. It was too elusive. Even a corner of it was something that could not be found. Lon Exile saw that he was gradually calming down and asked, "Where should we go now? Continue to look for Little Qing and the others? Do we really have to travel all over the divine realm?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "It's just a saying. However, we don't know. Many people should know about this place. Specifically, many demons should know about it." Lon Exile was stunned. Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "Little White said that if Little Qing and the others are really hiding in the ultimate plane region, this place is a paradise for demons. Their habitat is either a sacred or frightening place. Even if they do not intend to change the surrounding environment, it will still be the same. It is their own aura that has influenced the environment." Lon Exile thought for a while and understood. "Brother Nuashing, are you going to ask someone?" Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "Rather than searching blindly, it's better to catch a demon and ask. After all, this white tiger does not seem to be reliable." Xiao Bai was speechless and looked at him gloomily. It was not his fault that he could not find her. That stupid housekeeper was famous for her hide and seek. She had left them in the star field and ran back to hide for 1,000 years. Now, hiding for 2 eras was a small matter. But he seemed to have said that everything would be left to him. In that case, it was his own fault. When Yun Nuoshing saw his sudden realization and dejected look, she spread her hands and reached out to pat his head. Let's go. It's time to go to the next place. After leaving the burial ground of heaven, they headed east for a distance. There was an origin pillar there. It was slightly to the east. They hadn't paid attention to it when they were in the burial ground of heaven. Within the hidden pillar of creation, Yun Nuoshing skillfully repeated the actions that he had already repeated more than a dozen times. He once again awakened the celestial separation formation that was slumbering in the void of the God realm and inspected the origin pillar. We are still lacking the light element. So far, the light element seal on all the origin pillars that we have encountered is so weak that it is almost destroyed. If we don't get rid of this problem, we won't be able to activate the Great Formation. Yun Nuoshing sighed and worked on the huge iron pillar without complaint. Why did the laws of heaven and earth destroy the light element first? Lan Xian asked as she looked at the formation that she could not understand. Who knows? Yun Nuoshing shook her head. The dark element that was destroyed first was erased by them. After my battle in the Ganyuan region, the dark element was interfered with and erased from the laws of this world. All the dark element in this world immediately disappeared and became non-existent. Those who still possess the dark element would have their existence distorted. The element that they possess is still the dark element, but no one would recognize it. Even the possessor would not know it. Only heavenly gods could resist the interference of the laws of this world. Even those who possess the bloodline of heavenly gods might not be able to resist it. At that moment, when the dark element was erased, only the heavenly gods in the divine realm remembered the dark element. Everyone else had forgotten about it. Then, as time slowly passed, generations of heavenly gods passed away, and their memories were brought into their graves. In the end, no one knew what the dark element was. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and sighed. That's what they say, but those gods know about the element of darkness. They can also notice that the people around them can't recognize the element of darkness. Those who are interested will record it down. However, everything recorded about the element of darkness in this world has already been destroyed. They can only record it again. Even so, there's still not much information left. Time is the most merciless and the most sturdy. It can erase everything that is exposed to the river of time. If time can't take it away, don't worry, there's still the great samsara. With both sides working together, I guarantee that only a tiny bit of the things that transcend time can survive. Little White and Lan Xian were speechless. This was the choice of the era itself. No one could stop it. Brother Nuoshing, at that time, after that battle, why would the dark element be erased by them? Lan Xian was a little puzzled. Yun Nuoshing's hand trembled. After a while, he recovered and continued to repair the magic circle calmly. He pondered for a while and said in a low voice, "There are two reasons. The first reason should be me. They wanted to erase me completely. They wanted to erase everything about me from the realm of the gods and from this world. The second reason is that they knew that this kind of power was very dangerous. So, they decided to destroy it. Back then, I used the dark element and the netherworld ruin sword to kill more than 100 of them who were above the heavenly god level. This is the realm of the gods, a sacred land created by the first great deity. Their interference has also affected this world to a certain extent, but it is not as perfect as imagined. The heavenly god-level lifeforms were not affected. The records of the dark element were only erased, but it did not prevent others from re-recording it. Also, they erased everyone's knowledge of the dark element other than the heavenly gods, making it so that no one can sense the dark element in this world. However, the dark element that exists in the realm of the gods still exists in a state of existence. Look at the enchantment of the little divine land. If they really had the ability to destroy all the dark element, the enchantment of the little divine land would not have survived. So, they only erased a large part of it. They did not really destroy it. The dark element hidden under the ground of the realm of the gods did not disappear. However, it is true that the dark element can no longer be born. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and rearranged a few elemental magic circles. He pushed them into the pillar of creation. Then, he took out a bright gold and a black magic circle and began to repair it. In summary, the dark element still exists in this world. It is just that no one can sense it and no one can use it. Other than me, I am the only one in this world who has the dark element. Speaking of which, the dark element is not considered to have been erased by the world. As for why this world got rid of the light element first. The light element has existed since the beginning of creation. It is one of the 7 elements of creation. As for why it is gone, I am not too sure. There is no way to investigate it. The Pillar of Creation and the Book of Epochs did not tell me anything about it. Yun Nuashing shook his head. This was an unsolved case. Who knew what the world was thinking, getting rid of the light element first? In this world, in the past tens of thousands of years, only one light element possessor was born, and that was Yao Hua. Yun Nuashing did not count himself. He was just a stowaway, an undead of old. Natural selection, survival of the fittest? Whitey tilted her head and said, "Huh. Then it is even more impossible to eliminate the light element, right?" Yun Nuashing sneered and shook his head. The light element is only slightly weaker than the dark element. Both of them are powerful elements that can break the restraints of the natural order. If you ask me, the possibility of being envied by the heavens is higher, or rather, this is more likely. The possessor of the light element is too powerful, so it got rid of the possessor of the light element. Whitey said. The light element still existed in the divine realm. It was just that the possessor of the light element was no longer born, just like the dark element. Something like that. Do you still remember what I said? The world has 3 elements of beginning: energy, natural order, and energy. The light element is also energy, and it is almost exhausted. Even the seal of the light element on the Pillar of Creation is gradually weakening. Perhaps this is the reason why the possessor of the light element could not be born. Yun Nuashing said. Ding! With a soft sound, a bright golden light shone beside the 9 rays of light in the Pillar of Creation. 10 different colors meandered from the bottom all the way to the top. The thousands of magic circles around the Pillar of Creation also gradually disappeared. Done. Whitey yawned and stretched her neck. This is so boring. Repairing the Pillar of Creation is not something an ordinary person can do. I think it's okay. Yun Nuashing shrugged. It has been repaired like this for several eras. When I was chosen to be the repairman of the Pillar of Creation, I was hit by a tidal wave of information that rushed into my mind. There was a lot of information about the Pillar of Creation, and the many magic circles that maintain its existence, stabilize this world, and seal the bottom part of the Pillar of Creation. There were more than 100,000 kinds of things, and my consciousness was knocked out. Xiao Bai sighed emotionally. You've had a hard time too. It has not been easy. Yun Nuashing and Lan Xian are both sighed deeply. After solving the problem of the Pillar of Creation, Yun Nuashing opened the treasure map and glanced inside. At this time, the 6 pillars of creation in the northeast and southeast of the Ultimate Plane region had been repaired. Next, they would go to the remaining 2 regions. Because there are not many people living in the Ultimate Plane region, there is not even a name for it. There are not many cities, but every city is a large city. At this time, the closest city to us is Linwu City. The human and demon races are split in 4 to 6. Brother Nuashing, you won't get into any trouble if you go in, right? Lan Xian said with a smile. Every time Yun Nuashing entered the city, it was not a small matter. He was really like a banished immortal. Not only was he full of immortal aura, but he was also independent of the mortal world. He would stay in a city for a few days and then leave. Although this was also because he was busy. Moreover, every time he entered a city, he would cause a lot of trouble. He was once known as the little tyrant of demolishing cities. Yun Nuoxing was silent for a while. He glanced at her and said angrily, "It's okay. I won't argue with them." Lan Xian and Xiao Bai were stunned. Did he change his mind today? Or did the sun rise from the west? I will beat them up according to the severity of the matter. I guarantee that no one will cause any trouble," Yun Nuoxing said with a smile. His right thumb fiercely swiped across the space in front of him, causing Lan Xian and Whitey to tremble. With that swipe, a crack appeared in the space. It turned out that this irascible person wanted to beat them to death without saying a word. Under such circumstances, no one would cause any trouble. Anyone who caused trouble would be sent underground or thrown millions of miles into the sky. Otherwise, they would simply disappear from the face of the earth. Whitey let out a long sigh. "Forget it. Anyway, you are like this. Who in this world would dare to provoke you?" Lan Xian thought for a while. "I think there are quite a few. After all, Brother Nuoxing is in this state on the surface. He can't possibly emit that aura everywhere he goes. That would cause even more trouble." Whitey thought about it and agreed. He did not say anything. There was nothing to say. Looking at the dark expression on the person's face, he must have planned everything. He said that he would beat them up according to their strength. This beating would probably be the matter of half of the city. Oh no, that was something that happened more than 10 years ago. If he were to take action now, it would probably be a problem of a trap. Then, let's pray for Linwu City first. We are just going in to collect some information that is probably not very powerful. So, please treat us as heir. Whitey clasped his hands together and muttered something. After that, he bowed to the heir, Amitba. Yun Nuoxing had a strange expression. "When did you learn the tricks of those baldies? Immeasurable heavenly lord. I am just..." Yun Nuoxing gave the white tiger a slap on the head. She rolled her eyes fiercely. This guy, he even said his Taoist name. Was he really going to make things difficult for the Baldies? In the center of the ultimate plain region, Linwu City was like the other major regions and the central cities of the 4 regions of the Divine Prefecture. It was an extremely prosperous city that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. There were a lot of living beings gathered there, and they were all mixed up. The human race was the largest, but there were also shadows of the demon race in the city. In the realm of the gods, foreign races like the demon race were not excluded from entering the city. After all, not all demon races were mortal enemies with the human race. Therefore, if a demon race appeared on the street, it would not cause much surprise. At most, they would look away after a few glances. However, in these huge cities, there were also a small number of living beings that could not be exposed to the light. For example, the demon race was lurking in the shadows, and no one knew about it. The ultimate plain region was a paradise for demonic beasts and demonic beasts. There were many members of the demon race. The central city that was built by humans and demons was called Linwu City. In this city there were fewer humans than the demon race. This large city spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. The population was also astronomical. No one had investigated the exact number. In any case, the population was in the hundreds of millions. It was very normal. Moreover, these central cities had a long history. They did not just appear in this era. As early as the later period of the primordial age, these central cities had already existed. In the first half of that era, they were still in their embryonic form. As they slowly developed, they were known to everyone. Even if they were turned into ashes, they would slowly be rebuilt and preserved. Gradually, they became central cities and gathered countless people. We are going to look for someone. Are you sure that method will work? Outside Linwu City, Yun Nuoxing looked at the endless stream of people coming and going outside the city gate. Her face paled a little. Don't worry. If we make a little noise, we might attract the attention of Azure Dragon and the others. Little White rode on his shoulder and waved her hand. Yun Nuoxing was suspicious and said, "My aura is too different from Feng Yuang's. It is also very different from Quarter Moon's aura. If it was in the past, even I would not be able to recognize myself. Are you sure that Little Blue and the others can sense my aura and come out? Moreover, aren't they sleeping? That's why we have to wake them up. However, we can use this as a backup plan. I am not 100% confident." Little White shrugged and pressed down her long hair that was blown by the wind. She raised her head and looked at the strange beast that flew over her head. She was a little unhappy and snorted softly. Roar. That strange beast originally had an arrogant look. However, it was suddenly shocked by Little White's aura. It was so frightened that its entire body trembled. That huge body of 100 feet suddenly fell from the sky and lay on the ground, trembling in fear. Its owner was a demon race expert. Seeing this, he was also at a loss. He had just been thrown down. Yun Nuoxing stretched out her hand and knocked on this fellow's head. Naughty. Che, a demon beast that dares to fly over my head. It doesn't exist in this world. Little White pouted and mumbled. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. This was one of the 4 celestial phenomenon god. Fortunately, he had disguised himself a little. Moreover, because he had a soul contract with him, he was able to mix the auras of the 2 of them, making them half human and half demonic. It was not that easy for others to recognize them. In the martial spirit city, the huge city walls were smooth and glossy. They were green and blue in color. Looking down from below, one could even see that the upper part of the city walls was transparent, as if it had merged with the sky. Yun Nuoxing and the other 2 followed the crowd and squeezed toward the city gate. This time, there was no large group entering the city. He had a faint sense of awareness, so he did not attract much attention. However, if his whole family squeezed in like a swarm of bees, he was sure that there would be a wide passageway. Their group would be too conspicuous no matter where they went. When they were about to enter the city, Yun Nuoxing took a step back and tilted his head to look at the city wall beside him. There was a portrait pasted on the wall. To be more specific, it was a wanted poster and a bounty poster. It was hung high on the city wall and was protected by a weak energy. It would not be eroded by the wind and sun. When Lan Xian and Little White saw him stop, they also turned their heads to take a look. Then, they were stunned and their bodies shook. This, oh my God! In the portrait, it was the face of a young man. He was about 15 or 16 years old. He was very handsome and looked like a girl. However, he did not look feminine. It was the kind of pure beauty. There was a hint of laziness and indifference between his eyebrows. However, his light purple hair was very eye-catching. The 3 of them had almost forgotten his appearance because it was Yun Nuoxing's appearance from a few years ago, almost 10 years ago. Even he did not recognize him when he looked at him. Who put this up? Yun Nuoxing's face was filled with black lines. At that time, he was completely different from the current him. If it was said that at that time, he could still be seen as a boy, but now, he was alive and well as a girl. Before sensing his life aura, no one would think that he was a man. His appearance, voice, and demeanor were all much worse than before. At this moment, someone actually used his previous portrait to offer a bounty on him. 50,000 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals. Oh, why are you so cheap? Little White tried hard to hold back his laughter and said in his soul. A powerhouse whose value was comparable to that of a divine realm expert turned out to be only worth 50,000 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals. Those who knew the truth were about to laugh their heads off. Lan Xian also could not help laughing. Then, she frowned slightly. She did not know who was so bold to put a bounty on him. Who knows? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. It's strange. After so many years, someone still put a bounty on me. He didn't say who he was, but he said the place. It's in this city. If you catch me, bring me there. There will be someone to receive me. It's strange. This matter was temporarily put aside. It was not that he did not care about it. Now, he was looking for a place to find out. After squeezing into the Lingwu city, Yun Nuoxing chose a restaurant that was slightly high-end and well-decorated. It was popular. He didn't choose a place that was reserved for those extraordinary people. It seemed that he was troubled by all kinds of situations and had a psychological shadow, so he didn't want to go to those places. Most of the people who went in and out of these restaurants were cultivators. Ordinary people had their own restaurants, and cultivators basically wouldn't go to those places. The food used in cultivators' restaurants was not ordinary. It was okay for cultivators to eat it, but ordinary people would be stuffed to death by the energy. Recently, there are many extraordinary people in the ultimate plane region. They are flying all over the sky looking for something. Some time ago, the strange phenomenon that appeared disturbed many powerful existences. The disciples and descendants of those hidden old monsters have come out. They are very powerful. However, if you want to count them, most of them are from the previous generation. That's because you haven't seen those who can be counted as part of the younger generation. Except for those divine realm experts, I saw a fierce man who was at the divine emperor realm and was definitely less than 2,000 years old. He beat up several people on the supreme being list of the ultimate plane region. 2 days ago, at the Crooked Cloud Mountain? That battle was indeed earth-shattering. However, a divine emperor realm expert suppressing a divine king realm expert is a bit undignified. Shoo, he suppressed his realm. You can't let others hear what you just said. They are too overbearing. Moreover, those hidden forces have sent out a call to invite many experts to gather. They want the younger generation to mobilize their forces to help find a person. Those ancient forces are the transcendent forces in the divine realm. Who are they looking for? Why are they making such a big fuss? Yes. It's hard to say. It's that kid on the city gate. It's better not to talk about his taboo name. People will die. You're exaggerating. It's just a few words. Alright, who is that kid? Can't say. That guy is like a ghost. Let's not talk about him. This matter isn't something we can get involved in. If they have the ability, let them play. We'll avoid them as much as possible. Alright. After hearing that, Yun Nuoxing, Lan Xiner, and Whitey looked at each other and shrugged. This was really an unexpected disaster. A hidden ancient force that had only recently appeared. It was most likely those guys who had just recovered. Why would they look for him at this time? He didn't think they were looking for him to have tea. Sir, what's your plan? Whitey took a sip of tea and glanced at him. Yun Nuoxing twirled a lock of hair around his finger and smiled evilly. I don't have any plans. If there's nothing, then I don't have any plans. If there's something, he smiled in a low and evil voice, then I suggest you teach them how to write the word hibernation.